We're very, very pleased that you are able to make time for our conversation this morning. So apart from those of us who are in the room, we also have an online audience. There are people who are following this online, including from the AU YouTube channel. So I'd also like to welcome the online participants to this conversation. So ladies and gentlemen, today's dialogue has been put together by a number of partners. We have the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, working with the Africa Development Bank, Africa Climate Foundation, the United Nations Environment Program, Kenya Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as the Africa Business Council. So to get us started, so we're going to have about 3 sessions. The first one, small opening sessions where we'll get remarks from the organizations that are supporting this. And then later on, we will listen to 2 very interesting presentations by some of our colleagues from private sector that have been able to do some work on climate action from a private sector point of view. And then later on, we'll have a panel of eminent people from the continent of Africa, leaders of industry, who will also come and speak to us about what we need to do as private sector to play our role on climate action. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce Ms. Faith Ngige. Ms. Ngige is an environment, governance, and sustainability expert with more than 15 years experience working in the area of intersection between green growth, climate change, circular economy, and the role of private sector in all that. So Faith is one of the people who have worked extremely hard in putting together this event. And I would now like to invite Faith to come and make some welcoming remarks. Welcome, Faith.
Thank you so much, Akitela. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished speakers, guests, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to welcome you all to this very significant session for the private sector in Africa. It's themed Advancing Commitment and Scaling Up Business Climate Action Pathways in Africa. I think we understand the significance of private sector, which accounts for about 8% of total production and 67% of investment and employs 90% of the working age population in Africa. For that reason, the private sector is very crucial in addressing global warming. On the other hand, even as the IPCC report tells us that we are not on course with our 1.5 degrees centigrade target, it is also noteworthy to note that the private sector is also impacted by climate. That is, when the impact of climate change happens, the private sector assets, the private sector operations, the private sector logistics and supply chain are equally impacted by the impacts of climate change. For that reason, the private sector is not just an observer in this space, neither is it just a financier in this space, but is equally an affected party when it comes to matters climate change. And for that reason, being put together for this particular forum this morning, in line with the Africa Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy, we acknowledge the significance of private sector involvement in tackling environmental and developmental challenges. I'd like us to draw our journey from the Africa Climate Summit, which was hosted by Kenya this year from the 4th to the 6th, and it resulted in an Africa Leaders Nairobi Declaration and Call to Action to Climate Change. KEPSA, in collaboration with the United Nations Environment Program, organized a high-level CEOs forum on the 31st of July that resulted to a private sector communique on building resilience and green growth in Africa. This communique was later adopted by business leaders and regional partners in September during the inaugural Africa Climate Summit. We also build up this session today from a relationship we started last year, led by the National Business Initiative from South Africa, that put us together to reimagine the future of Africa. And together with the Nigeria Economic Summit, with the Federation of Egyptian Industries, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance with support of Africa Climate Foundation, we had sessions before COP27. And it is building up on that particular foundation that has brought us to this session this morning. And we'd like to continue developing this relationship so that we can be able to bring together the private sector in Africa to have a voice of its own, to have a position of its own, and to have our own amplification of what the climate change message is all about. Therefore, this morning, we will also avail our commitment that builds up from the Africa Climate Summit. We'll also avail some of the actions that private sector are taking in the climate change space, and we also create an ambition to collaborate further together as we build up a unified voice for the private sector in Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Faith. Faith has given us a bit of the history of how we got ourselves here and to have this conversation. Now, to take us forward, I would like to introduce Dr. Olufunso Somorin. Dr. Somorin is an expert in climate change and environmental policy, natural resource management. He has more than 15 years' experience in natural resource management, climate policy governance, and environmental sustainability. He is currently the regional lead at the Africa Development Bank, responsible for mainstreaming climate change and green growth in all the bank's policies and operations in 13 Eastern African countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome Dr. Somorin to come and speak to us about the significance of private sector in accelerating climate action. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Somorin.
Good morning, everyone. It's a very great privilege to be here today. For the gift of life, I'm happy to be alive today. But more importantly, just to be with all of you to talk about this conversation around private sector. First, let me commend the work that we've done with KEPSA over the years in East Africa region. We, like siblings, we've had each other's hands all through the years, supporting the mainstreaming of climate actions in the private sector space, but more importantly as well, bringing the private sector closer to being part of the solution framework that is needed. I think in the interest of time, I want to say three things quickly. The first is the power of agency that the private sector brings to this equation. The solution that we need, it's a type of solution that requires everyone at their best being part of the whole equation. And while we recognize the leadership that the political actors and the state enterprises play, we also recognize the role that civil society plays, but more importantly, we must acknowledge the role and the responsibility that the private sector plays. And that agency is really significant because it brings to the table the conversations around how technology and together with resources, financial resources, but also the technical resources can drive solutions. So it's one thing to have policy ideas and policy direction. It's another thing entirely to be able to recognize the how. How does it happen? And the private sector, through its agency, brings that to the table. The second conversation around the private sector, and actually this was very evident during the African Climate Summit held 3 months ago in Nairobi, was just the power of a collective identity. Now, and I need to say this with a sense of caution, we have to ask ourselves in every context, who is the private sector? What is the private sector? There is an assumption that it's an homogeneous entity. When we just say private sector, it means anyone who is not government. But the truth is we must be able to unpack the private sector in the African context, because it could range from an individual with a small business, SME type of identity, to a multinational entity with very structured governance arrangement. It could range from an individual, high net worth individual who is very much profit driven and less of sustainable development goals or ESG goals, to individuals that are very much entrenched in ESG principles. So it's important, and as we go forward, that pathway, and I like the word here, the pathways in Africa, one of those pathways is to understand and perhaps unpack what is the private sector in the African context. At every point in time, which private sector are we talking about? It's dangerous to assume that it's an homogeneous entity. There's so much of heterogeneity inside it, and we must unpack it. And the third point, and perhaps this is the one that most of us will relate to, is the scale of financing and resources that private sector brings to the table. We've just seen the Climate Policy Initiative report for 2023 talking about climate finance flows globally. And something instructive was very reported. So out of the $1.2 trillion of climate finance between 2001 and 2002, globally, 93% went to mitigation. In fact, the rest didn't go to adaptation, partly adaptation and dual purposes. And the difference between mitigation finance and adaptation finance was private finance. Private capital determined the success of mitigation finance, and the lack of private capital was responsible for low adaptation finance. And that is very significant for Africa, because we have analyzed our indices and we're very big on adaptation. So it's very important to then think about what type of financial mechanisms as well as financial instruments that we need to be able to develop or put in place in order to increase private capital flows to Africa. I'm going to keep it there for now. I know we've got a long way. We would have conversation. But what I definitely want to leave with you is that we need a model that works for Africa. A private sector-centric model that works for Africa. It's going to be a combination of incentives, it's going to be a combination of instruments, but it's also going to be a combination of changing the way finance works. And I think we are very much on our way. We look forward to working with KEPSA. I have to, again, commend the leadership of KEPSA and in engaging AFDB within the East Africa region, and we hope we can replicate this across the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Somorin. Another round of applause, please. Very profound, straight to the point. He's talked about the power of agency, the power of collective identity, and climate financing that private sector needs to bring to the table. Now, I would like us to switch gears and invite Faith Ngige from the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, who will be moderating the next session, where, just as Dr. Somorin has said, we start conversations around some of the emerging models for African private sector. Welcome, Faith. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akitel, and thank you, Dr. Somorin, for the inspiring words. At this point in time, we'd like us to bring to fore who is private sector, maybe see examples of the actual players in this space. They interpret to us how they're interpreting climate action within business and what are they doing about it. And to begin, we'll invite Valentine Rotich, who is manager for climate and environment at Safaricom. Safaricom is one of the largest corporations that we have back in Kenya, responsible for an innovation all of us talk about, the M-Pesa. And we can hear right from the horse's mouth what they've done and what does climate look like from their eyes. Welcome, Valentine.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Valentine Cheruiyot, not Valentine Rotich. Thanks, Faith, for the opportunity that you've given us at Safaricom to be here. So I'll just take you through what we've been able to do at Safaricom in the space of climate change. And I'll just begin with a bit of context in terms of what climate change means to us at Safaricom. So all of us have witnessed the devastating effects of climate change on people's livelihoods as well as their lives. And therefore, the time to take climate action cannot be better than now. And as a responsible business, we have integrated climate risks and opportunities in our strategy. Sorry about that. So I can start all over again. So we have all witnessed the impacts of climate change on people's lives and livelihoods. And therefore, if there is a time that we need to take action as businesses, then it is now. As Safaricom, we have identified the climate risks and opportunities that are associated with our business, and therefore entrench the same in the strategy that is aimed at building the well-being of the business as well as that of the planet. Our environmental responsibility is an issue that continues to grow in its importance as much as our network expands. We remain committed to operate in an environmentally sustainable and sound manner, and therefore we continue to manage and report our environmental performance in an open and transparent manner. As a business, we have developed a framework that guides us in terms of our efforts for climate change as well as for operating responsibly as a business. So the framework is tailored on 4 fronts. So there is the net zero, where the business would like to be a net zero emitting company by the year 2050. So we aim to reduce COP1 emissions as well as 2 and 3 by 43% by the year 2030 and 74% by the year 2050. We also aim to leverage on technology and innovation so as to accelerate our transition to net zero. On circularity, which we've been told that about 1/3 of emissions is attributed to lack of proper management of waste, we are committed to ensure that 100% of the waste that we do generate from our own operations are recycled and repurposed. We also have a responsibility to ensure that we collect electronic waste that we churn out into the environment every year by a margin of 20%. We have also committed to ensure that the waste that comes from our network infrastructure is recycled and also resold whenever there is an opportunity for us to do that. In terms of single-use plastics, which is a problematic issue across the globe, we have made a commitment to eliminate all unnecessary plastics from our own operations. As of last year, we had attained 100% single-free business. In terms of biodiversity and conservation, we have made a commitment to reforestate some of the degraded forests and landscape by committing to plant 5 million trees by the year 2050 and also support communities in terms of providing them with livelihoods opportunities and also working with the schools so as to provide them with alternative source of income in terms of providing them with fruit trees. In terms of operating responsibly, we commit as a business to continue complying with the laid down environmental regulations as it pertains to solid waste, air quality, and waste management. How have we done so far as a business? We have managed to install about 1,432 solar-based stations across the business. This is able to support 35% of our energy needs across the business. We've been able to grow 1.5 million trees in degraded forests, and therefore this has been able to restore about 1,400 hectares of ecosystems. We've been able to deploy artificial intelligence and climate and machine learning in over 3,000 base transceiver stations, enhancing energy efficiency through detection of network traffic and adjusting shutdown time accordingly, therefore reducing energy consumption by 7 to 8%. In conclusion, the fight against climate change is a collective responsibility. To keep global warming within 1.5 degrees requires that we all do our bit, and therefore this is a war that cannot be won by one person, but by all of us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valentine. So at this point in time, we'll invite Reshma. Reshma is from Equity Group Holdings, one of the biggest banks that we have that operates in a number of countries in Africa. You could upload the Equity PowerPoint. She will use our PowerPoint kindly. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So as Faith said, I'm Reshma Shah, Group Director for Sustainability at Equity. And as the PowerPoint comes up, just maybe give you a bit of an overview on who Equity is, and that will help you understand our strategy with related to climate change. Equity, hopefully I can use the stopper onto the next one. Can I control the slides myself, or? If I could maybe go to the next slide. Is that... Excellent. So Equity is the largest financial services group in East and Central Africa with operations in 6 countries, primarily Kenya, DRC. And that really means that when we talk about climate and nature, we're seeing that it's really fundamental to our operations. Our vision is about lives and livelihood. That's what drives us. And when we look at climate change, we look at the fact that it fundamentally affects people and their lives and their livelihood. So we have a crux between people, climate, and environment. Our customer base is over 18 million customers, and that's really where we focus on, from household, SME, all the way to large corporates. Now, as an operation in ourselves, there's a number of things that we've been doing on our own footprint. And that means, you know, what are we doing around LED lighting? What are we doing around our generation of, we have to use generators because of our outsourced activities. But in addition to that, we're looking at solar, LED lighting. We've removed all single-use plastics in our operation. All our water, we don't use any disposable water bottles. It's primarily reverse osmosis units that we've installed where water standards allow. But the biggest impact that we can have is not on our own operations. The biggest impact that we can have is on our financed operations. So if I can move to the next slide, where you can see what are we doing around our finance and what are we doing around our customer base. We have taken the approach that if we're going to make a change on climate change, we need our customers to first understand where their fundamental risks are when it comes to climate and what we can do to help them in that space. So we don't look at their financing challenges. We look at the real challenges that they're facing and how can we be a partner in supporting that. So we do that by, one, doing an environmental and social due diligence that we share with them. As part of the mitigations that come out of that, we track that through the life of a loan, and we help them in terms of finding the solution. That is the biggest impact that a financial institution can have. We also look at the value chain and the ecosystem. We try to understand where there are gaps in that value chain. So let me give you an example. If it's in the agricultural sector, one of the key issues that we're seeing on climate change is around post-production loss. So there might be a break in the value chain where we identify there's a need for cold storage. We will actively try and seek out customers that can put in a cold storage unit, and therefore we can support them in the financing elements. That's how we use the value chain and the gap analysis to identify the role that we can play in that. At the same time, we try to say, okay, as a financing institute, what can we do around the amount of the loan, the cost of the loan? Are there any other de-risking mechanisms that we can use that can actually improve access to climate finance to our clients? So that's a big part of what we do at Equity. And a bigger part of that is what we do in the foundation. And through the foundation work, we actually help our clients understand how they can address climate change. We have about 300 agronomists that sit in the foundation that help with regenerative farming. We have an environment and climate change team that helps households, SMEs, institutions like schools understand how they can change their energy source. In Kenya alone, we've converted over 100 schools from wood-fired energy to cleaner energy. So those are some of the things at Equity that we've been doing practically. And we can see there that we work with our strategic partners to that. But in the interest of time, I just wanted to show what that results in. That is the overall result of the work that we've been doing. We have adopted TCFD, so using that model, the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, at a strategy and a governance level. This is governed at the very highest. We have our board committee, and we actually had the chairman of our board and the chair of the sustainability committee with us here at COP for the first few days. Our strategic plan, the Africa Recovery and Resilience Plan, has a fundamental pillar on social and environmental transformation, and we specifically have a focus on driving sustainable finance. And you can see there what we focus on: energy efficiency, special climate, green buildings, renewable energy, adaptation, water efficiency, green transportation. But an even bigger part of our finance is youth, women and youth, because we believe that what's going to really resolve climate change is not just the technical work that we do, but also the economic resilience that allows for countries, for people to be able to adopt the shocks from climate change. As a result of this, the other thing we feel like as a private sector, we are dealing with real life issues, and we need to be able to be part of the voice that goes into it. We're members of KEPSA. In addition to that, our leadership is also chairing the Africa Business Leaders Coalition, which is under the UN Global Compact, the Africa Council for the Sustainable Markets Initiative, as well as the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council. All this is to ensure that the African voice is in there in all international discussions when it comes to climate change. I'll leave it there, and hopefully there'll be opportunities at the end for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think those are two demonstrations of what it really means to tackle climate change in real life situations. Later on, I will ask the uploading of the scan code for the compendium. It has a compilation of a lot of other activities, climate change interventions that are being implemented in Kenya, so that you can also walk around with it. One of the things that I've found sometimes is very hard to put all these things together. So we started a journey of doing the same. Towards the end, we'll be able to provide that QR code for the same. Welcome, Ekitela, for the next session. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Faith. Can we please give another round of applause to those two presenters? Because I think they have given us very practical experiences about what businesses can do. Now, colleagues, on the third and final day of the Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi, the African heads of states, while adopting the Nairobi Declaration on climate change and call to action, had the following to say. They said they were concerned that despite Africa having an estimated 40% of the world's renewable energy resources, only $60 billion or 2% of the 3 trillion renewable energy investments in the last decade have come to Africa. They also reiterated Africa's readiness to create an enabling environment, enact policies and facilitate investment necessary to unlock resources to meet our own climate commitments and contribute meaningfully to decarbonization of the global economy. Dear colleagues, the next session is about how, as African private sector, we can play our role in not just meeting our energy or rather climate commitments, but also decarbonizing the global economy. And to help us to have that conversation, I would like to introduce a distinguished panel of African business leaders. These are illustrious sons and daughters of Africa who have dedicated their lives and careers to promoting green energy and green growth on the continent. In no particular order, and please, I'll ask them to join us at the platform. I would like to introduce Engineer Ahmed Kamal Abdel Monem. Engineer Kamal is the Executive Director of the Federation of Egyptian Industries. He is an expert in sustainable development, corporate social responsibility, and energy management. He is an environmental consultant with expertise in environmental auditing, industrial security risk management, and among very many other roles, he is a member of the Carbon Print Middle East and North Africa Advisory Committee. Engineer Kamal, please. I would also like to introduce another engineer. They are not in short supply. Engineer Dr. Eugene Itua is an environmental management expert and a safeguard specialist, currently the CEO of Natural Eco Capital, coordinator of Nigeria Long-Term Low Emissions Development Strategy, coordinator of West Africa Capitals Coalition Hub, is a fellow of, among others, the Nigeria Environmental Society. Dr. Itua, please. I would also like to introduce Ms. Honorable Nasra Sanda. Nasra is the CEO of the Kenya Green Building Society, a non-profit organization that advocates for transformation of the built environment. Nasra is also a leader, a young leader, a women's leader in Kenya. She's a member of the Nairobi City Assembly, where she's part of the Planning and Housing Committee of our Legislative Assembly. She's an expert in sustainable cities, infrastructure, and finance. Then last but not least, I would like to introduce Mr. Lulamile Makaula. Lulamile is a senior project manager at the National Business Initiative Environment Unit. Before that, he worked for the University of Cape Town in South Africa, Graduate School of Business. Please, let's give our distinguished panel a round of applause. I think we'll have a mic. I'll give just a couple of minutes, 3 minutes each, to our panelists in no particular order. But maybe perhaps I'll start with Mr. Lulamile Makaula. Africa is lagging behind most other continents in terms of industrialization. And then there is now the desire to meet climate action. So what, in your view or in your experience, or how can Africa balance its industrialization agenda together with the climate action ambition? Mr. Makaula, please.
Thank you, Program Chair. So I work for the National Business Initiative in South Africa. So we're a voluntary coalition of business leaders. You can perhaps think of us as the implementing arm of business as far as sustainability programs are concerned. So about 3 years ago, the NBI, together with BUSA, which is Business Unit South Africa, actually embarked on a climate pathway study where we wanted to look at the various sectors in the South African economy and actually develop decarbonization pathways. So we partnered with BUSA, who are actually the official representative of business, and together with the Boston Consulting Group. So just to perhaps showcase the effect and the power of private sector collaboration and partnerships. So that particular work led to the publication of a number of decarbonization pathways and 6 sectors within the South African economy, which include among them sort of the power sector, heavy manufacturing, mining, and other sectors in the economy. And I think just from this work that we did, it basically showcased that in South Africa, indeed, we can actually reach net zero by 2050 and actually show the power of business in actually getting that ambition and support. And this work was actually led by over 30 plus CEOs. We actually had a working group of CEO champions and just showcased then again the power of private sector partnerships. Yeah. I just wanted to open with that work as far as decarbonization pathways and where the role of business is currently in South Africa. And I think, yeah, perhaps more specifically to the question that you ask around balancing sort of like the imperatives of industrialization and economic growth together with achieving our national NDCs. So what we found from that work is that we actually found that balance, you need to center justice. So an outcome of our study was that there's 3 types of justices that you need to give particular attention to. And the first one is really around procedural justice, and this is actually captured in some of our reports. So what we're saying there is that as we actually implement these climate partnerships, communities that are going to be affected by the just transition need to be actually involved in those discussions and negotiations. A typical example is actually the Mpumalanga province, where most of our coal mines are located. And as we actually transition towards closing some of those coal mines that are reaching the end of their lives, how do we reskill those communities? And that speaks to the procedural aspect of justice. And a second element of justice that you highlighted is around distribution, to say that if there are costs and benefits that will come from the just transition and this decarbonization pathways, how can those actually be better distributed and actually shared amongst the different various stakeholders? And lastly, restorative justice, to sort of provide like a good balance in terms of gender equity and a social inclusion. So I think those are just some of the things that we see as quite important as far as balancing your industrial development goals and green growth. And lastly, I would say also, yeah, for the South African economy, I mean, we also realize that we've got specific challenges that we have as a country. So I think when you make these commitments towards these climate partnerships, I think they should not come at a cost that will basically exacerbate the inequality that we currently have. But I think key to that are those private sector partnerships and collaborations. Yeah. So I'll stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Makaula. Very interesting perspectives from Southern Africa. Now, Honorable Sanda, it's estimated that by 2050, most of the Africans will be living in urban areas. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on our cities, and that raises the issue of sustainable development. What, in your view, do we need to do as a private sector in order to prepare ourselves and the continent for that eventuality?
Thank you so much for your question. Firstly, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I know we got you off to an early start, so I'm hoping if you haven't had coffee, what I'm about to say will wake you up. I think what's super important is to just give you context. Africa will experience rapid urbanization with this largely going from rural to urban. That's one. Two, a lot of this will be from people who are essentially under the age of 25 because we are the youngest continent. And what this means is that these people will be going into urban and peri-urban spaces with the result that infrastructure will be overburdened, cities will be crowded, and that gives rise to a new population set called the urban poor. If we're not prepared, the result of this is slumification, complete depletion or deterioration of services by the government. So essentially, the government cannot do this alone. There's a huge opportunity or a huge calamity before us. Since I'm an optimist, I'll tell you this. Since the Africa Climate Summit, Africa has disrupted the conversation. We've taken charge of our narrative. We've said essentially, we as Africans understand better what the new Africa needs to look like. So for us, the climate conversation is very much a development conversation and cannot be separated. So private sector comes in to build institutional capacity, to build support, innovation, partnership, and also provide innovative ways of creating these solutions that the government can't undertake on its own. recently, and this is just from a bias because I'm from the built environment, a key aspect of the conversation here at COP, which has made me super happy, is the role of local governments in driving climate action, and of course cities, because African cities will be hubs of opportunity. What is this opportunity? The opportunity is, as we think about resilient cities, then we're creating spaces for green jobs. Who better than private sector to really leverage that opportunity? Through fantastic organizations like Equity, we have mentorship opportunities for private sector who are grooming young people through mentorship opportunities. You're grooming the next generation now. So that's a mentorship role that traditionally was not seen as a private sector issue, but now financiers are taking up that mantle. Second, I think what's super important is, with counties being in the mix, Mombasa has a port that could be potentially a huge opportunity if we look at it as a green port. How can financiers come in? How can other players in the industry come in? So I think for me, a key opportunity here is, from a built environment perspective, it's an ecosystem of opportunities where different players come together, and cities are a platform for those opportunities to be realized or affected. Given the momentum we've built so far, I think Africa is really serious about driving that direction in a positive manner. We should begin to see people-centered local climate action being pushed by the government. But what is super key is, through KEPSA, for example, the private sector is now taking a proactive approach in walking this journey with the government so that we have solutions to problems, but also profit. Because ultimately, climate is an expensive endeavor, and we can't do it alone. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Now, Engineer Kamal, Egypt hosted, very successful and fantastic COP27. Perhaps you can share with us, some of the experiences on innovative approaches for adaptation and sustainability and so on.
Thank you. First of all, I'm representing the Federation of Egyptian Industry, which is the largest organization in Egypt, representing the private sector. We are around 110,000 members, organization, all manufacturers from different sectors. We have food, textile, chemical, metallurgy, iron and steel, fertilizer, all kind of sectors we have in FEI, Federation of Egyptian Industry. We provide technical and financial support for our members to carbon reduction, for decarbonization, for moving toward more environmental production lines or process in production. Our experience in that it's not all about money and finance, but it's about localizing the technology itself, because we all asking for finance for buying technologies that we don't have. So we as in African countries, we need to think more in localizing the technologies in our countries, because it's not enough that we have finance or we ask for finance to buy technologies that we don't own as local in our production line. So let's think in how cooperate as private sector in the country, in our countries, in building the capacity of localizing the technologies we need for decarbonization, for renewable energy, for other aspects. This one, and second, of course, we had a very good opportunity in hosting COP27, and we come up with loss and damage fund, which is in the negotiation in COP28, how we're going to collect and how we're going to spend the fund in loss and damage. Again, Federation of Egyptian Industry is open for cooperation with all countries, African countries in building the capacity for localizing the technologies we need. Not only we're getting funds for it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Engineer Kamal. We've heard from Southern Africa, Eastern Africa, North. Now I would like to come to Nigeria in the West. And Engineer Itua, perhaps you can share with us your thoughts on natural capital and enabling frameworks for Africa's sustainable development. Engineer.
Thank you very much. Just to quickly say that I'm not an engineer. It's sufficient to use Eugene Itua, or if you want to add a title to it, perhaps Dr. Eugene Itua. You can do that. Looking at natural capital, what are those resources that you benefit from, that I benefit from? Our socioeconomic development, the stock of that natural resources, talk about ecosystem services, all of that are part of what we call natural capital. And we do know that the African continent is so rich and blessed. And we're told that we have, as at 2018, we had our natural capital is estimated to be $6.2 trillion US. Africa stands as the potential for green growth. It has that massive resources that you see. It appears that everybody is now scrambling to come to Africa. Now, in terms of enabling policies or framework, just to say that the natural resources that we have, the natural capital that we have, in itself provides that enabling environment. Why do I say so? In terms of sustainable investment, our natural capital provides the foundation. So in other words, ab initio, in itself, the resources we have is providing that overarching framework for us to develop. But then when you now talk about institutions, policies, name it, laws, they are part of the framework we need to harness what we are abusing today. We need to harness our natural capital to deal with the challenges of climate change. We need to harness more adequately our natural capital to actually ensure the green growth we're talking about. But what have we seen over the years is not been so smooth. We abuse the resources we have. We're now saying, oh, let's retool. Let's see how we can bring back preservation, restore, and so on and so forth. Because we've abused all that we've got over the years. But of course, in putting up adequate framework, I recall that some of us participated at the Global Biodiversity Framework. But before then, during the negotiation, we had met representatives of the government, telling them, help businesses. There is target 15 there. Tell businesses, especially the large corporates, we want to report what we're doing when it comes to the issues of biodiversity. We want to disclose. Make businesses to do that. But of course, we know a number of governments had challenges. But we were able to see that eventually became part of the GBF. But beyond that, a number of countries are actually doing some level of measuring, valuation, using the UN system of economic accounting. Because if you cannot measure, you will not have statistics you're going to deal with. You will not have data.
Sure.
But a number of the African countries are getting that done today.
Sure.
And even trying to embed that as part of their GDP, which is quite good. But for us, as private entities, I just wanted to say that there is also the natural capital protocol that you can use in designing your pathway. How do you ensure that you're able to bring in, as part of your policy making, your decision making, this aspect of biodiversity, this aspect of nature into it?
Thank you.
We have instruments that can support all of us. But of course, suffice it to say that we need capacity. If you look at the entire value chain, whoever is a player, and indeed all of us are players, we need that capacity to know what we're talking about.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Itua. Ladies and gentlemen, it's unfortunate that we have to conclude this conversation at this point. We're a bit pressed for time, and I would like to thank my panel. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Of course, to the organizers, this is just, a continuation of the conversation. We hope we'll create other spaces, ADB, African Development Bank, and others, where we can continue with this conversation. So I would now like to invite Faith to come and wrap up, and then we conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. As we get to the conclusion, we have a commitment that is centered around the conversations that have been shared this morning. A private sector commitment to climate action through climate finance, through nature-based solutions, through just transition, through climate sustainability and reporting. And I'd like Dr. Somorin to join up there. Reshma, kindly join up there. Alan, please join up there. And Valentine, I could join in for a second. As we invite Cyril, I think Cyril is online, to give us 1 minute on what a call to action really means. And I'd like us to do something. Just come all the way up to here. So we will do 3 things. So when I say private sector, we'll say unite, act, deliver. Unite, act, deliver. That's a good exercise, eh? So private sector. And now let's do with some energy around us. Private sector. Thank you so much. I don't know if Cyril is still there online, as Alan gives us the last closing remarks. Alan? I know it's 1 minute.
Good morning, everyone, and I won't take much time. I know, pressed for time, there's another event, but on behalf of the African Climate Foundation, it's just absolutely thrilling to see how this initiative is evolving and this conversation is evolving. And just to remind, I think, the group here that there's another actor in this ecosystem, and it's philanthropy. And we need to be thinking about collaboration going forward and the role of philanthropy in this conversation, and start looking at how we catalyze public, private, and philanthropic partnerships to drive climate ambition that delivers development dividends going forward. But thank you to the panelists, and I hope that this conversation can continue, but I will keep it short there. So thank you, and all the best for the rest of your COP.
Thank you. With that, Cyril, I think we'll have to give you time another time. We appreciate. We've come to the end of the session. Thank you so much.
va se dérouler en 2 phases. La première sera ponctuée par le mot d'ouverture de Madame la ministre de l'économie forestière. Et ensuite, le film. Et la deuxième phase portera sur les présentations des panélistes. Donc, sans plus tarder, je vais très respectueusement demander à Madame la ministre de l'économie forestière de bien vouloir prendre la parole pour son mot d'ouverture. Madame la ministre.
Merci, Monsieur le modérateur. Chers panélistes, chers participants, chers congressistes, je voudrais vous remercier pour votre venue à ce panel très important, non seulement pour le Congo, mais pour le monde entier. Le Congo, en effet, à la COP28, a présenté l'initiative de la décennie africaine et mondiale de la forestation et de reboisement. Nous remercions l'Union africaine qui ensuite l'a adopté lors du sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement tenu en février dernier. Nous voulons ici dire que nous savons le rôle des forêts, mais nous savons aussi que si nous ne prenons pas garde, la déforestation est en train de monter, tous les rapports le disent. Il est donc important pour la planète tout entière qu'on adopte les programmes nationaux d'afforestation et de reboisement qui vont permettre l'augmentation des surfaces forestières du monde, qui vont permettre l'approvisionnement en bois énergie sur un approvisionnement durable à partir de bois de plantation, parce que vous le savez, dans nos pays, surtout dans nos pays africains, la plus grande cause de déforestation, c'est l'agriculture itinérante sur brûlis et la production du bois énergie. Alors ce bois énergie provient des forêts naturelles et c'est donc la plus grande cause de déforestation dans nos pays. Nous savons également que les forêts séquestrent le carbone. Donc nous avons intérêt à mettre en place des superficies des forêts pour permettre la séquestration, donc des projets d'atténuation dans nos différents pays. C'est pourquoi la République du Congo a porté cette initiative très importante que nous voulons que la planète tout entière puisse développer, puisse adopter pour que chaque pays développe un programme national d'afforestation et de reboisement comme puits de carbone, comme source de revenus pour les communautés qui vendent du charbon de bois, comme source d'alimentation pour les produits agricoles, pour une agriculture durable et aussi comme projet d'atténuation, comme je l'ai dit. Donc je voudrais vous remercier de votre participation, mais je vais laisser les panélistes vous développer donc notre sujet, donc la décennie africaine et mondiale de la forestation et de reboisement. Je vous remercie.
Merci Madame la Ministre. Pour enchaîner, nous allons suivre le film sur l'expérience de la République du Congo en matière d'afforestation et de reboisement. Vous pouvez lancer le film.
La forêt congolaise couvre 65% du territoire national. C'est une richesse inestimable, mais il y a d'autres réalités. Il y a en effet le réchauffement climatique. Il y a l'abattage des arbres qui se fait sans contrôle. La situation est parfois tellement dégradée qu'on n'a plus le choix. Il faut pourtant y faire face. Ainsi, le Congo a donc choisi d'anticiper. C'est un engagement du gouvernement qui date de plusieurs années. À l'époque, le Congo, toujours pionnier dans sa politique de plantation artificielle, a introduit des espèces exotiques qui ont une forte production et poussent en moins de temps, comme les eucalyptus et les acacias. Le ministère de l'économie forestière, à travers le Programme national d'afforestation et de reboisement PRONAR, qui est la plateforme pour la mise en œuvre des projets de reboisement sur tout le territoire national, et le coordonnateur national des actions d'afforestation et de reboisement avait initié le 6 novembre 2011 un grand projet visant la mise en place d'1 million d'hectares de plantations sur une période de 10 ans, lancé par le président de la République, Denis Sassou Nguesso. Dans la même optique, le ministère de l'économie forestière a mis en place une pépinière industrielle d'une capacité de production annuelle de plus de 500 000 plants. De la même façon, la constitution des pépinières rurales est soutenue par la formation des pépiniéristes et par l'attribution de la logistique et du matériel végétal, semences, jeunes plants pour la multiplication végétative. Des plantations forestières et agroforestières à objectifs multiples avec le concours des partenaires publics et privés dans une répartition telle 700 000 hectares pour les industriels privés, 200 000 hectares par les services publics de l'État et 100 000 hectares par les petits promoteurs. Ce vaste programme qui contribue à l'effort du Congo dans la lutte contre le changement climatique devait, à n'en point douter, générer des emplois verts, fournir des produits forestiers et agricoles aux populations. Un autre projet ambitieux dénommé Bateke Carbone SIC, lancé le 6 novembre 2021 à l'occasion de la 36e journée nationale de l'arbre, permettra de séquestrer 10 millions de tonnes de carbone sur une période de 20 ans. En effet, le Congo va planter 40 000 hectares de forêt en vue de séquestrer plus de 10 millions de tonnes de carbone et lutter contre les changements climatiques. Ce projet se développe sur de vastes étendues de terres arables près de la localité d'Ongo dans le département des Plateaux au nord Congo. Il s'agit d'un projet d'envergure, le premier du genre en Afrique centrale, financé par Total Énergie dans l'objectif de compenser ses émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Enfin, le but du développement de la forestation et du reboisement est de reconstituer et d'étendre la couverture forestière nationale.
Merci. Nous ouvrons la phase des panélistes. La première panéliste sera la ministre Rosalie Matondo, qui va nous présenter la structuration des programmes nationaux d'afforestation et de reboisement et leurs objectifs à l'image du PRONAR. La deuxième panéliste sera Madame Camilia, qui va nous présenter l'expérience de la société Renco sur les apports spécifiques des plantations forestières industrielles au niveau des communautés environnantes. Et nous aurons ensuite Madame Tania, qui va nous présenter les enjeux, défis et opportunités financement des projets d'initiatives que nous avons lancés tout à l'heure, que nous avons indiqués tout à l'heure. La commissaire de l'Union africaine devrait nous rejoindre pour nous présenter l'appel de l'Union africaine sur l'initiative de la forestation et du reboisement. Sans plus tarder, nous allons passer la parole aux panélistes. Madame la ministre de l'économie forestière.
Merci infiniment. Donc, je disais que l'objectif de la décennie africaine et mondiale de la forestation et du reboisement, c'est de faire adopter cette initiative au niveau planétaire d'abord, et ensuite engager les pays à mettre en place des programmes nationaux d'afforestation et de reboisement à objectifs multiples. Nous avons parlé des objectifs liés à l'agriculture durable, à la production du bois d'œuvre, à la production du bois énergie, aussi à la séquestration du carbone. Nous avons parlé également de cet objectif qui permet d'associer donc les trois piliers du développement durable avec donc un essor économique des plantations, parce que les plantations c'est un produit qui peut apporter des revenus aux États et aux communautés. Les plantations peuvent donc nous permettre de lutter contre les effets du changement climatique en séquestrant le carbone, et les plantations sont des sources de revenus pour les communautés locales. Donc, dans le cadre du programme national d'afforestation, des programmes nationaux d'afforestation et de reboisement, nous pouvons couvrir les 3 piliers du développement durable. Je veux donc prendre l'exemple du Congo. Le programme national d'afforestation et de reboisement du Congo est un programme constitué de 3 piliers. Il y a le pilier industriel. Donc les plantations industrielles qui sont mises en place par les industriels qui viennent investir au Congo. Pour ce programme-là, il s'agit de 70%. J'ai oublié de vous dire que l'ambition du programme national d'afforestation et de reboisement du Congo, c'est 1 million d'hectares de plantations forestières et agroforestières en savane. Et donc 70% de cet objectif est réservé aux plantations industrielles avec les investissements. Donc ici, nous avons un exemple de Renko qui viennent donc créer des puits de carbone au Congo. Nous avons 2 exemples comme ça. Il y a Total Energy qui va créer 40 000 hectares. Il y a Renko qui va faire également 40 000 hectares. Il y a notre Société nationale de pétrole du Congo qui va faire 50 000 hectares. Donc ainsi de suite, jusqu'à concurrence de 700 000 hectares prévus pour les plantations industrielles. Le deuxième volet de notre programme, ce sont les plantations domaniales appartenant à l'État qui sont mises en place dans le domaine donc foncier de l'État. Donc il s'agit de 20% du programme, 200 000 hectares. Et ensuite, nous avons la dernière catégorie, ce sont les plantations communautaires, 100 000 hectares, donc 10% du programme, mis en place par les populations locales. Donc voilà la structuration de notre programme, et donc nous voulons que le monde entier adopte la mise en place des plantations pour que nous puissions juguler les effets du changement climatique et permettre en même temps de mettre en place un système de paiement pour services environnementaux pour les États et pour les communautés. Voilà, je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci Madame la Ministre qui a présenté la structuration du programme de l'initiative Afforestation et Reboisement pour l'Afrique et pour le monde. Ce n'est pas une chose difficile à faire. La République du Congo l'a déjà expérimenté et nous venons de suivre d'abord le film et ensuite les propos de son Excellence Madame la Ministre sur cette structuration. Nous enchaînons en passant la parole à la déléguée de Renko pour nous présenter l'expérience de la société Renko en matière d'afforestation.
Merci. Bonjour à tous tout d'abord. Je veux remercier donc la République du Congo et Madame la ministre Rosalie Motondo pour avoir invité la société Renko Green aujourd'hui ici à présenter son projet. Donc brièvement, je vais présenter la société. La société
Renko Green is a Congolese society company in Punta Negra, and it's an Italian company founded in 1979. So based in Congo, we developed these projects called Garden Carbon Jatambe, the aim being of foresting approximately 40,000 hectares of savanna. For Renko, it does account for a big initiative. We do believe in this project, and the company, Renko, started its business in the area of oil and gas, but lately we embrace the environment and green transition. So we wish to support projects, ever greener projects using renewable energies or also carbon sequestration, as we did in Congo. We have the possibility of signing the concession with the Congolese government thanks to the collaboration with the Ministry of Forest Economy thanks to the fact that Ranco is has been present in Congo for 20 years. And the company has the possibility of creating strong relationships with local population and with the local institutions. And the framework of the global fight against climate change, which brings us today here, I think the Jacambe project is a perfect image representation of Ranco contribution for reaching the the goals 2030 and 2050 of the United Nations. I would like to highlight the fact that the goals of this project are numerous. Well, first of all, we've got environmental goals. We wish to reforest 40,000 hectares, and we're also going to improve biodiversity of the forest plots, which we wish to keep. Moreover, we have a lot of social goals, meaning we sign with the Congolese government a specification sheet so that the company, Ranco, has to deploy all the social projects for the entire duration of the project, which is of 30 years. Meaning we are going to invest in the countries, we are going to build infrastructures, we are also going to restore already existing infrastructure like school, healthcare institution, units. We are also going to plan access to electricity and water and villages where there's no access to them. In the framework of the initiative and with the mindset of Ranco in the country, it's nothing new for Ranco, because over the last 20 years of presence in Congo, we have kept investing in the countries with a lot of social activities. And the economic goals, of course, meaning the goal of the project, of course, is to capture carbon present in the atmosphere by creating carbon credit, which we can sell on the global market. Everybody knows that the carbon credits which are available to fight against climate change are very useful. And thanks to this initiative, Ranco is going to embrace the fight against climate change. We strongly believe in this initiative. I would like to highlight once again the fact that Ranco is not a multinational company, it's an Italian company which strongly believes in this initiative and in the opportunity of the Congolese government to develop this initiative. I'd like to conclude by saying that relationships with local communities are of utmost importance for us for the success of this project. We try to involve the local population from the first phases of the project. So we carried out public inquiries, and we met approximately 300 or 400 persons at each meeting. We try to organize logistics for people living in remote places so that they can come to the meeting, so we can explain to them the project, to listen to their fears, to their concerns of the population related to this project. Because you have to understand that something new, and it's easy to understand that populations are going to have questions. We also created a team of social commitment, which is always here to listen to the population, to the questions or the issues of the local population. It's a local team, which is our communication channel with the local population, and they speak Kutuba, Lingala, French, and English. Thank you very much.
Merci,
thank you,
merci, Madame Camilla,
Mrs. Camilla, for the initiative Garden Carbon Dumbe with 40,000 hectares to increase carbon stock of Congo and harness to what Mrs. Minister said, the three pillars of sustainable development, economy, social, environment. So we're moving forward
de la directrice
in the sites, even with the head of the Forum of the United Nations for Forests.
Bonne arrivée, Madame la directrice.
Welcome.
Nous passons la parole
I
à
would now
Madame
like to give the floor to
Tania.
Mrs. Tanya
Madame Tania de l'UICN pour nous
of the
présenter les
USN
enjeux,
to present the stakes,
défis, opportunités,
challenges,
financements
opportunities, and
des
funding
projets de cette
of the
initiative.
project, this
Vous avez la parole,
initiative.
Madame Tania.
Mrs. Tanya, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Merci à toutes et à
Thank
tous
you
et
to
merci
all of
spécial à
you,
Madame
and
la
a special
ministre
thanks to
Matondo d'avoir
Mrs.
fait cette
Minister
invitation à
Mantondo
l'UICN
for
de partager ce
inviting
panel.
us
Donc moi,
to
je vais
share
plutôt
this panel.
aborder
So
la
I'm going
question
to tackle the
sous
issue
l'angle
of
de
from the point
l'appropriation
of view
des
of
initiatives
the
par les États. Tout à l'heure, nous
empowerment
avons
of
écouté Madame
the
la ministre
initiative
qui a
by
parlé
the
de la
state,
vision
where we
stratégique du
listen
Congo
to the
pour la
strategic
reforestation et
vision of
l'afforestation dans
Congo
son
for
pays. Je pense
reforestation and
que ce
afforestation
qu'il faudrait
in
inclure
what
dans
should
toutes
be
les politiques, les
included in
programmes et les
all
projets, les
policies,
initiatives qui
programs
financent
and
ces
projects, all the
justement,
initiatives.
c'est de savoir quelles sont
We should
les
know
visions, quels sont
what are
les
the
points d'entrée, quels
point
sont
of
les
view,
objectifs
what are the
des
entry
différents
points,
pays,
what are the
de
goals
manière
of
à les
different countries
accompagner pour
in
l'atteinte
order
de
to
ces objectifs-là.
support them for enriching
l'idée,
these
c'est que
objectives, these goals. So the
les
idea
activités qui se font dans ce
is
cadre-là
as follows. The
passent par la
activities carried out
dimension
in this framework
bottom-up.
should
Donc, ça
be
part des
bottom-up
communautés qui
approaches,
sont
meaning starting
appropriées et
from the
embrassées par le
community.
niveau étatique qui définit des
And
visions
then let's go
stratégiques.
up to
Et
the state
ensuite,
which is going to
là,
define
sur la
strategic
base des
vision.
priorités
And then
établies,
based on the
différents
priorities,
financements pourront
different
venir pour financer
fundings can
différentes
be
parties
included
de
to
ces initiatives-là. Je
finance
pense que c'est
different
ça qui est
steps of
important
this
parce
initiative. I think it's
que tant que
important
les pays,
because as long
les
as
autorités
the
nationales ne sont pas au
national
cœur et au
authorities
centre
are
de
not
ces
at the
initiatives, on
heart
peut
of this
avoir une panoplie de
initiative,
bonnes
you
idées,
can have a whole
mais ça ne
range of
répond
good
pas vraiment
ideas,
aux
but
besoins
it does not meet
des
the
différents
needs
pays,
of
aux
the
besoins
different
des
countries,
communautés locales.
the needs of
Donc
the
je pense
local
que
communities. So
c'est
I
vraiment bien
think
et félicitations encore à
that
la
I would
ministre
like to
d'avoir le lead de cette
congratulate you
initiative.
to have
Il
the
faut
lead
vraiment
of this
encourager les
initiative.
différents
You
autres
really
pays
have to
pour pouvoir
encourage the difference
embrasser et
from
emboîter le
different
pas par
countries
rapport à cela.
in order
Parce
to
qu'au-delà de
step
la République
in
du
these
Congo,
projects.
il
Because
y a
beyond the Republic
beaucoup
of
d'autres
Congo,
pays qui ont
there's a
le
lot
besoin,
of other
mais qui n'ont
countries
pas
which
encore les différentes
need,
étapes
but
pour
which have
pouvoir y
not been through
arriver.
the different
Et cela
steps
passe
to reach this.
nécessairement
And
par la
this
communication,
first start
par
with communication and
parce
education.
qu'on ne peut pas tout le
Because
temps
you
vouloir importer ce
cannot
qui se
always
fait ailleurs, alors
import
que chez nous,
what's
nous
being
avons
done
une valeur
elsewhere,
ajoutée
whereas
en
we
Afrique
do
qu'il
have
faut
a
mettre
value
en avant,
added
qu'il
in
faut
Africa
mettre
which
sur la
has to
table
be
pour que
highlighted,
justement
which
ça
has to be
puisse être
put on the
partagé
table, so it
non
can
seulement
be
en Afrique, mais
shared,
aussi au-delà,
not
sur la
only in
table de
Africa, but
négociations
also
internationales,
beyond,
comme nous le sommes
during the
aujourd'hui,
international
à la COP.
negotiation. As it is the
Et
case
un
here in
autre
the
point
COP
que je
today.
voudrais souligner,
Another
c'est
point I
l'importance
wanted to highlight is
des
the
produits de
significance
connaissances,
of
des
the
données qui
knowledge
seront donc à la
product.
base des
I
prises
mean,
de
this
décision.
data
Parce
which
que
will
ces
be
données-là, elles sont
at the
produites à
base of
travers
the
différents
decision
projets,
making, because
mais
they have
souvent
been
elles
produced
n'arrivent pas
via
ou elles ne
different
sont pas
projects, but
traduites
often they
de
don't
manière à ce
reach
que
or
les
they are not
décideurs puissent
translated,
s'appuyer
so that
dessus
decision
pour
makers
pouvoir
can
aller de
rely
l'avant.
on them
Donc,
to
on fait
move
pas souvent
forward.
des éternels
So
recommencements,
sometimes
des
it's
cycles de
always
financement qui
the
ne répondent pas aux
same
besoins,
old
qui
story
ne
of
répondent
the
pas
funding cycle
à
which
la
don't meet the
réalité,
need
au
or which do not
contexte
meet
du
the
terrain.
reality
Donc c'est
of
vraiment bien que
the
nous avons ici
ground
l'exemple
setting.
de comment
So
les
here we
dimensions
have the
locales,
example of
nationales
how
et
national,
globales
local,
sont
and
liées
global
comme un
dimensions
tout pour
are
pouvoir atteindre des
related to
objectifs
each
qui
other in order
finalement
to
sont
reach
communs
target,
aux différents
which
pays.
will
On parle de
eventually
l'Afrique, mais
be
aussi de
common
la
to
planète.
different
Donc
countries.
il est
Because we talk
extrêmement
about
important
Africa,
que
but also
ces
about our planet.
mécanismes
So it's
de
very
financement
important to
tiennent
have
compte
such
des
mechanism,
enjeux, des
funding
besoins,
mechanism, to
du
take into
renforcement de
account the
capacités qui
needs
est
for
nécessaire
capacity
pour outiller
building,
les
to
pays et les
provide
autres
the
partenaires qui
tools
sont
to the
en
different
œuvre en
countries
place dans les
or the
différents
other
pays et
partners
dans la région pour mettre
in
en
the
œuvre
other
notre
countries
propre
to
vision
implement
du
our
développement
own
qui passe,
approach
bien
of the
entendu,
development,
par la
which of
préservation
course
de
will
nos
go via the conservation of our resources, but also in a sustainable way in order to meet our common goals. Thank you very much. Now, we have to implement our own vision of the development. That's the initiative of afforestation and reforestation for Africa, for the world. We have a few slides to show now for the presentation of FAO. Well, I'd like the IT team to prepare. So that's it. Here it goes. The comment is in the film and in the slides. So there's no need for commenting upon it. It's already part of the film.
Le volume, s'il vous plaît.
I'm forestry officer in the unit of the FAO. I work with other countries in the process devoted to climate funding for providing solutions in the forestry unit. I would like to start this presentation by highlighting the importance and the potential of carbon storage, like mangroves and the forest, to limit the climate warming. It is so that it might contribute for 1% to the sequestration of greenhouse gas emissions. So it's very important to preserve them, to restore them. Therefore, despite their potential, significant potential as climate solution, the funding devoted to them is well under the needs to reach the goal on climate change, biodiversity, and neutrality of land degradation. These needs are assessed to $400 billion per year by 2050, and the current investment and carbon sequestration cover, in the best cases, only 5% of these needs. Allow me to zoom on carbon funding, first on result-based funding in the funding program of the Warsaw Framework and in Article 5 of the Paris Agreement, and 22 countries are involved in these approaches, received or are going to receive payments, approximately $3 billion to be reinvested in their strategy. They come from 4 different sources, and the Green Climate Fund, and the Cooperative Fund from the World Bank, and the bilateral receptors, and the LIFT Coalition of bilateral source, and the LIFT Coalition with $60 million with Ghana and Costa Rica. Second, the voluntary market of carbon, accounting for a market value year-to-year, YOY, of approximately $10 billion. On the graph, you see the peak of growth, and after the implementation of the development mechanism, and the second after the definition of the rules by Paris Agreement. Even though the values were of $2 billion for the years 2021 and 2022, and position them as a relevant source, so there's still some challenge coming up. First, the credibility related to environmental credibility of the result, the technical capacity of this sector growing, and the safety in the stability, transparency, and governance of the country are highlighted.
I would like to insist on the fact that the investment fund for carbon are not sufficient, and when we show on the former appliance, it needs 1 billion. So as a consequence, the country has to adopt a broader vision for the strategies of funding by combining all sources and possible mechanisms to meet the deficit of funding. Other carbon funding that I have explained, we have to consider option of public finance domestic funding to allow investment to generate results in terms of reduction of deforestation, and have a payment for those results and investment. So to conclude, I would like to underline some key messages. First of all, continuous efforts will be necessary to support a solid offer of policies and action. So we need an holistic approach of the research of funding that examines all the sources of climate fundings. Secondly, talking into especially carbon funding, it is necessary to create a mechanism, carbon mechanism accessible to local communities and autochthons. So we need a reinforced framework with environmental integrity and social advantages for the emission reduction. Then, finally, the Paris Agreement represents a big change for the country in terms of NDCs, and with the and next year the use of cooperative approaches of transfers and international mitigation results, and corresponding adjustment will be necessary. Thank you so much. So here in the presentation you can find some source links on different publications of FAO. Thank you. So we have noted the interest of a mixed funding to meet the deficit that a lot of countries have in the implementation of programs. So the interest of mixed funding. So we have also noted the two important peaks regarding the carbon market, with the peak of 2008, with the arrival of MDP mechanism and development, and the peak of 2021 with the Paris Agreement. So we heard that next to your chairs there are headsets, so you can ask directly the question. So it's headset with mic. So the panelists have headsets. So we will leave you the mic if you have questions.
Les panélistes, vous avez les casques. Question, le micro baladeur arrive.
The mic is coming. So for people having questions, you can raise your hand. You can indicate to who you are asking the questions. So you introduce yourself. Thank you. So I'm Dr. Akibode Nelson. I'm from Togo. My question is for Her Excellency Madame the Minister. I really appreciated the initiative of Congo, and in her presentation, what interests me most when we speak of carbon credit and carbon sinks, there is the time factor. That is to say, we need a minimum of 2 decades or a quarter of century, and the communities to who we ask, they have to concede or dedicate a part of their lands to be able to implement this carbon sink of sequestration. They don't have the same reading that the one we have as technicians. There are communities that want to live day by day. So I would like to ask to Madame the Minister, So what is the approach that can guarantee, that will comfort the communities, that as a counterpart of the option of the state? Today I'm seeing in what the state wants to do. We are used to say govern is foresee. So Madame the Minister is what you are doing. So it's in a long-term time. So, but for the communities, what is planned? It is really important, and it's that will comfort them to start the process, to accompany the action of the state. And my last preoccupation on the movie, I saw a man with hands that with the naked hands. He must work in a nursery. So does he have insurance? Because for people working bare hands, they need an insurance to accompany those actors, those stakeholders. In this initiative, is it planned, this kind of insurance? Thank you. Thank you. Hi, dear delegates. I'm the director of the UN Secretary for the Forest Forum. It's not to ask you a question, it's just to promote you, Madame the Minister, for all the efforts done. I know that it's not dating from today's initiative that you are taking within the afforestation program. I think that today more than ever, we have to show that the forest, we have to prove that the forest is at the same time the solution to the climate, but it can also be an issue if we don't protect our forests, if we don't restore them. So the question that you just asked on how to reconcile the short and long term, it has been always the issue in the forest resources in particular. The communities themselves, they know that the forest constitute a source of livelihood, and we have to accompany the local communities, whereas they accompany the action of the state. So we have to seize those opportunities and reinforce them while we protect the same forest that serve as source of livelihood, so that we can protect them. In any way, you have all our support regarding the Secretary of Forest Forum in the United Nations. I would like to show you our support. We are continuing to accompany you. I know that it's your passion, and we want to accompany you. Unfortunately, I have to leave, but you have my support. Thanks, Madame the Director, for your support. It's really important for this initiative. Any other question? Hi, I'm Renisuri of the American Forest Service. It's not a question, it's just an element, a thought element. I would like to ask if we had thought about a follow-up framework, supervision framework. We already talked about the objective of 1 million of hectares. We talked about the efforts that are already implemented. So maybe it's interesting to estimate those different efforts in order to be able to quantify and to have an assessment. We followed also the last presentation that was how to be able to access the funding of those efforts, going through a framework that can do the follow-up and quantify the different efforts on site. Thank you. So we will get the last question. Thank you. I'm Mr. Maurice Badongo from Congo Brazzaville. So first, it's to congratulate all the panelists that mentioned this very important issue, and mainly regarding the presentation of Madame the Minister. There is one aspect that maybe we didn't insist enough on, and it's the representative of RANCO with the training. So as long, it can be either the trainers as long as the local communities, because people that are going to train those local communities have to be trained. They need capacity building, and it's a very important aspect that we have to assess on the first plan. So here's my proposition. So we are taking the last question, and then we will leave the... I'm Arsène Selele, President of the Technical Committee of Consultation for the wood industry and forest. So I'm really moved today to speak, to talk in front of this great lady that we have nicknamed Madame Bongari. My daughter that started to plant at the year of 4-year-old, when she turned 18 years old, during the cycle of the 3 basins, we called her Baby Pona. So I'm asking modestly, Madame de Society and Madame of Lucen, it's not a project of Congo anymore. It's a global project. I really believe strongly in that. And all people in this room, you have to be ambassadors of this project so that this project can be a reality in all countries. And you know that there is a Great Green Wall that is the biggest green project in Africa. I told you, I regret that Mr. Tanju is not in this room, because everything coming from United Nations and United States. So I'm very moved. I don't know how to finish, but please, it's a strong commitment, because Congo in 2016 that started with Great Green Wall, we put the mission to Congo to take the mission to inform all Africa on the afforestation economy. And I was present, and it's Congo that is holding this mission. So everybody that is here try to support. So Madame the Minister, please. We will launch in a few hours the initiative, the voluntary initiative for afforestation. Now we have the afforestation. Why? Because there are human beings. An elephant is the biggest afforestation actor, so we can't put him behind. So Madam, we would like you to launch what? It's taking place at the Great Green Wall initiative. So I'm following what my brother said before. After the training, we need educating. Education and training are the fundamental basis. Thank you. The interpreters are stopping the interpretation.
On va terminer par la ministre. Il y a...
Déjà. Comme vous voulez. Donc, je peux seulement, Madame, vous...
Merci. Merci infiniment. Je crois que mon micro marche. Merci infiniment pour vos questions qui montrent l'intérêt que vous avez pour cette initiative. Je voudrais vous rassurer, notre collègue du Togo, que dans chaque projet industriel de 40 000 hectares, il y a 2 000 hectares pour les communautés locales. C'est pourquoi nous associons les plantations forestières et les plantations agroforestières. Parce que le Congo, c'est un pays qui n'est pas très peuplé. Nous avons 5 millions d'hectares, 5 millions de populations, pardon, sur 11 millions d'hectares de savane non valorisées. Donc la problématique de la concurrence des terres ne se pose pas au Congo. Et je vous invite d'ailleurs à venir nous visiter, pour venir voir la réalisation. Parce que ce qui manque en Afrique, c'est le partage de connaissances, c'est le partage d'expériences. Nous sommes là, M. Ngelele, je vous remercie d'avoir rappelé cela. Le Congo a été pris pour coordonner cette initiative de reboisement ou bien de l'économie verte en Afrique, parce que nous avons une expérience de plus de 50 ans. Donc c'est pourquoi j'invite les pays frères à nous contacter pour que nous échangeons des modalités de mise en œuvre. Mais je voudrais aussi vous rassurer que dans le cadre de ce programme de reboisement, les paiements pour services environnementaux, c'est l'objectif final. Les populations qui s'engagent à planter sur leur terre obtiennent des financements, des paiements pour services environnementaux et à l'intérieur des plantations, les mises en place, les plantations, des cultures vivrières pour les communautés. Donc, ils n'attendent pas le long terme. Et nous savons également que la comptabilisation des crédits carbone ne se fait pas après 10 ans. Dès que vous plantez, dès que vous suivez les plantations, la comptabilisation se fait et les paiements se font. Donc voilà, je voudrais vous rassurer que tout cela est pris en compte. Alors, pour ce qui est de l'assurance, oui, les sociétés, vous voyez, ce sont les sociétés qui ont de l'assurance. Déjà dans l'engagement des communautés comme employeurs. Parce que l'un des objectifs aussi, c'est créer des emplois dans ces milieux ruraux où il n'y a pas d'industrie, où il n'y a rien. Quand on installe ces plantations, c'est vraiment pour créer, parce que ce sont des projets à haute intensité de main-d'œuvre. C'est pour créer aussi des emplois pour ces populations pauvres. Nous disons qu'on ne peut pas lutter contre le changement climatique si nous ne luttons pas contre la pauvreté. Parce que la forêt, c'est ce qui apporte des biens et services aux communautés. Donc nous devons aussi lutter contre la pauvreté. Donc le fait de prendre ces jeunes, travailler, c'est pour nous aussi une assurance de vie. Mais en dehors de ça, j'ai compris, dans le cadre de l'utilisation des produits en pépinière et autres, effectivement, ils ont des protections et l'assurance est là parce que c'est des grandes sociétés qui le font. L'UCAID, merci pour cette... nous avons même écrit une lettre avec l'Union africaine pour vous demander de participer à cette initiative. Donc merci pour ce que vous dites, parce que c'est important le suivi de ce que nous faisons. Le Congo le fait, mais l'initiative aujourd'hui est mondiale. Donc nous devrons tous porter cette initiative et vos idées sont les bienvenues. Nous allons envoyer la note conceptuelle, s'il vous plaît, amendez-la pour qu'on intègre ce que vous venez de dire dans le cadre de la note conceptuelle qui va être distribuée à tous les partenaires qui veulent nous accompagner dans le cadre de cette initiative. Donc nous vous remercions infiniment. Et puis la formation, oui, la formation est une ligne qui est incluse dans tous les projets que nous faisons. D'abord, c'est une occasion pour les jeunes finalistes des écoles ou des universités d'intégrer ces projets. Mais en même temps, le fait que les populations viennent entreprendre à l'intérieur de ces projets, c'est la formation sur le tas. On les forme sur le tas. Et donc, pour nous, la formation et la sensibilisation des communautés, comme l'a dit Madame Camilia de Rinco, c'est dès le départ, dès la réflexion, dès l'élaboration du projet, jusqu'à la signature du cahier de charges et engagé par les communautés locales. Voilà ce que je peux apporter comme réponse à toutes les questions, les préoccupations. Je voudrais vous remercier infiniment pour votre participation parce que l'initiative aujourd'hui n'appartient plus au Congo. C'est M. Ngelele qui l'a dit. L'initiative est notre initiative. Nous avons besoin des organisations internationales comme l'USAID, l'UCN, la FAO, le FNUF, qui vient de nous présenter son engagement ici. Nous avons besoin de tout le monde pour que cette initiative puisse combler, puisse s'associer à l'initiative de la restauration et autre chose. On restaure les écosystèmes dégradés, mais ici, il est question d'augmenter nos superficies forestières à travers la forestation et le reboisement en savane. Je voudrais vous remercier pour votre aimable attention.
Merci. Sous nos acclamations, applaudissons les panélistes. C'est la fin de ce site event puisque nous avons débordé de 15 minutes. Il y a un autre panel qui va arriver. Donc on voudrait une fois de plus vous remercier pour votre participation. L'initiative est lancée. Elle a été actée par l'Union africaine. Donc merci Madame la ministre de l'économie forestière. Merci Mesdames les délégués de RENCO et de l'UICN. Merci à vous, honorables et distingués participants. Bon après-midi. Photo de famille. Ensuite, il y a un cocktail.
Development, Triple CPA, and Adelphi. I would also like to note and welcome the online participants who are joining us today virtually. The objectives of this side event are to continue to deepen our understanding of the climate change, peace and security nexus, with findings from the climate security risk assessment studies conducted in the continent, highlight the contextual risks, threats, and vulnerabilities as exacerbated by climate change, put forward recommendations on addressing climate change impacts in Africa in a holistic, integrated, catalytic, and sustainable manner, and contribute to sustained partnerships in financing adaptation, resilience, mitigation efforts to climate change through enhancing peace, security, and conflict prevention in Africa. Without further ado, I now have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency, Ambassador Ahmed Abdellatif, Director General of Triple CPA, Head of CRISP Secretariat, and Chair of the African Network of Think Tanks for Peace, Net for Peace, to deliver his welcome remarks. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you on this very important occasion. And Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by recognizing the presence of His Excellency Ambassador Bankole Adeoye, African Union Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, and Her Excellency Ambassador Janaba Jain, Chairperson of the Peace and Security Council from the Gambia at the African Union. Thank you for joining us today. And also let me at the outset express my deep appreciation for the excellent cooperation that we've had as Egypt and as Triple CPA with the African Union Commission on this very important topic of climate, peace and security. As you know, the 6th IPCC assessment report on adaptation and vulnerability clearly showed that Africa is really the most vulnerable continent to climate change due both to its high exposure to climate impacts and its low adaptive capacity. And it is confronted to its increasingly devastated impacts. And I think we can see these impacts, we are well aware of them in the Horn of Africa, in the Sahel. Horn of Africa has seen one of its worst droughts in decades with 1 million displaced people in, for example, Somalia. We also know that as a result of climate impacts, there will be increased mobility in Africa. Reports indicate that by end of this century, if we do not take action, there could be as much as 100 million Africans displaced by climate. This has huge consequences for the peace and stability of our continent. So Africa has a big stake in this discussion on climate peace and security for the reasons I have mentioned. And actually Africa has been, and the African Union has been very active on this issue, particularly its bodies, the Peace and Security Council. In 2021, actually, the Peace and Security Council of the African Union met at the heads of state level, got together to discuss this issue and adopted an important communiqué calling on a holistic approach to resilience, to prevention, and to strengthening the nexus in Africa, and called the African Union Commission to mainstream climate change in all its activities, in particular early warning and the prevention of climate change-related violent conflicts. There have been several other meetings of the African Union Peace and Security Council, and in June, last June also, the African Union Commission issued the African Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy and Action Plan 2022-2032, and this strategy and action plan identified the issue of the interlinkages between climate security and the importance of Africa's responsive and to strengthen Africa's response to this issue. To the issue that brings us here today, actually, the African Union Peace and Security Council, in its meeting in November 2021, requested the AUC to prepare a study on the climate, peace, and security nexus to inform its work, and that was the origin of the risk assessment, the Africa Risk, the ACRA report that we will be presenting here today. Very proud that this request was made during Egypt chairmanship of the council at the time. So again, Egypt has been very actively mobilized on this issue. I'd like to greet our mission in Addis Ababa, who is with us here today, represented by a colleague from the mission, and Ambassador Mohammed Gad, our PR in Addis, who have been very mobilized on this issue. So it's November 21 that we have the request, and today we are seeing the results of it. Just to add that also as part of this momentum in Africa, when Egypt hosted the COP last year, we also wanted to give a significant spotlight on this issue and how important it is for Africa. So we launched, with the support of the African Union and UNDP, an initiative called Climate Responses for Sustaining Peace, CRISP. And this is the first ever initiative at COP on climate, peace, and security last year at COP27. And it really paved the way for raising the profile of this issue at COP, and also bringing to it a broader framework that is also in tune with African needs and realities in terms of the importance of adaptation, of finance, of national ownership to this. And we've had an excellent collaboration with the African Union Commission in taking the initiative forward through training, through capacity building, our climate programming for sustaining peace program, and other activities. And we see that at COP this year, the UAE has built on this momentum and decided to have the first Peace Day on the 3rd of December, and then the adoption of the first Declaration on Peace. And the Declaration of Peace that was issued on 3rd of December actually references the climate responses for sustaining peace as an African initiative, so Africa is also in that declaration through this initiative. So I think it's been a journey, and very honored to have been part of it. Very honored also to have collaborated with the African Union and Adelphi in the preparation of the ACRA report. We hosted with Adelphi and the African Union Commission the North Africa consultation in preparation for the report at CCCPA in Cairo, and again, it was a very good opportunity to also put a spotlight of this sub-region in the preparation of the report. Finally, this report shows the importance the African Union attaches to knowledge informing action, informing policy, among many other examples. In particular, Commissioner Bankole has made this a priority, as we can see in this study, but also in the launch of this network of African think tanks for peace, which is part of the same momentum to have better knowledge and analysis inform the work of the African Union Commission. And then I am confident, I'm very happy that we now, as Africans, will go to the international fora, and we have this study with us in our hands, amplifying African voices in the global debate on climate, peace, and security. So this is a subject for great satisfaction, and congratulations to those who really made this possible, particularly the African Union Commissions with all the member states and with the support of Adelphi. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your remarks and for shedding light on the important collaboration between the Center, CCCPA, and the African Union, the continuous fruitful partnership, and of course with Adelphi on the development of the study. We will now commence with the keynote remarks. We will start with Her Excellency Ambassador Jainaba Jagne, Chairperson of the African Union Peace and Security Council and Permanent Representative of the Gambia to the African Union. Your Excellency, I have the pleasure to yield the floor to you. Please.
Excellencies, members of the Peace and Security Council of the African Union, representing the entire members of the Council. Am I audible over the other sound? I'm fine, okay. Ambassador Bankole Adoyi, Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, Ambassador Ahmed Abdel Latif, Director CCCPA, esteemed guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate this opportunity as Chair of the Peace and Security Council of the African Union for the month of December to deliver a statement on behalf of the Council. First, allow me to commend the Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security, under the able leadership of His Excellency Ambassador Bankole Adoyi, the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, for spearheading the important work of the agenda, Nexus between climate change and peace and security beyond our expectations. This Council has been briefed on the initial findings of a comprehensive climate risk assessment study conducted across the continent, which we are optimistic will guide the development of the report of the chairperson of the African Union Commission and the Common African Position on Climate Change, Peace and Security Nexus. It is a clear testimony that the Commission is fully engaged in advancing understanding of climate change-related security risks and threats on the continent in a bid to nurture lasting solutions to the multitude of challenges being faced. As climate change stands as one of the major defining challenges of our time, the Peace and Security Council would relentlessly treat it as a priority. Relatedly, at our recent meeting on climate change, peace and security nexus on 7th of November 2023, the Council welcomed the preliminary findings of the African Continental Climate Security Risk Assessment Report on Climate Change, Peace and Security Nexus, and the report of the chairperson of the African Union Commission on the study on the nexus between climate change, peace and security in Africa. These efforts deepen our understanding of the intricate and causal relationship between climate change and durable peace and security. And this, we hope, will further improve our national and institutional capacities to respond to the need for effective adaptation, resilience, mitigation, and peace building. As we explore innovative ideas, assess diverse perspectives, and unlock durable solutions, allow me to commend the unwavering commitment of the African Union Department for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, and the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment, think tank Adelphi, and the Cairo International Center for Conflict Resolution, Peacekeeping, and Peace Building in providing the necessary technical support. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a growing body of evidence confirmed that climate change contributes to the reshaping of regional and international peace and security and compounds human suffering and zero-sum competition for scarce national resources. In this regard, it is completely unfair to our continent that despite our carbon footprint being relatively small, we bear the great brunt of climate change. The global community cannot afford to not listen to our stories and the unbearable plight of our people. We simply cannot talk about sustainable development without talking about climate change. Therefore, it is an anathema that the debate on loss and damage is taking a long time. The required financing should be urgently provided. Additionally, the Peace and Security Council has emphasized the importance of member states' active engagement ensuring that the Common African Position reflects capacity needs and gaps in building a robust mitigation regime for climate change. Consequently, for the African Union Commission, it is important to provide more capacity building support to member states and collaborate more intensively with regional economic communities in climate change security risk mitigation. This also requires investment in the green transition and creating equal opportunities for growth, development, and innovation. Furthermore, there is a need to develop local value chains for green technologies, aligning with existing AU-led initiatives, such as the Great Green Wall, Early Warnings for All in Africa, and the African Union Green Recovery Action Plan. The Common African Position should further stress the importance of strengthening Africa's collective voice and expanding the scope of the agenda of the African Group of Negotiators. On behalf of the Peace and Security Council, I'm encouraging all member states to make their contributions to the Common African Position to make it comprehensive, including the views of all member states. Also, we need to redouble efforts to to mobilize predictable and sustainable climate financing and strengthen African analysis, research, and data collection for more contextualized insights into climate-related security, which will contribute to the knowledge base for effective decision-making. I thank our partners, including GIZ, the Irish Embassy to the African Union, and the United Nations Development Programme for the support they continue to provide in our climate change mitigation agenda. Excellencies and dear participants, this is the first time the Peace and Security Council is attending a meeting of the Conference of the Parties. However, we embody a strong commitment for the Council to be fully involved in the discourse and the processes of mitigating climate change and the risks it includes for peace and security. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for your remarks. And perhaps, if I may reiterate some of the main points of your excellent intervention, which is the need to address the capacity gaps that persist when it comes to advancing and addressing holistic responses in the continent in the area of climate peace and security and climate mitigation, as well as just sustainable climate financing that meets the needs of the continent. Considering our very low contribution to the climate crises that blights the world as a whole. Moving forward, it gives me a great pleasure to invite to the podium Dr. Seth Osafo, representative of the African Group of Negotiators, to address you with remarks. Dr. Osafo, you now have the floor.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this invitation to the African Group of Negotiators. They are now engaged in the negotiation. The chair is unable to come, but I'm here to represent them. At the very inception of international engagement with climate change, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change described climate change as a creeping catastrophe. At that time, way back, maybe not too long ago, 1988 to 1990, we had no idea of what impacts, the adverse impacts that climate change was going to have on us. And at that time, I just want to highlight the importance of this issue at the very beginning for two distinguished and illustrious sons of Africa. One was Dr. Mustafa Kemal Tolba from Egypt, who was the executive director of UNEP. And then the other one was Dr. G.O.P. Obasi, who was then the Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization in Geneva. Now, these two distinguished sons of Africa, in their collaboration between the environment and meteorology, discovered that temperatures were rising across the planet. And so the two gentlemen came together and established the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, consisting of distinguished climate scientists, researchers, academics, and trying to mobilize support and understanding. This led to the establishment of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And since its inception, they have issued 6 reports. And the latest report, which was issued in March, has a whole chapter devoted to Africa. And I want to highlight some of the things that they said about Africa. It's been said already by the speakers. And everybody who speaks about Africa is able to say from the IPCC report that the continent of Africa contributes very little to greenhouse gas accumulations in the atmosphere. As a matter of fact, Africa contributes about 4% of the total global emission of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. And then they also add that Africa is the continent that is most vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. And this is due to our lack of capacity to address the adverse impacts of climate change. But if you read the chapter on Africa, and this they've said all along, the impact of climate change on Africa is severe. They identify biodiversity loss. We're losing our forests. It's affecting agricultural farmlands. It's affecting food security, food production. And they also report that since 1961, the arable farmlands of Africa have been reduced to about 31%, what we had before. And they also said that 52 to 62% of sub-Saharan workforce is employed in agriculture, and 95% of agriculture is rain-fed. So again, this is the challenge that Africa faces: water shortage, droughts, and so on and so forth. And these are immense. Now, if you talk about water shortage, you're not simply talking about maybe agriculture. You're also talking about power generation. There have been instances in Africa where countries that depend on hydropower have to start rationing power simply because the water level has gone down and it cannot generate power anymore. Now, when there is water shortage, there's the movement of people from where they were farming, where they were staying, trying to find arable land and places where they stay. Their animals go with them. And that, I believe, shows some of the relevance of the topic that we are discussing here. Peace, security. There have been several instances on our continent where herdsmen have moved from where they had their cattle, where they had water and food, they go to other places, and there is conflict between them and the communities looking for their food. I'm saying all this, and I could go on and on. But if you look at the agenda that we have for our negotiations, you wouldn't find peace and security. But the issues we are discussing actually affect peace and security. So what's the way forward for Africa? It's been saying that for Africa, adaptation is key, and it is a priority. And it is true. Climate change is happening. And it will continue for some time. But we can't sit down and fold our hands. We have to adapt to the impacts of climate change. So for us in the negotiations, adaptation is the key priority for Africa. Secondly, finance and means of implementation. Africa was not the cause of climate change. It was the development pattern of the developed countries over the years, since about 1840, with their engines and so on, emitting greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, it accumulating, causing the warming for which we are feeling the effect. And so when we were negotiating the Climate Change Convention, if you go to the convention and you look at Article 4.5, you will see that the developed countries accepted the commitment to provide financial resources to the developing countries to enable them meet their commitments under the convention. And they promised not only to provide money, but they also promised to provide technology, to enhance capacity building, and what is needed for us to address climate change. But what has happened? None of this is happening. At Copenhagen in 2009, the developed countries promised $100 billion a year, starting from 2020, to assist developing countries to meet the adverse impacts of climate change. As at now, that amount has not materialized. In fact, it was just before we came to this conference that a report came out from OECD that they have met the 100,000. And it's doubtful, and everybody is asking questions. How did you meet it? So we are waiting for their response. Now, again, I will say that loss and damage, and I think this happened in Egypt last year. It was a wonderful achievement of the conference, but a few outstanding things were left out. The operationalization of the loss and damage fund. Thankfully, at this conference, a lot has been done. In fact, the presidency was so smart that at the very first day of the beginning of the conference, he managed to get the decision on the operationalization of loss and damage to be adopted. This doesn't happen. Adoption usually happens at the end of the conference. But he decided that, look, we would get this decision on loss and damage adopted. And they have been able, the parties have been able to adopt this decision. So here we are, loss and damage is on its way to operationalization. And it's important for Africa because it is not every damage that has been caused by climate change that you can adapt to. You can adapt to a certain extent, but it's not all of them. When there is damage, then you have to replace it. If your infrastructure, roads, bridges are washed away by the river, what do? You cannot adapt. You actually have to reconstruct. So these are some of the key issues that we are talking about. And over time, we've also realized that in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere, we should be looking at the role of fossil fuels in this whole exercise. Developed countries are being told to reduce their emissions because they are able, they are capable, and they have the resources. But we in Africa also have to do our part. So these are some of the things we are doing in the negotiations. It's our priority. We have the mandate from the African heads of states and the AMSEN ministers to push our priorities, and we keep doing that. But we are in a negotiation. It's a give and take, but we do the best to try and help Africa in this exercise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Osafo, for the excellent remarks, and maybe we can highlight two important points that you have discussed, which is adaptation as a key tool for meeting the needs of the African continent in climate peace and security, and also climate finance and the monumental establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund in COP27 by the Egyptian presidency. I think there is a lot to be done indeed in this regard, and we look forward for fostering this conversation in this COP. Now I would like to invite to the floor Adelphi, who have held the pen and done a tremendous job with the development of the ACRA study. So let me welcome Janani Vivekananda to the floor to tell us a little bit more about the ACRA study. Janani, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Sarah. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's such a pleasure to be here to share, after almost an entire year of very intensive work, the first part of the ACRA, the Africa Climate Security Risk Assessment. Since the beginning of the year, the African Union, Adelphi, and numerous regional partners have worked tirelessly producing this assessment, and now I can happily say that we have something which is bringing something fundamentally new to this space, a joint African perspective on climate and security. I want to tell you a bit about how, because I think we've heard a lot about the value of this and some of the findings, and we'll hear more about the findings from the next speaker. But in terms of the how, the assessment was conducted through a rigorous process of combining regional stakeholder consultations with national as well as international expertise. To really forge a comprehensive perspective. It was a real honor for Adelphi to work with the AU to realize this process. We, of course, being an independent organization outside of the AU, we're not providing the answers here, but climate security is Adelphi's bread and butter. We've been looking at this issue for over 20 years, so we were able to provide some of the questions that needed to be asked and the methodology. So we drew on Adelphi's methodology from Weathering Risk, and that is a state-of-the-art way to approach climate security risks, combining a climate lens alongside localized human security analysis to really kind of drill down and understand the analysis to understand these dynamics through which climate, peace and security pathways come about in very specific ways in different contexts. So this approach puts human security at the center. Instead of focusing exclusively on hard security risks or number of battle deaths or direct causal links between climate change and conflict, we wanted to understand things like how climate can affect economic security, how it affects food, how it affects health, how it affects political stability. And then using this kind of foundational understanding with this people-centered approach, we could then zoom out to identify national, regional, and geopolitical dynamics where climate, peace, and security come together. So this was achieved by combining local, national, and regional experts to channel their knowledge and inputs into this report. As you heard from Ambassador Latif, regional consultations were held in all of the AU's 5 regions, and partners for the implementation were, for the consultations were the RECs, but also, and partners like CCCPA. But the consultations also provided a platform for government representatives, experts, think tanks, academia, also civil society, business representatives, and also youth, to provide all different perspectives to understand this in a really 360-degree way. And then the authors and the Adelphi team were able to combine these insights with scientific climate expertise on very localized climate impacts to create the first analysis of climate security risks across and within different regions of the African continent. So although this assessment was a major undertaking, I really want to stress that we're ahead of the curve. Africa is ahead of the curve here, because this is the first time that we're seeing an inclusive and comprehensive overview of all climate security risks across an entire continent. And I'm stressing inclusive because it's not a study which is using aggregate macro state level climate or human security data. It's looking at very localized, perceptional and intersectional data sets, and combining this with climate analysis. And in doing so, the AU is world leading and becoming one of the first international organizations to give this priority to climate security the security risks of climate change, but putting human security at the center of this. As the assessment demonstrates, Africa already boasts many innovative approaches to understanding climate security, including a highly developed continental early warning system. And I think the insights of this assessment will further encourage systematically expanding these existing capacities, as well as prioritizing entry points for intervention. So really moving us from some of the declarations and the assessments to operational programming. Importantly, I think one of the messages of the Accra to be carried forward is these entry points. It's not just an assessment and analysis for the sake of it. It really identifies interventions and priorities for programming and policies. It is also a kind of bedrock of evidence for African policy. As we've heard, the AU is seeking to establish a common African position on climate security, which Accra can inform. And it also makes it easier for African states to come together to speak with one voice on climate security at the international level. And we saw this through the Berlin Climate Security Conference in Nairobi, which produced a declaration on this, and also in the language of the Nairobi Declaration from September 2023. Lastly, I just want to mention that the Accra also sends a message internationally. It serves as an inspiration to other regions of the world. So the AU has boldly gone ahead in mapping its climate security risks as a first step to tackling them, really taking it seriously. I think other organizations across the world can learn from this in studying their own climate security risks, raising awareness, and raising political will globally. So I'm really glad that today we can present the executive summary. You may have a little flyer with a QR code so you can download the study to take a look. And I'm happy to say that the launch of the report will take place shortly in the new year. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Janani, for just walking us through the development process of the ACRA report. And I think it's very important how you discussed the human-centered approach in placing human security at the forefront and at the center of assessing and responding to the nexus of climate, peace, and security. And indeed, Africa is one of the most well-researched areas when it comes to climate, peace, and security. And it's a matter of taking knowledge to policy, to interventions and responses on the ground. Now, I would like to thank our esteemed panelists for their keynote remarks. We now proceed to the next segment of our event, and I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Honorable Ambassador Bankole Adeoye, Commissioner of Political Affairs, Peace and Security, to present the African Climate Security Risk Assessment Study and report of the Chairperson of the AU. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank the organizers of this event for giving us the opportunity to share our findings. A lot has been said, so I'll be very, very brief so that we can still have an interactive session. The most critical part is to look at how we came about this concept, the regional pathways, the key findings, and the key recommendations. Many of these issues have been stressed. This journey started in 2018 under the auspices of the African Union Peace and Security Council. Please flip the slides. Next slide. So this journey started in 2018, and over time, with stakeholders, with member states, with regional economic communities, with think tanks like the Kairos International Center, with the Peace and Security Council, we came to the conclusion of undertaking the study, which has been referred to by Adelphi. In collaboration with Adelphi, we are pleased to let you know that back in Cairo 2022, at COP 2017, 2020 COP 22, 27 COP, we presented the key messages arising from the nexus, peace, security, and climate. In 2024, we hope to present the common African position. But what is essential is that over time, we have seen a gradual recognition, acknowledgement by the international community that there is an impact, evolving impact, serious adverse impact on peace and security. Climate change definitely is a threat multiplier. It amplifies conflict in many situations. And I hope we'll be able to convince those who still doubt these issues. What do we see? And I think this is the most important slide. From the climate lens, you see more vulnerabilities. Social, political, economic cleavages exacerbating conflict. And then you see that climate-induced crisis in all regions worsen the situation of our continent, given the pervasive threats of terrorism, violent extremism, complex political transitions. They all happen in most of the most vulnerable communities, societies, and countries, and indeed regions. And the competition arising, as our brother from the Africa Group of Negotiators stated, as the chair of the Peace and Security stated, and as Adelphi indicated, you are having more competition, header farmers, competition for resources, for water, for everything that the earth is supposed to make us live better. So this is what we got from the Adelphi study that we collaborated on. And you look at every region, and I will just mention a few. In North Africa, you have the water risk, and you have the question of human mobility, which is migration, occasioned from people moving from West Sahel, Central East Africa, to the north. In West Africa, which I will call the epicenter of this study, you will see the livelihoods, the food insecurity, the question of agro-pastoral conflicts, and human mobility, really urban, rural dynamic, all creating additional crisis on our continent. And Sahel is that hub that has really demonstrated that the weather is also making life more difficult for conflicts. Central Africa, the same, because the activities of armed groups will rely on these vulnerabilities to portray their ideology. You go to East Africa, it's been stated what is happening in Somalia. Yes, the climate did not create Al-Shabaab, but Al-Shabaab thrives on the climate, given that the drought is now worsening, people are moving, and more damage is being done everywhere. It is all over our continent that everywhere in Southern Africa, you have shortage of water. You have weak natural resource governance. And this cross-regional geographic analysis focuses on the Sahel, Lake Chad Basin. For example, in Lake Chad Basin, it's common knowledge that, which you will see in the next slide, that the lake is shrinking. Yes, Boko Haram did not just use its ideology of hate, but it is also using that many of the youth who used to thrive on fishing in the lake have become jobless. And they are all. You go to the Lake Chad Basin, you will find thousands of youth only working with Boko Haram to destabilize the state and the region. So next slide. It is critical that you see, this is scientific, as to what the lake used to be in the 1960s, 1970s, and what it is now. It's obvious that over 30 million lives and livelihoods have been affected. And ISWAP, Boko Haram, thrive because the jobless youths have now become recruits for Boko Haram. This is very, very clear, and I want to assure you that in every way, there is no doubt, all the doubters that there's an impact of climate change on peace and security, we just need to look at this slide and see the evidence that we are in big trouble. When you talk about the water risk, the same. You can see in North Africa and you can see Southern Africa. What we must guard against is to ensure that we address this, as the CCPA has stated, that we have to respond to climate for sustaining peace. So south of the Sahara, the World Bank has also come up with the evidence that natural disasters have become worse between 1970 and 2022. And the same is also looking at the frequency of these disasters. What we are saying clearly is that there is an impact from climate change for the peace and security landscape. The Africa Center for Strategic Studies also has done the same analysis. The Congo Basin, the second largest rainforest in the world, also has its own vulnerabilities arising from the global carbon sink that is declining. The Sudan displacement, what is happening in Sudan today, the question in the Sahel, as I've stated, and even the Gulf of Guinea, where fishing, illegal fishing, has become another source of conflict. So all the regions point to a need for us to respond. But we have also singled out the plight of African island developing states. We need to know that they are vulnerable. Of course, it's already stated, it's clear, but that vulnerability also has its own impact on water, food, and energy security. It also has a change that is necessary to address this rain variability and saltwater intrusion, because many of our island states are small, and people like those who are in the Al-Shabaab in Mozambique using the high waters to smuggle and leading to transnational organized crime. So we have to have a collective response. These are the emerging issues that you see overall. This, as I stated, is compounding the availability of natural resources. As the African group of negotiators stated earlier, we are now having to deal with less arable land that is accessible, and that means competition between communities, between societies, and between states. It is also necessary that we have to work more on our food, water, and energy security, because we have to change our approach to these factors. Mobility trends are very, very critical, as you see, from not only across the Mediterranean, but across countries, and indeed across communities. Header farmers, farmer headers, all competing for that. And this provides us, in our own view, a very fertile ground for extremists, for terrorists, and for non-state armed groups to thrive. What did we find generally in the study, the Africa Climate Security Risk Assessment? First, there's low sensitization of the nexus that is evolving: peace, security, and climate. It is necessary to look at how best that we build the interface between the early warning. Yes, there's early warning for peace and security. We have the continental early warning system in the African Union. At the same time, member states and the AU also have separate early warning for floods, for droughts, and for climate-related challenges. But we don't speak to each other. And I think this is one of the things that the study has found out. We have to also build the necessary data. Of course, we all know how data is gathered and is lacking on our continent. But we have to work together with the international organizations and partners to get that right. We need integrated responses, which I've stated, particularly also in post-conflict situations. Because, as you know, for instance, Boko Haram is on the back end. But how do we ensure that the Lake Chad Basin is recharged? We need to work with ECAS countries to make that happen for the Lake Chad Basin and the rest of West Africa. We need to see the lack of indigenous climate security institutions. We have to invest more in community resilience, because this is missing. Of course, there is limited knowledge and research, which speaks to the first point, and I can go on that big, but I really want us to have a more discussion on this as we look at regional strategies that are necessary. The African Union has come up with the regional stabilization strategy for the Lake Chad Basin. That strategy has a huge climate security component, and that is what is necessary. So these risks have been found, but most of them are known to us, but we really have to do more in going forward. Next slide. What should be our response? The African Union wants to be a pace setter, and I think that's the purpose of this engagement. We have to also promote more inclusive and smart partnerships that will be fully embracing all actors. And I believe that's what our panelists said today. That's what you have said, you have listened when you listen to our keynote speakers, that we must bring in the civil society, the think tanks, the academia, everyone, government working together. The climate responses for sustaining peace is self-explanatory. From COP27 in Egypt, we have built a momentum that will result in ensuring that even climate finance also addresses countries that are just coming out of conflict. We have to work with the UNDP, more with the UNDP, more with UN agencies, and ensure that the NDCs, nationally determined contributions, really work. Of course, as the AGN stated, we know for sure that the priority is adaptation for our continent. We must also work with the African Development Bank, with all the stakeholders, in addressing the root causes of some of these conflicts in terms of crisis prevention. The greatest thing for us coming out of this COP28 in Dubai is that the recognition for relief, for recovery, and for peace. That declaration justifies the emphasis, the key messages that were presented in Egypt last year. We have to work together to make sure that all conflict-affected communities also build internal resilience against climate. The youth, women must all be fully involved. Going forward, as we look forward to a common African position on the nexus between peace, security, and climate change, we must fully acknowledge all stakeholders, build the necessary governance to make sure that we have the climate security capacities and our institutions at national, regional, and continental levels. We must build the awareness, and I believe this is an awareness-raising event. And I must thank especially ambassadors of the Peace and Security Council in the AU for accepting this charge. Going forward, the momentum must be built. When we talk of partnerships, it's not just with external actors, internal partnerships, internal with the regional bodies, with all our stakeholders, with the youth, with labor unions, with all those who have impact on this. We must mobilize the necessary resources. I believe from Copenhagen, we have been talking about the means of implementation for every climate change related event. Up to the Green Climate Fund, Africa must have access, and that access for us will help us more with going forward. Finally, we must acknowledge that if we need African solutions for this challenge, we must also have a common position that will be adopted by CAHOSC, our heads of state, the Assembly, the Peace and Security Council, and working closely with the Department of Agriculture, Rural Economy, and Blue Economy. Excellencies, let me end by thanking you all actors that have been pivotal to this exercise. I try to make it short because of time, and if there are questions, the panel and us will be ready to assist. But I must thank Adelphi, the member states, the Peace and Security Council, the African Union as a whole, AUDA, NEPAD, African Development Bank, GIZ, our bilateral partners, Irish government, for the support to this exercise. The study found out that the AU can be a pace setter on this particular thematic focus. But it's for the sake of peace. It's for the sake of building and sustaining peace. It's for the sake for the present conflicts not to be exacerbated, not to be multiplied because of climate change, because of human mobility. The totality of human security is the goal, is the import of this exercise. And I want to assure you that we hope COP28 will take into cognizance that as sustaining the future of Africa is essential for peace and security to be entrenched. I thank you so much. We recommend the study for your consideration, and copies are outside. We will also share the link, and we plan to launch this next year in Addis Ababa, all things being equal, with Adelphi and with the support of the African Union Peace and Security Council. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your presentation of the Accra study and the report of the Chairperson of the African Union Commission on Climate Change, Peace and Security. This is indeed a key step towards deepening our understanding of the intricate relations and connections between climate, peace and security, ultimately enabling more appropriate responses in the areas such as adaptation, resilience and mitigation. I would like now to open the floor for the interactive segment of this event. I wonder if we have our microphones ready, and please raise your hand if you have any questions to His Excellency Commissioner or the panel. Okay. Right, I'll just give the panel. So I'm giving the floor a few moments. Would you, I'm sorry, what was your hand raised? Right. Oh, so I have a question here. And
thank you very much for this really interesting presentation. I'm Harriet McHale from International Alert, and we are following this topic very closely. And considering we're here at COP28, I'll be really interested to hear from you. I mean, obviously there's been a call from all of you for increased conflict-sensitive climate finance. And this is the place where climate finance is discussed. It's being discussed right now, and I think we all know that it's not going too well. So I'd like to maybe hear from you how you think we could integrate this element of sustainable peace into negotiations, and how we could make sure that, for example, the declaration that was mentioned here today has a legacy throughout future COPs and beyond. Thank you.
I'm also re-echoing the previous speaker. Thank you very much for this wonderful work, very interesting presentation. My name is Andrew Kim. I'm from the International Water Management Institute. I just want to check to what extent this concept of climate security is welcomed by members of the AU. Is there some level of resistance, or is it something that has been accepted as a concept that they can work with going forward? Thank you.
we have another question to the back.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, congratulations to the AU and its partners for getting us to this point. I think it's a really big movement. And since 2021, the momentum that the AU has put into this has shown global leadership, and really we should celebrate that. My question is, knowing that we have this threat multiplier with climate change, knowing that the global military establishment in itself is a major contributor to climate change. I mean, the global military complex contributes 5.5% of the greenhouse gases in the world. That's more than the whole of the African continent. We have to be smart about what the responses are, and the responses can't be increased militarization. It would be really useful to get some commentary on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
My name is Ahmed, and I work for the Egyptian mission in Addis Ababa, and I would really like to thank all the distinguished and excellencies on the wonderful presentation and the wonderful work done in preparing this study. Now, my question may be directed to the distinguished representative of the African Group of Negotiators, and to be specific on the part of the African solutions to African problems, and as long as we really support this, but how can we make sure that the African solutions to African problems do not really undermine or conflict with Africa's positions in the negotiations, given that the UNFCCC sets clear responsibilities on the different parties to the convention? Thank you.
Right. So perhaps we could start with the first question on climate finance, conflict sensitivity, and how they can be integrated into the UNFCCC negotiations processes. Your Excellency, Commissioner Bankole, would you like to address this question, or would you rather open the floor for it? Okay.
No, thank you so much. I will just quickly state that we are on a long journey to change the perception that climate security or the nexus, peace, security, and climate is not going to be a 100-meter dash. It's a marathon. From the finance to the last question, we have a long haul. That's the first general comment. But as we push for sustainable, predictable financing to address climate change, particularly African priority has always spoken to adaptation. And the whole gamut of weather mitigation and adaptation must see that peace and security for the societies, for national, for intercontinental, interregional collaboration is also secured. If we see financing as just building affordable and climate-friendly, climate-smart agriculture or infrastructure, we'll be making the same mistakes. For example, seeing the deep forests of Liberia, the carbon sink provided by the Central Africa in Congo, in Central Africa, Equatorial Guinea, and all that, you have to definitely bring in intercommunal relationships that should not be damaged as the investment goes to these countries. So I want to assure you that our financing must take care of two specific categories of African member states when the financing eventually arrives: post-conflict and island development states. That is, for me, a critical way to go. The pathway to stability is not just simply addressing climate change from the perspective of technocrats, but looking at people. We used to talk of the 3 Ps. Now I've added peace to make it 4 Ps. Planet, people, progress, prosperity, and peace. It is critical that intercommunal peace. I come from Nigeria, and I can tell you thousands that have died due to header farmers in the last 5 years, which never happened before when we were growing up. But because, as is said in the study, people are moving from the north to the south, where it's greener, where it still rains, because there's drought in the north. The cattle require more access to water and greenery. There's nowhere they can do that. So if the financing is just to build the best windmills and for the urban centers, we'll be making a mistake. So I think that's the first question. Let me just take this opportunity to respond to the others. The question on how the AU is taking this, I want to assure you that we are in a constant convincing mode. It's going to take us ages to really convince everybody to be on board. Climate affects the youth, affects women, affects children. But when it comes to peace and security, a lot of people say, no, we don't want to go there. It's not about conflict. We're not saying that the climate is the cause of the conflict. We are saying the climate is exacerbating conflicts. And more conflicts that will be coming up will be fully induced in future by climate. As the Sahel, we have pumped resources in the Sahel, but we have not addressed the climate impact. And meaning that today, virtually every country in the Sahel is at war. Why? There are no jobs. I've been to the Boko Haram areas. You will not find a boy or a man between 12 and 40 living in the Boko Haram areas. They are either with Boko Haram or they have fled. Before, they were fishermen. They thrived on the lake. They were farmers because the whole area was green. Now, the basin has shrunk. Some say by 80%. So tell me, how are we going to convince people that peace, security also has a way out when it comes to climate solutions? Climate justice is another point. Without justice, people will rebel. They will not be rebelling against the COPs. They will not be rebelling against the UN that convenes this summit. They will be rebelling against their neighbors that have water, that have arable land, and they are prosperous. And that's why the headers in Nigeria, in Ghana, in the whole of West Africa are coming south. This is the fact. Finally, I like the last question about the global military-industrial complex. Those who contribute more to greenhouse gases must be held accountable. However, we also need them for a change. We need them to buy into this concept that there's a nexus between peace, security, and climate. Therefore, while they produce, as you know, some people have stopped taking the aircrafts to attend COPs and rather use it online because they said, hey, flying around also contributes to the damage to the environment. We know that. But until we find a sustainable way out, we still have to do some of the flying. So I agree with you that we have to find a solution. And that solution is to buy in and attract those in the multi-military industrial complex to change their ways, adapt to new technology, and be able eventually to support these initiatives. African solutions to African problems, in this case, is a global phenomenon for me. It cannot be African alone because this is not peculiarly African. As the AGN told us clearly, we contribute only 4%. So we are a contributor, of course, but the least minimal continent, I'm sure. Having said that, we must respond globally. That is why the message is the Nairobi Africa Climate Summit. The message is the assembly, but the message must also be global. Our voice must be global. That is why the African Union Commission continues to emphasize that this nexus must be global, and global responses will help us sustain peace. The solution It's going to be found in Africa, but the solution is also going to be found with all of us collaborating globally at regional level, at continental level, and working closely with all stakeholders. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Yes, Janani would like, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, and of course subscribe to everything Commissioner said. On the finance, right? So Africa and Egypt and COP27 in particular have been very much working on adaptation finance and doubling adaptation finance. And so our fight for adaptation finance, the scale up of should continue, and it will, but it's not in its own that it will be sufficient to address climate, peace and security interlinkage. We need to make sure that the adaptation finance incorporates or is aware of the peace-building co-benefits, that they are integrated in it. But I don't think we should be detracted at the same time from the push of adaptation, the fight for adaptation, scaling up adaptation finance. That should remain our main focus while integrating peace-building co-benefits in it. Just to add on the loss and damage fund, we had a very interesting event 2 days ago on the loss and damage fund and peace positive approaches. And I think it was very interesting because the focus of the loss and damage fund in a number of aspects also has positive spillovers for climate, peace and security dynamics by focusing on the resilience of communities at the front line of climate impacts and their livelihoods. So in that way also the loss and damage fund can also have an important contribution. It is not necessarily to, by name, build in climate, peace and security as such into new arrangements, etc. That the arrangements that exist or have been created and that they have a positive and spillover on this issue. So that was a point I wanted to make. And this requires that the policies, the projects are holistic and integrated. And this holistic and integrated aspect is a key, really, element of the initiative of climate responses for sustaining peace. Not adaptation projects or policies in themselves, but to deliver integrated approaches. The Minister of Climate and Environment of Somalia announced earlier in the COP when we had the one-year CRISP celebration that the new adaptation plan of Somalia incorporates climate security considerations. So that's an example of the direction we need to go forward and in terms of scaling up efforts in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Abdelatif. Janani, please.
Thank you so much. I also just want to pick up on the climate finance question and underscore what Ambassador Latif's point was making. I don't think anybody at this stage is thinking about or thinks it will be useful to have additional climate financing for climate security. It really is about how to ensure climate action can promote sustainable peace and at the very least does no harm. So of course integrating conflict sensitivity as a safeguard. And I think on the one hand, it's a question not just about the how much. This is a very important topic across all of COP, but I think when it comes to ensuring that climate finance does no harm, it's about the how, not the how much. And I think that's where the assessment, the ACRA, is useful because understanding how these funds should be dispersed is critical because they can, in fact, inadvertently entrench inequalities and power dynamics that are drivers of conflict. So we need that very localized understanding of these human security dynamics that the report sets out to really start to provide guidance on how these funds should be used, where they should be targeted, who should be prioritized in these financing arrangements when they are made available. So I think that's a really important contribution that the ACRA can make. I think there's another part as well, which is about the evidence base. I think through this kind of an analysis at the continental level, it really strengthens the evidence base that you can't have a sustainable climate without promoting peace, because it shows that that they're totally interlinked. And I think you need this business case to convince the vertical funds, the big climate funds, that conflict sensitivity does need to be, just like gender and the other kind of safeguards, needs to be part of the aid architecture. And I think also, just to be a bit more positive, we're already seeing this, and a lot of pilots are happening in Africa because there's been so much engagement and investment here. And we are seeing this. We're seeing within the GCF, for example, conflict sensitivity being integrated from the proposal through planning through to implementation for really quite large-scale climate adaptation financing, for example, in Tanzania. So we are seeing progress, particularly in this African continental space, which can be kind of pilots and models for the normalization of conflict sensitivity or climate financing.
Thank you so much. We have a specific question to Dr. Osafo. How can the African solutions for African problems principle influence Africa's negotiation policies within the UNFCCC policies or frameworks, given the differentiated responsibilities of the parties? Over to you.
Well, I must say that I have been involved in international environmental treaties in the past. But climate change negotiation is complex. First, you've got the North and the South divide. The North has contributed immensely to the problem that we are addressing by virtue of their development, which has led to the accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. The South has contributed very little. So when we come to the negotiations, the South comes together. We've got the Group of 77 and China. This is something that has come to us from the UN General Assembly. So we have the Group of 77 and China as the overall body. And within the Group of 77, we have other groups as well. Africa is one. Asia is one. The small island states are also in the Group of 77 and China. The least developed countries also are in the Group of 77 and China. And then we also have the Group of Latin America and Caribbean countries. Even though our priorities are similar, when it comes to the negotiations, there are certain nuances that makes things very difficult. For Africa, we have a common position, as it's always been said. And this is the mandate given to us by our leaders and by our ministers. So we coordinate on all issues, and we have lead coordinators, and there's nowhere that Africa contradicts itself. Mm-hmm. Because before we go into the meeting, we have a common position. But negotiation is, I don't know, it can be very difficult sometimes and can be very frustrating. Africa, since the adoption of the Paris Agreement in 2015, put forward an agenda item to be included in the Paris Agreement parties' agenda. As at now, we have not been able to get the special needs and circumstances of Africa to be discussed at the COP. And why do we have this problem? Because other developing countries are saying that we also have special needs and circumstances. The ILAC group in South America say that we have special needs and circumstances. Others are also saying we also have needs and circumstances. So why must it be Africa alone? And this is the problem that we've had since the adoption of the Paris Agreement. Successively, every COP president hands over to the next one. And then they say that we have had consultations, but we had no consensus on this. And this has happened. It's happened here last week, where our chair met the COP president to try and get the special needs and circumstances of Africa onto the agenda. Again, it's not happened. And so the next COP president will have to take it up. But this is a challenge that we face. At least we know that we have priorities peculiar to us, which could be discussed in the process. But somehow it doesn't happen. And then the other challenge that we sometimes face is that out of the 46 least developed countries, about 36 of them are in Africa. And they also say that, but we are taking care of the majority of African countries. So what else do you have to discuss?
Thank
so
you
these
so
are
much.
some of the challenges that
Thank
we
you
face.
so much, Dr. Osafo. We're running very late with our schedule, so without further ado, I would like to, please.
It's just
Very
just one comment. My task is very, very easy. After speaking after a grand orator like Ambassador Bankole, I can't put it any more eloquently. But he has answered the question about how this will help the work of the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department and the Peace and Security Council. What we're trying to focus on is preventative diplomacy. So we need to take our early warnings very, very seriously. And the negotiator has told us about the struggle for the use of water bodies, shrinking water bodies now, and other circumstances like that. So where we get this information coming in from these reports at the Peace and Security Council, we can trigger preventative diplomacy and try to find solutions to these problems before having to go into conflict resolution. And one of the things that we're also talking about when you talk about financing and all of these things is we're struggling at the level of the Peace and Security Council to find financing for peace operations and things like that. And we have found that preventative diplomacy is cheaper than conflict resolution. So we encourage these studies to be brought at the level of the Peace and Security Council for its use on early warnings.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and I would like to thank also the participants for the interactive session. And without further ado, I would hand over to Dr. Prosper Addo for the next steps and the way forward for the ACRA report. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I'll be extremely brief, Excellencies. Let me just stand on existing protocols and just recognize, again, the presence of the Peace and Security Council, with the chairperson. Of course, there's an ambassador from Congo, Brazzaville. There is a Zimbabwean ambassador and also representative from Djibouti. We're very grateful that you were able to make it. For the next steps, we're going to be coming up with a common African position next year. And hopefully, at the next COP, that will be what will be presented. So our sleeves are still rolled up. We are going to give it the push. And hopefully with the partnership of everyone, we can get there. What we want to do is go back to the Peace and Security Council to present it to them as they ask us to do the common African position. And in doing that, we'll come back to the African group of negotiators to say, this is the common African position on peace, security, climate. And from that, you can use it as part of it's not an effort in silos, it's an integrated effort, and peace and security would have to play a role in all these. So I thank you very much. Sarah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Addo, for the very brief remarks. Now I have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency. Picture first. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like now to invite His Excellency Commissioner Bankole Adoye once more to the panel to provide the closing remarks of the event. Commissioner Bankole, please.
I thank you all and really hope to see you in Brazil on the same theme. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we'll start the session now. Welcome. And we also would like to welcome those who are joining us online and welcome anyone who's out there to come and take a seat to join us as we begin. My name is Mshai Mkoji. I'm with the Africa Climate Foundation. I support in the advocacy and outreach work. And I'm just here to basically set the scene and welcome the speakers for the day. And so maybe just to start us off, just to say that it's quite a new initiative and we're so excited to sort of unpack it. So we welcome any feedback that you might have and any comments that will enable us to make it quite rich and the discussion quite rich. So first and foremost is just to realize that on matters adaptation, that's what we're talking about today, and how we can make it very transformative so that we can be able to create climate resilience for the continent and the countries that we work in. Just to mention also that the constraints that we face are both budgetary and technical. And so this sort of inhibits our capacity and our ability to sort of transform efficiently. And so the part of the discussion is to strategically look at how best we can be able to do it. And we're looking into a specific country, and that is Malawi, to sort of set the pace. And in this new initiative, it's called the Adaptation, Resilience, Investment Platform and Partnerships, just to be able to see how we can mobilize more resources within the continent to support in the adaptation work. So I would like to welcome my colleague, Alan, and also our IFRI partner who are sort of helping and supporting in the initiative to sort of give a more in-depth sort of unpacking of the initiative. And then later on, we're going to have an interactive panel session with a few of our experts to be able to know more about how best we can do about it. So welcome, Alan.
And if you could put the slides up, can everyone hear me? My mic, there we go. Hi, and if you get the slides up on the screen. Hi, good morning, afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session. It's always a bit of a graveyard shift at lunchtime. But as Shai mentioned, the panel is really about to discuss how do we realize transformative adaptation. Is that all right? Oh. Did I move to a different mic? How's that? Okay, yeah, is that better? So for those of you that don't know, the African Climate Foundation is a philanthropic initiative based out of South Africa, operations across the continent. We're a pooled initiative that funds climate and development initiatives across the continent. The work we started out initially was around just energy transitions, and our move into adaptation, largely through the initiative I'm going to discuss with you and in partnership with with IFPRI, how we've got to this point and some of the questions we're asking around adaptation. So adaptation and the finance gap is well known. Come to try and get a sense of what we need to mobilize finance. And all aware of the adaptation challenges in Africa. There's a heavy dependency on our climate-sensitive sectors. There's an uncertainty in the climate risks, which makes planning difficult. The current climate finance architecture, one, in terms of quantum, is insufficient. But there's an additional challenge, it's access. So even the finance that is available, it's not necessarily accessible. And there is low adaptive capacity in a number of African countries, and we also can't think about adaptation unless we're looking at economic resilience and fiscal space. We all know that climate finance and adaptation finance is largely loan-based. This makes the issue of returns a lot more challenging. So these are all these issues we have to discuss. I think we all know adaptation is important. The development imperative is absolutely essential. Add to that we've got a number of plans, and African countries have put adaptation in their NDCs, their national adaptation plans, their climate smart resilience plans. These plans exist. And in starting the work and engagements with a number of countries, we've been speaking to countries, we've been speaking to Malawi, Zambia, Kenya, Mozambique. There's almost a planning fatigue because a lot of time and resources get put into these plans, but they don't necessarily move into or translate into the investment plans. And I think these words are also very important, investment plans. What is an investment plan that is both scientifically robust, but that is also sufficient to attract and build out different types of investments and project pipelines? So there's a bit of a cycle that we're trying to deal with. So as part of ACF's work in this space, we started looking at, well, what information, what support can we be providing that one complements the wide range of work? I think the objectives of ACF's work, you'll see on the screen, resonate with a number of organizations. There are a number of initiatives on the continent and internationally which have similar mandates or similar goals. And so the idea of looking at an adaptation and resilience investment plan or partnership, we started thinking, well, we saw the potential of the JETP in South Africa, the Just Energy Transition Partnership, which was a front loading of $8.5 billion to support South Africa's energy transition. From that piece, an investment plan and an implementation plan was developed at the back of that. And what was quite unique in that space was more the fact that we were looking at an entire portfolio, an entire sector. So in beginning our thinking, we partnered with IFPRI to start looking at what would be the best way, what do we need to know in order to be able to, for policymakers and investors to begin to work. So we came with a framework for adaptation and resilience investment platforms, or ARIPs, which would have 3 pillars. An adaptation and resilience investment plan. There'd be a financial package and a governance and implementation framework. So I know everyone sees plan and I think gets a bit worried, another plan. But the idea here would be to really look at pipeline and what that investment plan covers. So the features of an ARIP is that it's nationally owned. It's highly collaborative. I've got my glasses on. And it's really building out on the lessons of the JETP. So robust data is essential for decision makers. And we chose to look at the climate impacts in critical economic sectors, agriculture, infrastructure, and power. And looked at the climate impacts and then translated those into the economic impacts. And my colleague from IFPRI will go into a bit more detail in those aspects. And we started seeing that the nature of climate impacts, particularly in agriculture, road infrastructure, energy infrastructure, and some of the macroeconomic vulnerabilities, gives a sense of how climate change is going to impact the economy at a sector level. It's a critical economic sector, so you start thinking about the knock-on effects. Agriculture, food production, trade, jobs. We start seeing all the elements and impacts of climate change that ultimately come around a key economic sector. And we did 4 studies. Malawi was one of them. We also looked at Zambia, Mozambique, and Kenya, and looked at the different climate impacts. And Malawi, we chose to share this research, and the research is available on the African Climate Foundation website. And it really demonstrates how much work Malawi has put into its climate ambition and climate plans. It's got an investment plan, and we started thinking, well, what could technical capacity look like? And with 83 adaptation measures, at a cost of billions of dollars, these numbers are really large. And we'll never be able to, in any country, raise that full amount in a single fundraising effort. So the question is, how do you prioritize? How do you choose the sector? And how do you move beyond maybe a project-by-project approach to a more portfolio approach? So an adaptation initiative around an entire sector that looks at the different elements of adaptation, from communities to infrastructure. And this really speaks to the notion of transformative adaptation. And most countries in Africa and around the world have a number of initiatives and structures in place to deliver climate ambition and climate mandates. And Malawi is no different. And so the potential is there, and the idea behind an Arab is to get a sense of what is needed. I think we have a lot of top-down approaches on the continent. It's less about working in country and doing very needs-based support. And if that needs-based support is linked to clear, we hope it'll trigger this idea of trying to get more investment into adaptation and resilience. And so there's a coordination function, coordination amongst government, different levels of government, but that coordination and interaction with the funders and the breadth of funders. We tend to focus on climate funds, but we've got to be looking at different sources of capital: philanthropic capital, private capital, concessional finance, and there's different elements of an adaptation initiative which might not appeal to a private sector, but could appeal to your grants funding or your philanthropic funding. So the sequencing of initiatives over a longer period of time. So that really I wanted to just set the scene in terms of how do you deploy needs-based assistance that is useful to governments, that is able to take our NAPs, our NDCs, and these quantums, which can at times seem overwhelming, and bring them down into an investment plan that's able to raise not only good quality finance, but the quantums needed. So on that note, I'm going to hand over to my colleague from IFPRI, who is stepping in for our Malawi representative from IFPRI, who wasn't able to make it today. But Channing, I'll hand it over to you.
Great. Thank you. So, yeah, I just wanted to add thank you. Yes, Henry Kankwamba was going to give this presentation, and I was going to moderate, but Henry couldn't make it. The government of Malawi is currently working very hard to prepare for the El Nino event that is brewing in the Pacific now. It's no longer brewing; it's there. And you know, so Henry and the Planning Commission have been working closely together, and Planning Commission isn't able to attend basically for the El Nino reason. It's a very serious situation that they think they might be encountering. So let me, I prefer to speak up here, so I'll give you this back.
Great.
El Nino, we want to just talk about sort of a longer term and investment prioritization. And the idea is basically that you know, we're never going to have all the money that we want to have in order to finance adaptation. There's always going to have to be choices. Right now, there's you know, a limited volume of adaptation funds, so we want to get to the highest priority items, which would then allow us to, you know, hopefully have success and roll into more detailed items along the line of the AREP that Alan was speaking about. So we have this kind of divergent research and policy streams. We've done a lot of work in investment prioritization in the past, and you know, but we didn't really, you know, it's only now that we're starting to take into account climate. We took into account climate, but we were looking all the way out to 2050. Today, when we take into account climate, we're really taking in the resilience picture. We want to worry about shocks and whether we're robust or resilient to shocks. And so that's kind of what I'm going to try to talk about today. This is part of what we call our National Comprehensive Climate Change Assessments. So we'll be, but focusing in on a simplified version at the moment. So basically, what we're fusing here our agricultural planning, investment, so focus on the agricultural sector here, because that's one that's vulnerable. And then the climate change assessments, and then we put them together in kind of a very coherent adding machine, which is a climate change model, so we can look at how the whole thing comes together. And then we do some stress testing. So we look at a lot of different potential climates, and we try to see, okay, how robust is this particular investment plan? So that's planning under climate uncertainty. So here's some examples of what we've done. we're able to, we work with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. They have a global systems model that produces around 500 climates, and we expand those out to several million, actually, by bringing in weather from Princeton, and then we collapse them back down to a workable set. Here we're working with sort of a whole array of potential plausible climates. That's kind of the distribution of future climates. Our crop models, so we're focused in on maize for this example, and then we put it into our model of the economy. And let's see, it doesn't point. But one of the things that we can see is, climate giving us a negative tail. So in other words, really bad outcomes that used to be 1 in 20 are converting to outcomes that are more, so 1 year in 20, we have an outcome with a very low maize yield, say in Malawi. And with climate change, we're looking at that happening about 1 in 10. So you can find that here. And we see climate change doing things like reducing agricultural GDP per capita and increasing the poverty rate. And we look at, okay, how can we invest to try to offset these particular impacts? So what we've done in the past, and this is not as big as you would like, is to prioritize and rank different investment possibilities inside the agricultural sector. And we do it on the basis of different criteria. So some investments are really good at reducing poverty. Some investments are going to be good at expanding dietary diversity. Some investments are going to be good at creating jobs. Some investments are going to be good at driving exports, right? And so what we want is a kind of a portfolio of investments that meets the various needs of the country. And then we want to subject that kind of analysis to some form of uncertainty and see if things change. So if we look in the case of Malawi, we find that actually even under standard climate, irrigation of cereals is a quite good investment, and that it contributes quite a lot to poverty reduction, it contributes to GDP, it contributes to jobs, it contributes to employment, but it's not very helpful for dietary diversification. We need something else for dietary diversity. For that, it would be some kind of fertilizer and seeds for horticulture, which is very good for dietary diversity, but also good for poverty and jobs. So these are kind of top 2 investments. Then we go and we look and we see, well, what happens if we hit these investments with a series of negative shocks? This is kind of an average year. What about a bad year? What happens? And actually, things do change, but not that much at this particular point in time. For a 5-year or 10-year investment horizon, we do get greater priority, for example, to irrigation in the investment mix. It makes it more robust. We also get greater priority for various livestock sectors from a variety of different perspectives. And we think this kind of analysis is useful in the ARIP process to make it clear, okay, these are the kinds of things that you're trying to achieve, Malawi's trying to achieve in its plan. And here then are some fairly specific things, a variety of specific things that could be done that would allow us to make it, to achieve those plans. And then with different volumes of investment, we can do more. So our partners in this is really, we're working very closely with the Planning Commission because they're the ones that are pulling together across multi-sectors. This is a key point in climate change. You can't do it all by yourself. It's not the Ministry of Agriculture. It takes multiple ministries. So Ministry of Finance is the one that's going to actually provide the investment money and reach out to get there. The Ministry of Agriculture is important because of the prominence of agriculture in Malawi and because of its climate vulnerability. And lastly, for resource mobilization, we work with the central bank because they are quite involved on the resource mobilization side. So this kind of stakeholder utilization. So what we envision and we're doing is a iterative process of sort of analytics, stakeholder consultation, return to analytics after stakeholder consultation, and then a period of, okay, this is the plan, this is how it's going to aim to go forward, and then also working closely with ACF to get to the finance. I think this is where I am. Yes. So I think we've made it through, and because Henry is not here, I have to change hats. So I'm going to take off my presenter hat and put on my moderator hat, and move and introduce our panelists. So just a second. So we have quite a group of distinguished panelists, and we really thank them for coming. So in the center, with the scarf that I presume picked up not too long ago, maybe, is Desigan Naidu, who's climate adaptation lead and for the Presidential Climate Commission in South Africa. We'll be talking to Desigan a bit about the model of the Just Energy Transition program a little bit, and what that might mean for adaptation in the region. We have also Linus Mofor, who is the Senior Natural Resources Officer at UNECA. He's an engineer by training and a lot of experience in Southern Africa. And we have Lucy, oh gosh, this is smaller than I would like, Nedanova, Climate Resilience Officer at the African Development Bank. She's talking about a number of facilities that are now available through the African Development Bank and take on the financing angle. So I'll just kick off with a question or two, and we'll go through one or two, and then perhaps we could take some questions from the audience if there's time. So let's start with Lucy. So you work all across Africa, and so you have a lot of cross-border experience. And if you sort of talk to us about what are the enabling factors that determine the effectiveness of a country's efforts to mobilize funding. So how do you go about getting funding for climate measures, climate adaptation, and particularly in the African context? So please, go ahead.
Thank you. So the Paris Agreement in 2016 set adaptation on an equal foot as mitigation. And now, how many years later? 4, 7, 8 years later, 10% of the global climate finance goes to adaptation and 90% to mitigation. So obviously we are not doing the right things. We have to do it differently. So I was listening with great interest of the presentations before me, and this was all very true. So I'll try not to repeat that, but to give you 5 different ways of mobilizing adaptation finance that might inspire you to take action in your own countries. So let's start with formulating adaptation targets. This is a very hot topic for this COP because we're talking about quantifying the global goal for adaptation. If you look at the African NDCs, all African countries have prioritized adaptation as their response to climate change. But the needs and priorities for adaptations are really vague. In the African Development Bank, we have done some intelligence work, and we promote quantifying better the targets in NDCs and later adaptation communication. I'll just give you an example. For instance, Malawi agriculture is a top priority sector for adaptation and also for mitigation and economic activities. A quantified adaptation target could be by 2030, 80% of the smallholder farmers are applying climate-smart agricultural practices. So you can go on and let your fantasy work a little bit. This is a clear, time-bound, quantitative target towards which everybody can work. And here we come to the main factor of how do you judge whether adaptation finance has been mobilized effectively. You judge it by how do you advance towards the desired result. If the desired result is 100% of the farmers applying climate-smart agriculture practices, because this means that they're resilient towards the risks that have been identified and prioritized as most important during the risk assessment, then you know whether the money that you are mobilizing are actually doing what they are supposed to do, right? It's not just how much money you have mobilized, but also what is the effect of the investment. So having adaptation targets in NDCs and adaptation communications and NAPs that are quantified and time-bound is really crucial. It sends very important message to all actors that have the possibility to act. What is the goal? Where do we want to get? So a second example is co-finance. Many climate finance, let's say more generic sources, funding sources, they require co-finance. Nobody is receiving anything for granted or for free. Countries are usually expected to be very clear on what they're putting on the table. So a government, even organization at smaller level, you need to have clear what kind of resources do you have mobilized already, where are the synergies, how can you use project finance from one source as co-finance for another source. This is really important that you put on the table when you request finance from a funding source, at minimum the same amount of co-finance, whether it's project finance, or own work. You can work with that further. Third, local action. So, adaptation is very much local, but if you want to act at local level, you need the local governments. The national adaptation plans need to trickle down to the local level, and vice versa. Private sector companies, civil society, local communities undertaking actions, they need the local governments to give them permits and to cooperate with them to make this action a success. So local governments are crucial. For instance, the United Nations Capital Development Fund has this very nice initiative, Local, which empowers the local governments to budget better and formulate better their climate needs, especially adaptation needs, so that they can first understand what their needs are for adaptation at local level, and second, be able to communicate to the federal government in time and request the necessary budgets that they can then use to support local adaptation action. So they work at multiple levels to empower local governments. It's a really nice initiative. I would also recommend to IFPRI to get in touch with them. Okay, this is third. Fourth, private sector. The private sector is largely lacking from the adaptation space. Why is that? Maybe one of the reasons is that most adaptation actions deliver to the public good, right? They do not deliver any or insufficient financial revenues to pay back commercial loans. So this practically makes the investments of the private sector in adaptation in many cases not smart, because they're not getting anything back. Why is that? Because the benefits of adaptation action for the public good do not have a price tag. What happened 20 years ago for mitigation? A price tag was put on emissions reductions. Why is the price tag missing for the multiple benefits that adaptation actions deliver? This is underevaluated and it should be done very quickly. The African Development Bank is piloting the adaptation benefits mechanism, which is doing just that, proposing a methodological approach to measure, report, verify the benefits of adaptation action, and give them a price tag so that the private sector can get some incentive to do projects that are not necessarily commercially or financially feasible, but do a lot of good and a lot of transformation for the better to the local communities. Yeah? So this is fourth. The fifth thing that I wanted to say is governments, but not only governments, also organizations who want to attract adaptation finance, they need to be able to hire the expertise to prepare really good project proposals. The adaptation world has developed certain concepts like a theory of change, etc. And financial institutions and funds have their own requirements. Economic and financial analysis is needed. You cannot expect that a civil servant can handle all these concepts. So they need to have access to expertise to be able to hire, to map all the potential funding sources, understand them, and act on them. How is the African Development Bank working in the regional member states? We have an office, which is the main focal point. Usually our counterpart, we have a focal point in each government. Usually that's the Ministry of Finance. So, the representative of the African Development Bank talks only to the focal point in the country. So the government has to coordinate with the Ministry of Agriculture, Environment, Finance to communicate the right messaging. The actions that are agreed are laid down in annual plans. And this is the basis for cooperation with the African Development Bank. You cannot go around it. You need to know the process. And so every organization that provides finance has a similar process. I will also give one extra tip. On the 4th of December during this COP, the African Development Bank launched the Africa Climate Action Window, which is a multi-million fund, and it requires fast action for governments, first international organizations, to submit proposals between 5 and 15 million, mainly for adaptation. I think it was by the 2nd of February. Over.
Thank you very much, Lucy, and we'll be following. It's not working. There we go. It's working now. Okay. So, yeah, thank you very much, Lucy. And we'll be following up on the Africa Climate Adaptation Fund. I'll move to Linus and just some brief observations on the role of research. You know, how much do we need? Is it, are we there? Are we doing overkill? What more do we need? Any of your thoughts on that would be appreciated. You know, either, you know, perhaps sticking to a country context for the moment. And we'll move regional a little bit later.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Channing. Thanks, Helen. Thanks for the Africa Climate Foundation for inviting the Economic Commission for Africa to be here, the African Climate Policy Center. And thanks, dear panelists, co-panelists. Before I come to that, let me just start with what our sister from the AFDB was talking about, the role of the private sector, right? And I will say why. Now, as we all know, African countries have submitted very ambitious NDCs. And Alan, you talked about the NDCs in your presentation. Those NDCs are estimated to be requiring close to 3 trillion of investments for implementation, right? And almost maybe, not quite, but let's say 50-50 adaptation, mitigation. We know that governments don't have money, that kind of money. So therefore, if we're going to adapt to build resilience, which is very important for Africa, because we know that even though Africa, we'll hear this all the time, it sounds like a broken record. Africa contributes less than 4% to global emissions, is suffering the biggest impact. In fact, some work that the Economic Commission for Africa, the African Development Bank, and UNEP did on the economic impacts of climate change showed that on average, governments are losing on average 5% of GDP because of climate change impacts. That is a lot of money that they're losing. In some cases, up to 15%. And we saw it with Mozambique. When Cyclone Idai hit, the economic cost of Cyclone Idai to Mozambique was at least 15% of GDP. Therefore, investing to build resilience is extremely important. The government doesn't have the money to invest. It has to come from the private sector. The private sector is not a charity. They will go for profit. So they go to mitigation. So now we need a new policy thinking, a new policy agenda that says that you don't silo adaptation and mitigation. Because we make it, by that siloing, we're making adaptation to be like the neglected child. It's always begging, can you give me money, please? And everybody's saying, my money is going to mitigation, I make profit. We want to look at the core benefits so that every investment is seen as an investment that either uses adaptation as the entry point with mitigation core benefits, or investments that go into resilience through the window of mitigation with adaptation core benefits. And hopefully, this will be the way that we can get the investments to happen. So this is the type of research, Channing, that we need to say, how do we now change the paradigm shift in terms of how we want to mobilize these investments so that we don't have to come to COP every year and begging, will you please double adaptation to 40 billion by 2025? Will you please, please? And everybody's saying, no, my money is going to adaptation. And so the research that we really need is to go there. And then this also brings another kind of like a conundrum, right? Because we're saying that Africa is suffering the most from the adverse impacts of climate change. But at the same time, we're saying that Africa needs the most investments to close the development gaps. Whether it is in energy, we need at least, just the power sector alone, 500 billion by 2030, 2 trillion by 2050, and so on. And you go to agriculture, you go to water, transport. So all of these investments need to come to Africa and fast. But at the same time, we're saying that Africa is suffering from the impacts of climate change. And at the same time, we're saying that the monies will come from the private sector. The private sector said, no, I'm not going to invest my money in Africa. It becomes a stranded asset. And that is why we decided to create something that is very much in synergy with the idea that you're doing here. This is wonderful work. How do you make these investments resilient? Together with the African Union Commission, the World Bank, the Nordic Development Fund, and indeed our partners in the climate section in the African Development Bank, we established this thing called the Africa Climate Resilient Investment Facility that can provide tools and capacities to support countries to integrate resilience into investments in these critical sectors, because otherwise we are in this situation where you cannot build that confidence. So we call that the resilience dividend. It's going to cost a bit more, right, to make sure that the investments are resilient, but that could be the basis for climate finance negotiation, because now you have the confidence that the investments will generate returns because they will perform. And so when we came here to Dubai at the beginning of the COP, and there was the euphoria about the operationalization of the loss and damage fund, and some people were happy, a lot of people were not happy. The people that were happy, including me, I was 50-50. I was happy that we have actually, again, just like we did in Paris, make sure that the multilateral framework that we must always have work, because we all agreed to do something. Now, what we agreed to do, was it enough? No way, right? Pledges of 600 million, whatever, that will go nowhere, because just for adaptation in Africa, our group of negotiators said we need 87 billion per year to 2030 just for adaptation. So if we're pledging 600 million for loss and damage, what would that do? But let's take that to think differently. Loss and damage is not only about the loss that has happened, right? It's also about preventing the loss that could happen. And it is exactly what this initiative is trying to do, what our AfriRest program is trying to do. So therefore, it could be a way of thinking that loss and damage should not be seen, the loss and damage funds should not only be seen as using to pay people, particularly people in the front line, for what they have lost, but it should also be used to support them from losing what they are likely to lose. There's a young lady from Kenya, Miss Climate Kenya, Dorcas, and we met at the Climate Summit in Nairobi. We met here again, and we had a very good conversation. Pastoralists are losing a lot, right? Because you have a small family with 20 cattle and so on, 6 consecutive droughts, they lost everything. Loss and damage should be talking about how do you prevent those type of communities from losing everything. Because that small family, the 20 cattle is everything they have. Consecutive drought, they lost everything, so what is going to happen? So we can start thinking about how we can now do the research to find where the key levers are that can build resilience, where we can put the investments to make sure that resilience happens, so that at least we can be able to really take development to the people and leave no one behind. So,
Are we still there? Yes. Thank you very much, Linus. We'll move on. A question for Desigan. In an earlier life, before I went to the CGIAR and the International Food Policy Research Institute, not that long ago, I had the pleasure of working with the Treasury and a lot in South Africa, a lot on energy, the Energy Systems Research Group, and green transition pathways and so forth. And I was really pleased to see that the changes that came about in South Africa and their ability to look forward and talk about where they wanted to go, I think, in terms of their energy mitigation plan, really yielded benefits in Glasgow in terms of coming up with a really quite large pledge for the 8.5 billion that Alan mentioned for the Just Energy Transition Project. And Desigan is involved in thinking about something on the adaptation lines. And now Linus has made a really great point on linking adaptation and mitigation together and not being always perhaps a poor stepchild. But it'll be great to hear from Desigan some of his thoughts and comments on that, this just transition in adaptation as well as mitigation. So Desigan, please.
Thank you, Channing. Hello, everyone. By the way, I'm not listening in French. This is my way of cancelling out the ambient sound. Let me start at this point to say congratulations on this initiative. I mean, the Arabs will have a partner in South Africa next year called the JAR-IP, the Just Adaptation and Resilience Investment Plan, as a national chapter, if you like, contributing to the platform, precisely because we want to get to the bottom of this and drive it. And there are three things that are paramount. The first of those things is the word investment. That we're not talking about making monies available to help poor Africans to make it through to the next day. This is a serious investment plan. This is about getting a return on that investment. And part of the continent's proposition to the rest of the world is that the best laboratory you currently have for how a low-carbon economy can actually run is in Africa. We're not retrofitting, we're leapfrogging. We already have an internal social resilience because we've had to deal with being a very poor continent for the longest time. We have a long track record. People talk about these climate-related disasters as recent events. They're not recent events for us. We didn't have this label before, but we've been struggling through a changing climate for decades. And so there is a baseline proposition here that other folk should really, really take heed of. And the third factor associated with that, it's a lot cheaper to get things done in our part of the world than it is anywhere else. So I'm hopeful that this Arabs idea will catch fire all along the continent and give us partnership all around the world in order for us to move forward rapidly. The next point I want to make is that the session before this was the launch of the African Climate Risk Assessment Report. Climate Risk and Security Assessment Report. Now, I'm amazed at how people organize for compartmentalization of these different discussions. So you'll have a big hoo-ha by the business community at the beginning of each year, as it will happen again in January, when the WEF releases its global risk report, and all the boardrooms will be pronouncing at what a gigantic risk climate change is in the world. And then in their February board meeting, when they prioritize their investments for the year, the climate resilience will go to the bottom of the pile once again. And what we need to do is to bring all of this together in a profound way. But let me tell you a few words about what the JET has meant for South Africa. because I think this is potentially important. Now, a lot of the discussion is around energy, and then the subsequent discussion is whether or not you can get justice around this transition, and the discussion after that is, can adaptation organize for itself to continue to be a very small stepchild of the major energy transition, particularly as far as resource flows is concerned. Firstly, all of that is possibly true. But the thing that we're trying to organize in our part of the world is that the notion of justice has to be center to what we're managing to do. The second thing that I want to point out, and I'll come back to this justice question just now. The second thing to point out is that what the Just Energy Transition Partnership has meant in our part of the world is that the transition matters associated with climate change in general has gotten a level of political focus that it did not have before. The jet now runs directly out of the presidency in South Africa. The president chairs the Presidential Climate Commission in South Africa. And so the political focus is now really high, not just on the energy transition, but on climate change as a whole. And the adaptation matters become an automatic beneficiary of that. The third is that it has had the ability, on the back of these global pledges, and they're not a lot of money, 8.5 billion doesn't get you very far. Honestly, it does get you somewhere if you don't have it at all, of course, but compared to the trillions that are actually required, it's a small drop. But what it has done around the mobilization of both the finance and investment institutions locally, as well as the local private sector, has actually been phenomenal. I mean, we have with us here today the CEO of the DBSA. She's fresh and new. But she's moving into a place where an institution is very rapidly making very strong gestures in this regard, having not done so for the longest time. So the impact on the system is organizing for a very fertile ground around which you can pack in the notion of the investment plan. On the other side of this, the course of the discussion is giving us a really rapid visualization of the nature of the need. So if we just take the extreme weather component, which is only one component of what we need to do, right? On the extreme weather component, we are now in a world where the disaster management map of the world, the climate-related disaster management map of the world has three characteristics. The first of those characteristics is it is pervasive. There is no region in the world that hasn't had a major climate disaster in the last couple of years. None. There are no exceptions. Number two, the intensity of these events are unbelievable. I mean, Cyclone Freddy made the news because it broke all sorts of records, not the least of which being that apart from on the back of a higher temperature level in the sea, to actually go around Madagascar and come into a usually calm Mozambique channel, then going onto land and dissipating as these storms do, but going back into the ocean and re-energizing, and Freddy then went into Malawi, is unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable. So, but these extreme weather events and their intensity is now organized with a third factor, and that third factor is regularity. We were counting these events as 1 in 120-year events. I come from the water sector, and that's a code that we use. We're now having this every year, and sometimes more than twice a year. And what this all means is that if we don't have the right kind of requisite investments in adaptation to now 1.2 degrees, because that's where we are exactly in 2023, 1.5 degrees probably by 2030, and hopefully less than 2 by 2100, but quite probably more than that, our ability to survive and the ability of the economies to survive and the ability of the private sector to survive will simply not be there. So we need to hold hands in this, work out the right kind of formulae around the cost benefit, put all of these factors into the equation, and really make a programmatized approach become the predominant approach for where we're going to. And then maybe the last point before I give you the mic back is that in the way we prioritize, we have to be really smart around this. The innovation must be there. It can't only be about what the immediate need is. Now, this is a difficult thing to say, because after a major and devastating extreme event, the gut is to rescue all of the people in that event and put all your pennies in that basket. But you can't do that. You actually have to organize to make sure that your rebuild phase organizes for you to be at a higher climate resilience than you were before. If you don't, you go down a slippery slope. The second difficulty around the prioritization is that you have to prioritize those measures that give you a return on investment possibility going into the future. Because you have to make sure that that pot grows, because you're going to need more and more into that pot. And the third is that we cannot be afraid of the very big things that we need to do. So the diversification of agricultural staples on the African continent is an absolute priority. We are devastated by our imported exotic based grains that we use on the continent. So making those major shifts like climate smart agriculture, climate smart water, climate smart industrialization has to be absolutely key. And maybe the most difficult pill to swallow for a continent like ours is that we actually have to abandon that $10 trillion asset that we have, that is oil and gas and coal. Chair, I'll hold there for a moment.
Thank you. It's really great responses. I hope you all are able to hear. We've gone through time very quickly, but I'm really hoping that Linus can make some quick comments, and maybe Desigan as well, and then Lucy, on go from national to regional approaches. Do we have to do that? How important is that? Is that happening, for example, under what's happening with JAREP? That just quickly, please, so that we don't go over time. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. And this is extremely important because the impacts of climate change are at the local level, and decisions are made at the national determined contributions. I think we really need to go down at that level, hence why I was giving that example. But then we also need a value chain that goes all the way through the national to the regional, because we need to build resilience. And as this one was speaking, I was just thinking, I think aloud, I was just asking, do we really even need to use the word just transition? Maybe everything should be about adaptation to build resilience, because that is what is needed. And you cannot do that if you just focus on a subnational or national level. You have to go all the way across the region, and that is extremely important. And this is particularly so where we need to have very effective early warning, early action systems, because without that, we will not be able to build resilience here.
Look, Africa has taken the approach of common position, common vision, and it's already proving to be quite powerful. And it's important to maintain that, because the big gains that Africa has had in the global system, particularly the multilateral system, has shown us that you can't discount that. I mean, we have a loss and damage fund moving at the rate that it has had because of an incredibly strong African position at Sharm el-Sheikh. We must bank it. But yes, it is important to understand the nature of that spectrum and the vertical integration that has to happen between the regional approach and then the sub-region and then the national level and then the sub-national levels all the way down to local. But not just understanding it, but have a climate governance mechanism that has that integration that offers a value add in both directions. Absolutely critical. I mean, you have it as one of the three pillars, Alan, in your presentation. And that's what we have to unbundle, about what the roles are going to be at each of those levels. So a simple example from the JET-P is that a big factor in the South African environment, a big factor that's going to be around the African continent is, do you have the transmission capacity to move the renewable energy that you are generating and you're going to be generating to the places where it needs to happen? And that's a really great example of how this integration must happen, because we clearly need supranational systems around macro integration. So the whole notion of the Southern African power pool is once again in play at that level. And at the lowest level, it's about microgrids, because many localities around the continent don't need to be fixed into a macro system. And so you have to have that spectrum moving right across, and it's absolutely essential. Thank you.
Sorry, just one quick thing. I forgot to mention, because all these tragedies that happen, Libya, Mozambique, and so on, the scientists said it's going to happen, right? But nothing happened. So they were predicted. So I think this is the key that we need to address. Hence the reason why you have to go from subnational all the way to regional. Because the scientists said either it will happen. They said the one that really killed so many people in Libya, they said it will happen, but there was a lack of action to do something about it. This is really key. Sorry.
Okay, I would say I really agree with what Desikan said. It's very important that Africa speaks with one voice. Actually, at the more higher, abstracter political level you speak, the more important it is to speak with one voice. When it comes to concrete adaptation actions, in their core is a response to a climate hazard, which is very specific. So it's important for adaptation activities to take measures a measure to be applied in a homogeneous climatic zone, but bundling small adaptation activities to programmatic approach and connecting the local to regional to national to Pan-African is a very smart move and highly recommended though.
Thank you very much. So my role is now to thank the panelists. Really, I greatly appreciate your inputs and all your thoughts. And I will pass it over. Actually, I don't need to give you the mic, do I? You have one there? Yeah.
Yes, sure. Thank you so much to all our panelists and also for you for sitting in. We would have loved to have a bit of time to engage, but that's not possible. But we do welcome a bit of outdoor conversation with our panelists after this. And just to say that it's not enough to just talk about the transformative adaptation, but we do want to see a lot on the actions. And so the key takeaways being data and prioritization and greater coordination within countries, different diverse stakeholders to enable us to move this work forward. And so we hope that the insights that you have gained help and inspire your work. And thank you so much for coming.
is estimated at $2.5 trillion a year. Blue carbon, sinks such as mangroves, tidal marshes, seagrass meadows sequester carbon, stores more carbon per unit area than terrestrial forests, and as such, they are also essential to global efforts to mitigate climate change. In addition to protecting coastal economic communities from floods and storms. On the other hand, human activities have caused tremendous damage to these precious resources, such as pollution, the burning of fossil fuels, and overfishing. And at least 14 million tons of plastic end up in the ocean every year, and plastic makes up 80% of all marine debris found from surface waters to deep sea. Research states that by 2050, plastic will likely outweigh all fish in the ocean. In addition, through the increased absorption of carbon dioxide in the oceans, global warming is acidifying the water, threatening the balance and productivity of the oceans, and reducing oxygen levels, harming or killing marine plants, animals, and other organisms. SDG 14, that is Life Below Water, which aims to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development, remains the most underfunded SDG yet. Yet it holds immense potential to be a game changer in addressing the triple planetary crisis. Blue economy concept emerged as a holistic solution to multiple marine and coastal related problems and refers to the economic activities geared towards advanced sustainable management and conservation of marine resources and coastal resources and sustainable development in order to foster economic growth. Huge efforts are needed to protect oceans and marine environment by eliminating pollution and overfishing, to immediately start to responsibly manage and protect all marine life around the world. Coastal countries and small island developing states should take steps to realize the full potential of the sustainable blue economies through the development and implementation of blue economy assessment policies, strategies, and plans, including a strong focus on community-based action. The African Union, through several frameworks such as the 2050 Africa Integrated Marine Strategy, the Policy Framework and Reform Strategy for Fisheries and Aquaculture in Africa, the AU Agenda 2063, and the AU Blue Economy Strategy, espouse the concept of an ocean economy. Besides the African Union recognizing the importance of the ocean economy, African countries are committing themselves to developing their ocean economies. The United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development is an important vehicle for the development of Africa's blue economy. The decade catalyzes the building, developing, delivering, and application of transformative ocean science solutions for advancement of the oceans. And the Ocean Decade Africa Roadmap identifies sustainable ocean management in Africa, ocean and human health, unlocking the blue carbon potential, and fisheries and illegal, unreported and unregulated fisheries as among the 9 critical priorities for the Ocean Decade to address in Africa. However, sustainable harnessing of the region's blue economy can be efficiently realized by enhancing the understanding of ocean climate nexus and the generation of knowledge and solutions to mitigate, adapt, and build resilience to climate change effects. With this background, let me welcome you to the side event, the Ocean Decade as an accelerator of regional and international cooperation and partnership for promotion of the sustainable blue economies in Africa. This side event is jointly coordinated by the African Development Bank and the Ocean Decade for Africa Task Force. It will involve 4 presentations, 2 first presentations followed by a round of questions and answers. Then we will have a video on the Africa Roadmap and the Ocean Decade, followed by 3 presentations and then a Q&A. So let me invite our first speaker online, Dr. Balgis Osman Elasha. Balgis, can you hear us?
You very well, Jim. Thank you very much for the introduction. Yeah.
Okay, Balgis, we will need a little bit more volume from your side. Balgis is the regional leader, regional coordinator, and climate change and green growth specialist for the North Africa Regional Development and Business Delivery Center of the African Development Bank. She's a forester by training with PhD in forestry and master's in environmental science. She has more than 25 years of experience spanning climate change mitigation and adaptation, natural resource management, renewable energy, and green growth, with speciality on human dimension of global environmental changes and their implications on sustainable development. Welcome, Balgis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jim. I think, Dr. you can share from your side. As you can see, my presentation will cover the issues related to building partnership and funding to accelerate the growth of Africa's blue economy. And I think the issue of blue economy has been much neglected in the area of climate change, although it's very important. We know that oceans and marine habitat sequester almost a third of the global carbon dioxide. And this makes it very important when we think about solutions to climate change. I'll say next, Dorsa. Okay. So I wanted, because I'm the first to present, to introduce the term of blue economy, but my colleague James has already introduced it, so I don't think I need to repeat. It's about the utilization of all resources that is associated with the marine and aquatic habitat, the tangible and non-tangible ones. So we can go to the next, please. Yeah, the blue economy is in the center of the blue economy is the human dimension. So it's about being inclusive and improving the lives of the human being through sustainable utilization of all marine and ocean-related resources. It's about smart shipping. It's about harnessing renewable energy, about conserving marine life and oceans, about protecting coastal communities from impacts of climate change, tackling marine litter and ocean pollution, all these which eventually could lead to creating jobs, reducing poverty, ending hunger. So as I mentioned, it's about improving the well-being of human beings. Next, please. The Sustainable Development Goals about life below water was one of the goals that have been assessed by the Africa Sustainable Development Report 2022, which was jointly developed by the African Development Bank, Economic Commission of Africa, African Union, and UNDP, the African Office of UNDP. This goal is about conserving and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. A number of findings came out from this assessment, but generally it shows that there is the negligence and not really much attention is given to the oceans in Africa. But of course, this situation is not like a general situation across Africa. There are variations across the regions. Some policy recommendations are also being developed. Next, please. Next, Safia. Yeah, so as I mentioned, there is limited awareness, and then there is this pollution and problems, but the policy recommendations include diversifying economic activities because of the high dependence, of course, for many of the African countries on the resources from seas and in their livelihood, especially small island states, to promote development of climate resilient and low carbon emissions, and especially in the tourism sector, and encouraging investment in the ocean, marine research, and coastal development, master plans, creating awareness about the need to manage the waste and especially regarding the infrastructure along the coastal areas. Next. So the African Development Bank had a strategy for the Feed Africa for 2016-2025, which was one of the strategies addressing the high five, the high priority areas of the African Development Bank, which are Feed Africa, Power Africa, Industrialize Africa, Integrate Africa, and improve the quality of the Africans. So Blue Economy Flagship developed to the one means for implementing this Feed Africa strategy. And as I mentioned, this is because of the importance of the marine resources for the food security of the Africans. This flagship has three main pillars. The first one is reducing post-harvest loss through fish commodity value chains, improving the value chains, accessing to markets, and local consumption. We know that the huge amount of losses occurred during post-harvest. This has different reasons because of mainly the lack of storage, the energy problems, unstable energy. So this is an area that need to be addressed. The other pillar is integrating watershed management and marine spatial planning, reconciling multiple coastal demands, particularly critical habitats to protect it and to promote the resilience of coastal populations. And the third is fostering regional governance mechanisms through partnership, program coordination, monitoring, learning, and evaluation. A cross-cutting issue is the partnership and co-funding. So we need to address these three pillars. We need the partnership and co-funding. Otherwise, no matter what efforts is put in place, it will be very fragmented and insufficient. Next, please. Yeah, so the flagship has a specific goal of fostering structural transformation in the African maritime and inland water resource sector during the next decade. Specifically, it has two major milestones: aquatic food and fish self-sufficiency in Africa, and integrated management of inland and coastal resource for climate resilient economic development and low carbon development. So it's very closely linked to the objective of climate change strategy within the bank, which also aims at ensuring low carbon, climate resilient development in Africa. So all these efforts are very closely linked and very much integrated. And I think this is the way that we need to tackle our different issues in Africa in a more integrated and more holistic way. Thank you. Next, please. So this is like the contribution of the flagship, showing the contribution of the flagship to the other priority areas in the bank. As I mentioned, the high five. So if you speak about Power Africa, we can look at the renewable energy, including offshore wind, tidal, hydro, which can play a critical role in agribusiness and seafood development, processing, and this will also contribute to reducing the post-harvest losses. In terms of integrating Africa, the blue boards and maritime transportation can boost regional development through trade corridors, for common markets and infrastructure connectivity, including roads, waterways, and bridges. In terms of industrializing Africa, the support to maritime industrial parks, special economic zones, and coastal development ecosystems, whatever. That all the issues that tourism industry, so the different industrial issues that is closely connected to blue economy. And ultimately, this will lead to improving the quality, of course, of the life for the African people. Next, please. these are just examples of the bank's projects in Africa. So the bank is supporting a number of African countries, especially small island states, to develop their blue economy and also improving the capacity. So there's a mostly technical assistance program and knowledge generation, monitoring and evaluation. Countries like Seychelles, Namibia, Mozambique, they are the first countries that benefited from the bank support and will provide good lessons that the bank can build upon in terms of expanding and upscaling its efforts in relation to blue economy. Next, please. The main expected outcome of the Blue Economy flagship is to increase per capita annual consumption for the Africans, attaining food and nutritional security for over 200 million Africans, and provide income, of course, through jobs creation, increase value-added benefits, they mentioned through the industries, increase the regional fish trade, employment, as I mentioned. So this, if successfully achieved, I think it will be like it creates a transformative shift in Africa. Next, I'm afraid because of the time limit, I have to be fast. Yeah, some of the lessons and from the implementation of the flagship show that there is huge opportunities in sustainable harvesting and value addition towards key African commercial fish species for household consumption and for export markets. Also, the Blue Economy flagship expects to attract additional already a number of partners who are ready for cooperation and co-funding, including the World Bank, FAO, AGRA, IFAD, World Fish USAID, DFID, AFD, JICA. This is just to name a few. The development outcome will contribute to the, as I mentioned, to the high five and also to sustainable development goals and other commitments such as the AUC Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program. So this effort can be coordinated and more integrated. Next, please, so that we can maximize the opportunities. There are of course a number of challenges that were very evident, and some of them are like the overexploitation of fisheries beyond ocean capacity, the climate change impact on various marine ecosystem services, including the loss in species. Climate change is like an additional stress to an already stressed resources because of we know the number one stress is the pollution, and then climate change will also impact and aggravate the situation. So the need to trade off between long-term sustainability and short-term growth and poverty reduction plans because of the high dependency also on the marine resources. They mentioned pollution, which has affected the tourism, fisheries, and seafood safety, and also in return, tourism and these activities will also contribute to pollution. The poor institutional capacity to monitor and evaluate fish stocks and competitive food value chains. One of the most important challenge we found during the development of this of the report, the Africa Sustainable Development Report, regarding the Sustainable Development Goal 14, is the lack of information and regarding the situation of the different targets. This is because of lack of monitoring and observations. Then the marginalization of the informal scale fishery sectors, although they are very important sectors, the small scale fisheries, increasing the urbanization along coastal regions and the resulting pollution, and the scarcity of sustainable agricultural production model, aquaculture production models. Next.
So,
yeah, so on.
Thank you.
Done. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Balgis. Let's give Dr. Balgis a hand of applause. Thank you, Dr. Balgis. I think you raised important points in your initial presentation. I note too, as you may remember, we are saying that SDG 14 is still the most underfunded SDG. So we will come back to you to give us some reflections on why it is still the most underfunded SDG and what we can do. Secondly, one of the greatest challenges that the blue economy faces is marine pollution from plastic. And we say that by 2050, it's likely that plastics will outweigh all marine fish. So I think that's a major challenge. We need to come back and propose some solutions how to combat that. So allow me now to invite two additional speakers to the podium. I will first of all invite Erland Servo. Erland, please join us on the podium. Erland is born and raised on an island surrounded by the Indian Ocean. Erland Servo has, from a young age, developed an admiration for the ocean, and over the past 10 years, he has applied the expertise in development, economics, and passion for facilitating partnerships to design and implement multi-country programs geared towards advancing the SDG agenda in African small island developing states and coastal boundaries, both at intergovernmental and private sector level. Welcome, Erland. Is your mic working? Okay. So while you work on your mic, let me also invite, is Anthony Ndao with us today? Anthony? Yes, please, Anthony, join us on the podium. So Anthony is the coordinator of the African Regional Mode of the Early Career Ocean Professionals Program and Ecosystem Scientist at Plymouth Marine Laboratory.
I do have
He previously held a postdoc research position at AWI, working to develop zooplankton-based indicators for assessing the marine ecological status of marine systems in compliance with the European Marine Strategy Framework Directive. He holds a BSc degree in geography from the University of Buea in Cameroon and a master's in science and geography from the University of Buea, also in Cameroon. He has a PhD from the University of Xiamen in marine sciences with specialization in integrated coastal management. Welcome, Anthony. So let's start with Erland. Could you please share with us some perspectives on how to build effective partnerships and how to work on issues around marine ecosystems? Please.
I have a presentation that I prepared, but I don't know if you can... Okay. But let me start by... I will start with even without presentation.
Yes.
So it's there. So as I said, like my name is Erland Servo, and I'm very happy to be talking today in the context of the Capacity Building Day, because this is basically what we are doing. So at Ocean Hub Africa, we capacitate entrepreneurs in the blue economy sectors in order for them to grow their business and to grow their impact across Africa. So basically what we're giving them, it's, and I see there is an entrepreneur of our program in the room. We're giving them access to, well, we give them training, but we also give them access to a network, and I think that is very important, that can enable them to be better entrepreneurs, but also to have access to the right fundings that they need to develop. So far we've been supporting 32 startups across Africa. So we're based in Cape Town and we work Pan-African, and we've enabled them to raise, with lots of efforts, $8.2 million. Obviously, it's very hard to work with entrepreneurs in isolation, so it's very important that we build ecosystems, and I even say a support system around these entrepreneurs, most specifically when we are talking about a sector that is so new and nascent in Africa and also so misunderstood. Because if I might remember you, the ocean is less known than the space today. 70% of the ocean is unknown. And I'm not going to talk too much about that, but Balgis in her presentation reminded us how important the ocean ecosystem is today to feed our people, to breathe, or as a regulator also of climate. And this is something that is more and more recognized. And even though today we say that SDG 14 is the less funded SDG among the other SDG, we also need to, and I'm talking about what I know, meaning like innovation and entrepreneurship, we also need to notice that the amount of capital that is available to invest in blue businesses around the world has been multiplied by 5 since 2017. So we see that more and more people are willing to invest in these businesses, but the only problem today is that, most specifically when we talk about Africa, is they struggle to find good startups to put money in that will be able to grow, but also to help the development of communities and the sustainable management of the ocean. And once again, I just touched base on that again. Like, there is a plethora of solutions that can be developed in order to not only re-establish the health of our ocean, so that the ocean can still play that important role in our life, but also in order to create opportunities for our communities across Africa. There are like solutions to pollution that can be created for clean energy. This is like a massive sector that is important, that is under studied today. Everything regarding sustainable management of food production, of seafood, but also technologies and that can enable to make transportation less fuel savvy and so forth. So there are like lots of plethora of solutions that are unexplored, and that might require actually from some scientists to come in, because out of the 32 startups that we've supported, what we realize is that the ones that are most successful are the ones that with a scientific background. But they are a minority. The reason why is because they come up with research-based and evidence-based solutions. So I'm very sad, and I put a quote there, because when I go and talk to marine scientists and tell them maybe you should consider making your research or your findings a solution, an actual solution on the market, like this is the type of answer that I get. I'm a scientist. My role is to conduct research. My role is not to create solutions. And that is sad, because probably we might have already in a repository the initiation of solutions that could go to the market to help us tackle those challenges that we are talking about when it comes to ocean sustainability. So at Ocean Hub Africa, I mean, like, even though I'm sad and I'm shocked when I hear scientists saying that, we are trying to come up with solutions that can help to attract more scientists and attract them to take the leap and bet on blue entrepreneurship. Some of them we are already implementing, some of them we are at the ideation stage, and we will probably need partnerships, either technical partnerships when I talk, for instance, with ECOP network, but also financial partnership in order to make that happen. First thing first, I think it's very important to make scientists understand that they have their seat in that blue entrepreneurship ecosystem. So what we do each year is we gather through a summit that is called Ocean Innovation Africa, startups, corporates, authorities, philanthropic organizations, development funding organizations, etc., in order to talk and to discuss and to see what are the challenges and how they can collaborate. And I think that we lack ECOPs and marine scientists being in this type of event in order to take their seat, because as I said, it will be hard to develop evidence-based solutions without their help. So invitation for the ECOP to join us in Cape Town on the 20 and 22nd of February for the next edition of Ocean Innovation Africa. And also something else that we do, we organize, like based on ocean sustainability challenges, what we call Ocean Hackathon. And basically what we do there, we call out to, for marine scientists, for data scientists, for people in business sciences and communication, and we ask them to form groups, and we ask them to tackle those challenges together and to develop in a short amount of time solutions that can tackle these solutions and that can tackle these challenges. And what we've realized today is that some of these solutions become business afterwards, and it opens the mind of the marine scientists because they see that, like, if they mix their skills with other type of skills, there is like lots of things that they can accomplish. Third, we've realized that we work across lots of coastal communities across the world, in Tanzania, Madagascar, Comoros, Mozambique, etc. And we've realized that all these rural coastal communities, they are facing the same type of challenges. It's sad, but on the other side, that means there's also opportunities to create scalable solutions that address these challenges. And we are coming up with a new format of building businesses where we document these challenges, and then we get the help of development partners to help us form multidisciplinary team of co-founders, including marine scientists, in order to make these challenges their problem to solve with the scalable solutions. So this is also something that is starting next year. And then last, it's something that we are just thinking about and haven't not implemented yet. We work with lots of startups, and all of them, they could really benefit from having a scientist in their team. But it's expensive, and there's no interest for scientists to do that. And there's no space for scientists to work like full-time on one startup. So what we are thinking about now is working with networks such as ECOP Africa, for instance, to create scientists in residence program, where one scientist can actually work on with multiple startups and help them overcome their research problems. And these research problems are problems that prevent them to scale or to improve their solutions. So these are ideas that I have in order to make sure that we don't work in isolation and we leverage on science for the development of ocean sustainability, because this is the purpose of the UN Ocean Decade. And then, yeah, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me. And if you want to connect with me, you can scan this QR code. You will have my details there.
Thank you very much, Erlan. Let's give Erlan. Now let's turn to Anthony. Anthony, could you speak to us a little bit about the role of African ECOPs in accelerating the implementation of the Ocean Decade Africa Roadmap? Welcome, Anthony.
All right. Thank you very much. And I must say that I am so distracted right now from everything I've heard from you, because my mind is kind of bursting with different solutions and different activities which we are trying to implement, and which we've been trying to find out where those, we can get help, especially regarding startups for ECOPs. And thank you very much for your presentation. All right, so as the Early Career Ocean Professionals Coordinator for Africa, we are at a very privileged position to contribute to sustainable blue economy across Africa, as well as to contribute to the Africa roadmap for the ocean. But as is common knowledge in Africa, young people do not really get institutional support, especially at the level of the government. And so that's where ECOP came up and was endorsed as a UN Decade Program in 2021. And so we're happy because we now had a platform where young people would be empowered, their voices would be heard, and they can carry out activities and projects and find solutions to pressing ocean environmental challenges and climate change challenges. But we're kind of also disappointed because we had this platform, but we didn't have the support needed to move things forward. And so we started as ECOP Africa, one of the original nodes of the global ECOP program. We started to build more like a structure, an institution, where early career professionals would sit together and have a common vision towards improving the state of the ocean in Africa, but not only the state of the ocean, the state of the environment. Because as ECOP, we try to be a more inclusive network that includes young professionals, not only researchers and scientists, but also other socio-professional groups such as fishermen, boat builders, transporters, all of those who are generally not considered when we talk of people, professionals within the marine system, because the interest is skewed towards scientists and researchers and maybe business people, but not to those other groups. So what we try to do as ECOPS is to be more inclusive. And so the challenge which ECOPS tried to overcome was now to build this structure, have a regional node of ECOP Africa, and below that we have sub-regional nodes for East Africa, North Africa, West Africa, and Southern Africa. And then beneath that we have national nodes. So we try to cover the whole of Africa so that ECOP will become a network of networks across Africa. So it doesn't matter whether you are from WEOMSA or you're from some other regional network, you still can be a member of ECOP. So that's the stage where we are. So now we have 10 endorsed national nodes of the Early Career Ocean Professionals Program. And so these national nodes work within their individual countries. The members work within the individual countries to come up with solutions to specific problems. So now that's one of the challenges we managed to overcome. And so we started looking at ECOP now as a mini African Union, because we have over 600 members presently from all African countries, whether landlocked or coastal, working together towards one objective: to improve the condition in Africa and especially improve the livelihood of Africans, African communities. And one of those, the aspects that are very central to ECOP's activities is indigenous knowledge, ocean literacy, and capacity development. And the African roadmap, what is it? So African countries, led by UNESCO, IOC UNESCO, came together in a conference and decided to chart the way towards sustainable ocean management and conservation and protection across Africa during the Ocean Decade. So based on that, a document was developed called the African Roadmap for the Ocean Decade. And now the question is, how are we going to implement that roadmap? What are the strategies that have been put in place to implement the roadmap? And so, because there's a lot of things happening at the level of the African Union, which I'm not going to detail here, but what we notice within ECOP is that we do not have, in terms of actionable plans, what should we do to support the achievement of objectives towards overcoming ocean decade challenges. So in ECOP, we started developing now actions geared towards a sustainable blue economy. And in addition to that, develop training programs because capacity development is paramount. And ocean literacy, developing programs towards training and enhancing the capacity of early career professionals towards acquiring skills, especially skills like remote sensing, for instance. And also, linking to the previous presentation, how to become not only scientists, but also businessmen who can use the scientific knowledge to develop solutions that would overcome challenges, while at the same time making a living out of that. So we're at that stage now. We're at that stage where we're encouraging our members to come up with innovative ideas for sustainable businesses. And we've been trying to identify potential solutions where we can get help. Because as scientists, we know very little about business. So the statement which you mentioned, which you showed us not so long ago, about the scientist saying that his objective is not to find solutions. The objective of every scientific question or any scientific endeavor is to find solutions. But we as scientists do not have that mindset to turn those solutions into businesses. And so that's the direction which we should be going if we're talking of a sustainable blue economy for Africa. So now the Africa Blue Economy Strategy has been developed, yes. So but what are we doing towards achieving the sustainability aspect of that Blue Economy Strategy? You see? So in our case in ACOP Africa, we have our plan towards a sustainable, or towards achieving the UN Ocean Decade Challenges that are in line with the African roadmap. And moving towards the blue economy, we know that we don't really have strategies in Africa yet. There might be strategies in countries specifically, but not an African strategy towards a sustainable blue economy. And so we believe that ECOPs can contribute in this process because early career professionals have the scientific knowledge. Yeah. And talking about early career professionals, I mentioned earlier, we're about 600 right now in the group of diverse skills and scientific backgrounds. All we need to do is to channel those skills into specific areas where we need solutions. And some of those areas, we generally would not only want to look at the blue economy as the blue economy, we must put the aspect of sustainability behind it, because the blue economy has always been there. African countries, especially coastal countries, have always depended on the ocean for their food, for businesses, for transportation, and for other livelihood needs. But are those activities sustainable in the sense that could they continue supplying those goods and benefits that we are currently supplying at the same rate or even better in the future? So that's where sustainability comes in. And ECOP Africa, we try to now focus on conservation, focus on protection, while at the same time developing industries that will continuously provide income to local communities as well as to the researchers themselves. So we would not isolate that aspect, that we need to develop our communities. We cannot talk about conserving and protecting without knowing that we need to get out of poverty at the same time. So we believe that the way forward is sustainable blue businesses for communities and also for researchers. So some of the activities which we are currently doing is to develop nature-based or ocean-based climate solution hubs in Africa. So we currently have 3 of these hubs, 2 of these hubs with the help of Ocean Vision. So what these hubs are is that all stakeholders within the countries where these hubs are developed would come together. So a collection of stakeholders who provide nature-based solutions such as mangrove restoration, seaweed farming, and others come together in order to develop an integrated solution towards protecting nature at the same time developing businesses. So that's where we are presently in ACOP Africa, and we need support. Support in the sense that we find it difficult to approach African institutions for support.
Okay.
We find it difficult to get financial help.
Okay.
So
Okay.
to end, I'll just simply say that I'm grateful to be here, and you can always look for us, ACOP Africa, and join, because the future of Africa depends on all of us and on all of you sitting here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give Anthony a round of applause. Anthony, if I may ask, where are you based?
I'm based in Plymouth.
You're based in Plymouth?
Yes.
This is in the UK?
In the UK, yes.
But you're working on ECOP Africa.
On ECOP Africa?
So how does Africa come to you, or how do you come to Africa?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah?
So
you'll answer that question later on. But if the audience will allow me, I would like to come to these speakers just briefly. We still have two other exciting speakers. We still have Sophie and Niriaro, who are going to speak to us. But let me finish with these ones first, this first round of speakers. So, Anthony, you raised the problem of the business case. How can we build the blue economy to work for the most marginalized communities?
Yep.
They don't have access to technology, they don't have access to credit and finance, which means they don't have access to cold storage chains, they don't have access to the right equipment to do fishing. How can we make sure that their activity is sustainable at the same time it provides a business opportunity? And I hope from Plymouth you'll be able to give us some perspective on that. So you will respond to that.
That's a very good question.
Erlen, you raised the question of science solution to application. So what should we do? How should we make sure that within the blue economy we are designing research that is informing practice? That from the research we can move to solutions. This is the question you have to respond to. Balgis, are you online? Are you still following us?
Yes, I'm
Balgis?
here. Still, yeah, I'm here.
Yes, you can hear us. So, Balgis, you said that SDG 4 is the most underfunded SDG. And when I saw you present the programs from the African Development Bank, I did not see a specific program that is funded on the blue economy. So, Balgis, where can we find the money to fund blue economy programs? So let's start with you, Balgis, online, and then we come to Erland, and then we will go to Anthony.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's true that it feels very underfunded compared to its contribution to the global economy. It is like a 2.5 trillion contribution to the economy, per year, which is higher than, I think, the GDP of the sixth highest GDP country in the world. It's huge.
Yeah.
But then, in return, the investment is still very low and mostly towards business as usual. I think there is a number of reasons for that. Maybe we don't have like a global agreement on blue economy or how to conserving oceans and marine yes.
Yeah.
So that it can like make a real commitment. You see, even with the commitments in climate change, still climate change is also underfunded.
Yes.
Much less for the blue economy. Also, there is still many countries they didn't develop like strategies or master plans And here the bank is trying to help countries identify like these are the priority area, developing strategies so that maybe even from domestic resources they can also fund.
Yeah.
There are some innovative, mechanisms or instruments for funding the blue economy, like the blue bonds, but still it's much less than what's needed. Yeah, there is a need for 3 trillion per year just to protect the oceans and marine environment to make sure that its supply and in terms of
Yeah.
services and also production can be sustained. So we can see the huge gap between what is needed and what is available.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Balkis. Thank you.
Welcome.
So, I would urge that you look for a way or means of elevating the blue economy through most of these forums so that we do understand its importance and we do think about providing financial resources to advance the blue economy agenda. So, Erlen,
Yes.
science to solution.
Okay. I mean, there are several options there. There are things that are already existing and maybe should be replicated. There are some universities or research centers, they call themselves entrepreneurial universities. So maybe that means like from the get-go, when they will take some students and they will shape research topics around having a solution at the end of the research. I know some universities are doing that in Kenya, in South Africa, and in Rwanda a lot. And what is in Kenya and in South Africa, what is interesting that we have specifically ocean-focused research center doing that. This is something. It's I mean, like it's great, but there are also some challenges around that because universities tend to take quite a bit of ownership of the business, which makes it difficult after the support of university for these entrepreneurs to raise other kind of funding. So it's good at the start to start up with, but we should review how universities are being paid for this contribution because it limits the development of the startups sometimes if they want to grow further. And then, I mean, as I said, we need to create space for marine scientists to stop being only with marine scientists. I mean, it's very important for solidarity that there is like ECOPS network and etc. It's very important, don't get me wrong. Okay. But it's very also important to have spaces where they can meet and mingle with data science people, yes, with business-minded people, so that they can ideate on how they can be part of solutions.
Good, Erland. But I feel in Africa, where the expertise is, because you mentioned also marine science is understudied. Marine and ocean science is understudied. So we have very scarce skills, we have very scarce personnel. I feel in Africa we are not in a position to continue the fragmentation. We need to consolidate. If you take, for example, the US, they have the United States National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration with thousands of personnel, but under one umbrella, one body, performing all those different tasks, including from research to exploration to administration. Why is it that Africa we don't have an oceanic and atmospheric administration? Why are we not championing to consolidate so that we can solve these problems on a massive scale? Rather than to leave Seychelles with its one scientist and Madagascar with two scientists and Namibia with one scientist. I mean, why are we not?
I mean, I totally agree with you on that. Like, we are far behind when it comes to having unity when it comes to this topic. But your questions was about how we turn research into innovative solutions. And we're talking about blue economy. So blue economy is not only marine science in isolation. You need business expertise in a side, you need knowledge of market in a side, and this won't happen unless we create spaces for these people to communicate and see what they have to bring on the table, which we're trying to do in the context of Ocean Innovation Africa.
Yeah.
But then I agree with you on some aspects. We need unity, and we are not there yet. But this is policy.
Thank you. So quickly, may I ask the technical team to prepare the video? After the last question, we will come to the video. So Anthony, on the last question, do you have some reflections on how to build businesses for marginalized people?
Yeah, I would just like to start by just referencing what you just said. I think it's not like we don't have the expertise. We do have, but it's scattered, like you mentioned. It's scattered all over. And since I joined ECOP as a coordinator, I got to understand that Africa has way more than people know in terms of expertise. The number of PhDs in specialized fields in our group is amazing. So now, how do we bring these skills, this knowledge together in order to create something out of that? That's where we should be going. And that's why I agree with your question. And also link with the business aspect of it. So I would say that in ECOP, we have this large number of people, and we do not work in silos. So we have working groups within ECOP. Working groups such as Indigenous Knowledge Working Group, working groups such as Nature-Based Solutions Working Groups such as Ocean Literacy and Capacity Development. So all of these constitute ECOPs of different backgrounds who work together and develop projects around a certain topic. And so these are ways by which we try to overcome that fragmentation in science. Now, the challenge is how to transform these ideas into sustainable business. And that's where I'll be getting back to you after this session. But I think maybe I am kind of missing out a bit on the question you asked. Can you please rephrase the question?
Okay, we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that in our closing remarks. But I would like to thank you very much for your reflections and to allow you to sit down so that we can all watch the video together. Thank you very much, and you're welcome to take your seats. In the meantime, Sophie and Niriaro, you can join me on the podium. Please play the video.
The ocean has always played a part in who we are. It gives us food, provides transport routes, and shapes our cultures. The ocean is home to rich and fascinating marine life and is essential for the climate and weather. For African countries, the ocean is vital. With over 30,000 kilometers of coastline, the ocean supports coastal livelihoods,
we don't
food
have time.
security, economic
We'll just
growth,
listen to your
and
reflections
employment.
and
Everywhere, and especially in Africa, the ocean is
Q&A.
under threat from climate change, pollution, overfishing, and more. But to
Q&A.
restore and protect it, we need to better understand it. The Ocean Decade is a framework to create knowledge and solutions to the
Maybe you
ocean's
just
most pressing
speak
problems.
briefly like opening remarks.
The
2-3
Ocean
minutes.
Decade Africa
Then I give the
Roadmap
audience
is the
time to
result of
interact with you.
multi-year, multi-partner efforts. It provides a vision and plan to move from
I
the
can.
ocean we have to the
I
ocean
can
we
if that's
want
okay
in
with you.
Africa as part of the
So-
Ocean Decade.
Yeah, so we have
To make
10
the
minutes.
Africa Roadmap a reality, we need champions who will lead the charge to tackle the most urgent needs.
So
The Africa
how do you want to
Roadmap
do it?
identifies 9 priority actions. It recognizes that partnerships, skills, and resources are essential to implement these actions. We can only achieve its aims by
And I
working
can
across
pose some
generations, geographies, and genders. By bringing together ocean science, indigenous and local knowledge, and furthering innovation, the Africa Roadmap intends to build a more equitable, knowledge-based, sustainable, and prosperous future for Africa.
No, so you just need to speak and then
Join
you leave me
us,
some time
and
to
together we
interrupt.
will make the Africa Roadmap a reality, creating the science we need for the ocean beyond.
So thank you very much for that video piece. And let me welcome our next set of speakers, two distinguished speakers here. First of all, Sophie Masipa, who is sitting immediately right to me. Sophie founded the Hugomu International and Environmental Infrastructure Investment Business that works at the intersection between the circular economy, the ocean economy, technology, and industrialization. She is the Eastern and Southern Africa liaison for the World Oceans Council and a globe cross-sectoral ocean industry leadership alliance committed to corporate ocean responsibility developed by and for the private sector. Thank you and welcome, Sophie.
Thank you.
Sophie, please give us some reflections on what we can do in terms of the private sector investments in the blue economy.
Okay. Thanks so much. I actually kind of love this topic because I built a business specifically around the ocean space, but I was clear that I didn't want to remain a small business or a startup for a long time.
Yeah.
And I think the topic around co-designing for sustainable ocean management in Africa is really crucial if you have to think about the growth of the sector and when we go with it. But before I get into that, I just wanted to introduce the World Oceans Council because it's key. I'm going to anchor my conversation and my topic around the specific involvement of private sector. And when I mean private sector, I mean beyond startup. I'm talking about big business. I'm talking about big global coalition movements that we need to grow this economy. We need financing. We need regulatory frameworks that work properly. We need infrastructure investors, we need insurance movements, we need risk movements. So essentially, the World Oceans Council is really around creating leadership, collaboration, and action on sustainable development, science, and stewardship. I also have a disclaimer to make. I sit on the board of Ocean Hub Africa as well, so I'm quite intent about how I do my co-designing space.
Yeah.
So essentially how we work is we, as a World Oceans Council, we bring together a responsible multi-sector ocean business community. So if you think about fisheries, ports, I know oil and gas is also a big swear word sometimes, but you have to have a conversation with the oil and gas space if you're going to grow this, if you're going to grow the sector and specifically decarbonize. You have to have the conversation with the sector. Seabed mining, energy companies that operate in offshore wind, offshore supply spaces. So we bring around those people around the table. Banks, we were speaking financing earlier on. I will talk about how we're doing the financing space or the conversation when we talk about co-designing later. And then we also create space for engagement and partnership with ocean stakeholders, and then catalyzing global leadership and collaboration in the ocean business community. Yeah. Quickly to talk about some of the key challenges and opportunities that exist for private sector participation when we think about co-design. Yeah. One of the key issues we have when you think about is probably the interests of parties are sometimes so misaligned in our ocean and marine spaces that there's critical issues of alignment when you think about it. Two, there's challenges around policy frameworks or inadequate policy frameworks where private sector does not understand where most of the countries are taking their own marine spaces. So that creates a problem. And then there's also the tension between economic development and environmental protection. So when you think about private sector participation and trying to co-design systems and spaces around that sustainable development, that can become a real key issue around what happens. And then that the trust relationship between communities, private sector, and government, it's critical. We cannot develop a sector that is devoid of trust. But from an opportunity space, I think really from diversification of industry. This is I'm always so struck by the fact that 90% of global trade happens on water, and yet it is the most underutilized or underdeveloped sector when shipping companies make a lot of money.
Yeah.
People move goods every single day.
Yes.
And every day we're having these conversations about small sector. We have large sectors operating on water. And for me, I guess it's this co-design space. And how do we leverage these partnerships to unlock these opportunities, to unlock spaces for businesses that are sitting in Ocean Hub Africa to see scale, to grow, to unlock spaces where countries are seeing the importance of this collaboration. So quickly, around multi-sector approaches, we look at 3 different areas on how, whenever we work around the space. One is something called regional ocean councils. Our most developed one at the moment is in the Arctic. It's our Arctic Council, but I will speak about the current work we're doing in Africa to develop this. And then the other one is about multi-stakeholder dialogues. So we create spaces. So we decide we're going to have a conversation around port adaptation. Yeah. We bring together every single player that has that touch point. If it's about port adaptation, you cannot have that conversation without a cement company, right? You have to have those spaces in. You cannot have a conversation without the regulation. You cannot have a conversation without the risk management processes. And then we have an ocean investment platform.
Yeah.
And really here it's around the discussion with the big banks and the investors and financiers around what is required for scalability, what are some of the blended tools that we can use in the space to grow this.
Yeah.
And then I want to use a multi-stakeholder initiative that we're involved with at the moment. It's called our Blue Future. Anyone you can kind of Google our Blue Future. We're currently sitting at 25 members. But actually the biggest lacking space has been private sector development. And that's where we've come in as a World Oceans Council. We're spending the next 5 months working extensively and deeply into creating a private sector network that's going to sit comfortably with this multi-stakeholder initiative, more specifically around the Western Indian Ocean region.
Yeah.
Where we will have innovation teams that will look at one circular economy space. We're looking at the fishery space.
Yeah.
We have a community stakeholder space, port and shipping, and energy.
Yeah.
Are the big spaces that we'll look at. So essentially, you cannot co-create, you cannot co-design, you cannot develop and build a healthy ecosystem around blue economy without a multi-stakeholder approach, but one that is active. You know, private sector doesn't sit back. You call them into a room, you better tell them what's in it for them and what you want them to do when they leave the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. Let's give Sophie a round of applause. So, Sophie, you've raised many issues in rapid fire. So I didn't realize that 90% of the world's trade takes place on oceans. So, and I didn't realize this is the most, from the public side, is the most underfunded sector, is the most understudied. So it seems to me that there are huge gaps with the blue economy that we need to fill. Now, is it because you have, so I would come to my question. I would say, okay, but from what you have said, I assume that the private sector is the predominant key player in the blue economy. So I would even assume maybe 80, 90% of that space is occupied by the private sector. So in terms of businesses, you mentioned, you mentioned fisheries, you mentioned oil and gas, you mentioned other resources from the oceans. So my question is, I know that governments are involved in the oil and gas supply chains. I know that they're involved in some of the regulation. But what is it that is missing between the public and the private sector in order to scale up the blue economy business, and particularly private sector investment in blue economy?
I think for me, there are two key things. One is, and it makes organizations such as Ocean Hub Africa so critical, right? Private sector is missing the opportunity to see scalable and bankable projects, right? In terms of from an investment point of view. I think that's key. Two, I think I spoke about the tension between economic development and environmental protection, right? And it's a key one when you think about the ocean, when you think about overfishing, when you think about some of the not so good practices that are taking place on our waters. As much as 90% of the trade is happening there, there's also, the ocean is absorbing a lot of the environmental impact out there. And for me, that's where the tension exists. Sometimes we're not able to get people into the room because there's misalignment. We're not aligned in our end vision and in our protection of the ocean. So if we're going to talk about sustainable development and a relationship between public, private, it cannot exclude communities, it cannot exclude NGOs. You need those voices in the same room and everybody placing on the table what type of attention is. If you look at the green space at the moment, I think the blue economy is where green economy was 20 years ago. So I don't think that we should beat ourselves up. I'm pretty excited that we're in the second year of COP. You know, the blue pavilion has gotten a lot of attention, which means that we're really cracking the space, right? So the question is not whether or not attention is on us. The question is whether or not we can get ourselves a bit more organized, can get into a room and move beyond dialogue, but rather into this co-designing, into action. You know, what does it mean? We should never be, you know, the three of us, four of us should always find ourselves in the same room. You know, we should know that if there's something happening, Ireland is going to be there, Niaro is going to be there. You know what I mean? So I think for me that's really key.
Excellent. So as we just wind up with you, please think about this question that you mentioned that there's this tension between the environment and oceans. And, you know, there's a lot of dumping, there's a lot of spillage. So say, for example, my question is there an international code that governs trade on the international oceans? And if there is, who enforces it? You can respond to that later on. But for now, let's go to Niriaro. Niri, welcome. I will introduce you briefly. Niri is a trained agricultural engineer specializing in fisheries resources, and she's also the president of Clima Madagascar, an international laboratory of ideas and action, bringing together volunteers, students, young professionals whose aim is to meet the challenge of climate change by empowering and engaging young people in collaborative research, advocacy, and grassroots mobilization. Welcome, Niri.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's not working, so sorry. Okay, so hello everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here. So today I'm going to talk about the consideration of ethical principles in relation to climate change in Africa and its impact on blue economy. So to make just a brief introduction, I came from Madagascar. So Madagascar has more than 5,600 kilometers of coastline. We have 1 million of exclusive economic zone, and with a continental shelf and mangrove area. So we have many ecosystemic things in Madagascar. But I'm sorry, I don't know what happened to the presentation, but you need to know that we have coastal blue carbon ecosystems, which include vegetable coastal ecosystem dominated by salt marsh, mangrove, and seagrass. So all of those issues led us today to realize that there's a lot of impact. There's a lot of impact on blue economy in Madagascar. So the ethical principle really enter into this way, but I think it's more like a brief introduction of all that have been said before. because the ethical principle does exist. It was created in the COP28 during Bonn conferences, and it was led by UNESCO, and they realized that we need to draft some kind of documents to implement ethics into climate change. And this document is really interesting because it takes care of all the issues we are actually facing right now. So, for example, there's a prevention of harm. So it means that we need to formulate and implement policies and actions to mitigate and adapt to climate change, including through fostering climate resilience and low greenhouse gas emissions. But also we need to seek and promote transnational cooperation before deploying new technologies. So we have to take care of our knowledge, our local knowledge, before implementing new technologies like the big industries and the big utilization of energies. So maybe with local power, with local knowledge, we can actually work together. Yeah. We need also to precautionary approach. So it's a precautionary approach. It means that there's threat of serious or irreversible harm, and we have a lack of full scientific certainty should not be used as a reason for postponing cost-effective measures to anticipate, prevent, or minimize the causes of climate change. So even if we don't have all the documents in hand, even if we don't have all the data, we should always make adjustments. We should always make some measures to anticipate the effect of climate change. But also we need to implement equity and justice. So equity and justice, justice requires fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people. And we should work together in a spirit of justice and partnership and inclusion. So we need to include the gender and women and youth into all our perspective, even if we're talking about blue economy, especially even if we're talking about blue economy. So as the sustainable development, we need to promote the implementation of a United Nations 2030 agenda of sustainable development into all our action. As it was mentioned before, the 14 SDGs is not always considered, but it's one of our most important SDGs because we're an island in Madagascar. So SDG 14 and SDG 13 are one of our main goals. So we need to implement also solidarity, as it has been said before by my colleagues. On a volunteer basis, we should strengthen timely cooperative action in the areas of technology, development and transfer. We should also do means and financial support resources to developing countries, but we also need to synthesis of relevant information and knowledge into capacity building as we are doing today. So to combine it, the scientific knowledge and integrity in decision making, I'm very sorry for the presentation. I don't know what happened. So you need to work with a scientist like me, even if we're not into the business model, even if we're not focusing on profits, we are more focusing on solution, as Anthony said before. We want to find solution in everything. If there's a problem, we're more related to finding solution. So with scientists, we can take measures which help protect and maintain the independence of science and the integrity of a scientific process. We actually can build effective mechanisms to strengthen the interface between science and policy to ensure strong knowledge based in decision making. So how can we apply it? To apply this principle, we can develop strategies to uphold of the integrity of scientific research in addressing climate change issues. We can also promote the development of local risk maps, and early warning systems. We have this kind of problem in Madagascar because Madagascar is one of the countries that are most affected by climate change. Since 2021, we faced in just 1 year 5 cyclones. And it's a really big issues, but if you go to a developed country, they will be like, why aren't you, as scientists, programming some warning systems to prevent early, but we don't have the knowledge, we don't have the technologies. So we have to work with different scientists to implement those kind of engine, those kind of matching into our country.
Yeah.
It is also important to promote formal and non-informal education with regard to climate change challenges and solutions, and encourage retraining for professionals in line with these objectives. So you can find by this QR code all the documents related to the ethical principle. It was developed by UNESCO.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Thank you very much, Niri. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you. Niri, just one question for you. Now that you know Madagascar is one of the best examples of some of the places that are still very pristine when it comes to ocean.
Yeah.
Do you have a Ministry of Blue Economy in Madagascar?
Yeah, we have a Ministry of Fisheries and Blue Economy.
Fisheries and Blue Economy.
And Blue Economy, it's on the same line.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So at least politically it's elevated to that level where you can address issues of fisheries and blue economy.
Yes, definitely.
Fantastic. And lastly, do you have an answer?
Yeah, the High Seas Treaty.
The High Sea?
It's called it's the easiest way to say the High Seas Treaty.
The High Seas Treaty?
Yeah.
Is it a UN treaty?
It's a UN treaty, signed September 20th, I think.
So if I have an oil spillage from my tanker, what do I do?
Well, if you have an oil spillage in your tanker, you should already be cleaning it up. But
I am the one to clean it up.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thanks. So you've heard from the speakers. I think the essence of the session was to introduce you to these excellent resource people. You will have time to network with them, to interact with them, get their contacts, and you can make follow-up questions with them. So let's thank them very much and give them a round of applause. And join me also in bringing this session to a formal close. And let us adjourn for today. Thank you very much and see you next time.
Thank you.
Thanks, James.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
of delay. So first of all, welcome to this side event of the African Island States Ministerial Climate Commission. We would like to really give the opportunity to all the member states to talk, to express their views, to share. So this is just an event that we are doing for you, for the 9 countries which are member. And at the beginning, we would like to also apologize because, as you may aware, Seychelles suffered an incident recently, and due to that incident, all the ministers were called to go back to the country, and they have declared the state of emergency. So due to that, our minister from Seychelles, which is the chair of the African Island State Climate Commission, is joining us virtually. We would really like to stay with you all here, but yes, that happened. And then we will hand over the floor to him for the opening, and then we will move into the first panel with the handover to the Indian Ocean Commission. So I would like also to acknowledge of the countries that are here. I see also a minister from Mauritius. Thank you very much for coming. I see ambassador from Cape Verde, Secretary General from the IOC. I see also the PS from Tanzania, from Mauritius. I'm missing from Comoros, the director is here. Okay. Some others may be arriving. Also, African Development Bank director is here. UNECA is here. The PS from Seychelles is here. So I think the key people is already on the stage, and we also have the deputy director from the Green Climate Fund, and Adaptation Fund will be joining us later. So I would like now to pass the floor to the Excellency Honorable Minister, Mr. Flavien Jouvier. I don't know if you can hear us, Mr. Flavien. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Antonio. I think I can hear you very well. Okay. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me on behalf of the Chair of the Commission, His Excellency Mr. Wilver Ramkalawan, the President of the Republic of Seychelles, to extend a warm welcome to all the delegates and partners to this ministerial and partners meeting. It is unfortunate that I could not be in the room today. Seychelles as
exceptional because they have a state of emergency in Seychelles.
As Antonio has pointed out, has unfortunately experienced multiple disastrous events that require the presence of the entire cabinet in the country. So I've had to travel back from the COP. This in itself is a reminder of the vulnerability of Seychelles as a small island developing state. So saying this, I would like to once again draw all our attention to the adverse impacts of the climate crisis on Seychelles, and likewise on other African island states and coastal states. This crisis has far-reaching consequences on the sustainability of our island nations, and it is important that we keep talking about it with all our partners and also pointing it out at the various conference of parties of the UNFCCC. Africa, as we all know, despite being one of the least contributors to climate change, bears a disproportionate burden of its effects. Island states are even lesser contributors, and we still bear a massive portion of that effect. Therefore, it is crucial to urge major emitters to develop more ambitious strategies and plans to ensure that the goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius is actually achieved. Like other African island states, the Republic of Seychelles views climate change as an emerging challenge, as an emergency challenging all aspects of its chances for future survival, and undermines Seychelles' efforts to fully achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We are building a vision for a climate-resilient future that puts adaptation and loss and damage at the center of our decision-making. And we take immediate action. We are taking immediate action now to protect the people, the economy, and also the environment. Seychelles acknowledges that the adaptation challenges require inclusive and gender-sensitive global action, and we share collective ambition in line with the SDG to achieve a world in which no person is left behind by the impacts of climate change. It is crucial not to overlook the significance of adaptation for African island states, which should be given the same level of urgency as mitigation. COP28 presents an opportunity to highlight the need for developed countries to show higher ambition and commitment in supporting the formulation and implementation of national adaptation plans. We need to find common ground and expect stronger outcomes from these negotiations on the global goal for adaptation, and should not lead to further delays in strengthening adaptation actions, particularly for Africa SIDS like Seychelles, where addressing adaptation is actually addressing the survival of these states. The chairman of the Commission, His Excellency the President of Seychelles, pointed out in his various interventions during the past week that we need to recognize the leading role that islands are playing in climate action in Africa. He also pointed out that we should have common ambitions for island states. We should be talking the same language, and we should be helping each other achieve targets. There should be greater cooperation in the work that we do. And through this commission, we hope that we can enhance that cooperation, we can break across the language barrier, and we can bring together the island states from the East Africa and West Africa together and have a common agenda for action in all our island states. And lastly, one point that the President, the Chair, pointed out is that we need to have greater partnership with outside partners. And here I count on the partners who are in the room and those potential partners that we would engage with in the future to help us create that network of partnerships that would help us have greater action in the island states of Africa. I count on the support of all our party members, the countries constituting this commission, to help us put in place those ideals and have them turn into action so that we can see results for all our peoples. In concluding, I would like to thank you all, once again, all partners and member states, for your continued support and wish you successful work at the COP during this week. The success of this commission would mean success for us all, and it would also mean a win for climate action. Let us join together and make our island states a shining example of the way African countries can work together and achieve success. I thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussions that will follow in this event. So thank you very much, and have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we thank the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Climate Change of the Republic of Seychelles on behalf of the Chair of the AISCC for his speech, reiterating the need for the island countries of Africa to work together, to understand that with our partners we would need to continue working to ensure that the islands, they shine within the globe. Thank you so much. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome Dr. Anthony Ngwe, the Director, Climate Change and Green Economy from the African Union, from the African Development Bank. Sir, the floor is yours.
Yeah, honorable ministers, colleagues, friends, it's my pleasure to be here to represent the African Development Bank, because this region we're talking about today is extremely very important to us as a bank. Why is this so? Island states have a very different set of vulnerabilities than most of us have. And for us, it's even more critical because some of those island states are what we may call middle-income countries, and therefore may not have the access to some of the resources that are available. But we know it is our responsibility to ensure that every country has the right access to the resources that it needs to address its climate change challenges. So we're here. We have a couple of programs at the African Development Bank, which I'm going to talk about later. that can assist in addressing the concerns of Africa's island states. So without wasting much time, I want to say welcome and thank you for the invitation. And I'm hoping that when the openings are over, that we will be able to sit down to look at what exactly it is that we can do. I'm also glad that GCF is here because we have a program that looks at resilience, but purely for the African states. And I believe that we together will be in a position to address the needs of these countries. Thank you very much.
We thank you, sir, for the intervention and the support that the bank is continuously giving to countries in Africa. As we proceed, may I call upon Mr. Nassim Ullman, Acting Director for Technology, Climate Change, and Natural Resources Management Division of the UNECA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As interpretation is provided, I will switch to French. Merci beaucoup, mesdames et messieurs. Chaque fois, c'est toujours très compliqué d'intervenir après mon ami le professeur Nyang. Mais là, je crois qu'on va surtout travailler main dans la main pour que la singularité des îles soit dûment prise en compte et à la mesure des risques auxquels ils font face. Au niveau de la Commission économique des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique, on est plus qu'engagé avec cette commission climat en particulier, une des 3 commissions climat, la commission climat des États insulaires africains, pour vraiment aller de l'avant et de manière collective, je dirais, pour augmenter l'impact, pour accéder à la finance. Donc, pour nous, il a été, comme nous le faisons avec les 2 autres commissions climat, qui sont les commissions climat du bassin du Congo et la commission climat de la région du Sahel, nous les accompagnons dans leur opérationnalisation. Et c'est pour cela que nous avons, à Beauvallon, travaillé ensemble aussi avec la COI pour accompagner cette commission climat pour arriver à cette opérationnalisation de la commission climat des États insulaires africains. Nous visons le sommet de l'Union africaine pour formaliser l'établissement.
We are formalizing the establishment of this climate commission that is recognized by the African Union. So this summit is taking place on February. We are also working on concrete projects with the climate commission. We are working on 7 programs of the readiness program for the climate fund. So the reality is that a lot of countries, due to the complexity of the procedure, they don't manage to use those funds that are accessible for them, that are at their disposal. But since the procedure of accessibility is complicated, they don't manage to access them. Our Claver KTT insists the work we have to do with the ECA to work with them to have access to the available funds, but also to accompany them to better assess and identify their needs in order to access and mobilize other important funds regarding the adaptation to climate change. So this project in particular, with the 9 countries, we are finalizing the regional request of the 9 island countries. And by associating the Green Fund for Climate, to forget nothing in the preparedness phase, to make sure that the request is done under all the standards of the Green Fund in order to guarantee a success to this request. So here is the project that we accompany, but we accompany other projects, such with the Minister Flavien Joubert. We work on the possibility of better valuing the blue carbon, implement protocols that are specific to the African islands, that we do, for example, in the Congo Basin, put a registry for the blue carbon. And we are also working, and I'm really pleased to salute the General Secretary of IOC to accompany this climate commission and identify the key topics and the emergency that those countries are facing. You see this project of preparation with capacity building of risk assessment management is taking all its sense when we refer to what have gone through the Seychelles Island yesterday. So a big greeting and thought to our friend of Seychelles about what they have gone through yesterday. So, and we're also accompanying the Climate Commission with the next commission taking place in May in Barbade Island. And in the preparatory phase, we made sure that the term of Climate Commission is inscribed so that the rest of the island of the planet are aware of this climate commission, and will facilitate the partnership within the framework of this 6-4, so that all our countries take profit of the advantages of this climate commission. So we are really pleased today to have all our partners gathered so that we can accompany our island states so that they can contribute to their bringing their own contribution. That is really important. When we think about the marine territories, they are bringing this contribution to the development of the continent. Thank you so much.
We thank the acting director for his remarks. Just to iterate that the commitment of UNECA to support the ISCC, ensuring that the Commission becomes fully operational, and the target being set is to at least try to meet the African Union Summit so that the Commission would be placed within the rhythm of the African Union. The UNECA is also supporting the Commission to access the Green Climate Fund. It has been said that some countries are finding it very difficult to be able to access the fund, and through the support of the UNECA, a project is being designed that will help the countries of the 9 countries of the AISCC to benefit. He also reiterated the work that is being done on the blue carbon, accessing for also putting in place a register for blue carbon for the whole of the African island states. He has also expressed the interest in working with the Indian Ocean Commission to ensure that we together we identify the programs that would be to the best of his interest of the African island states. And also the UNECA is taking it as a responsibility as well to ensure that the visibility of the African island states at the next States Summit conference in Antigua is known. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I would like now to welcome the representative of the African Union to say a few words, please. Liam.
Honorable ministers from the Republic of Seychelles, Mauritius, and Sao Tome, permanent secretaries here present from the African Islands Climate Commissions and also from AU member states, representatives from the OIC, and all protocols duly observed. Commissioner has just had to leave, so she's not able to join us this afternoon, but we are hoping to be joined by our director. So first, to congratulate the ongoing work by the African Island Climate Commission. I know a lot of efforts are ongoing to try and operationalize this very important commission. Several workshops have been done. I think we started off already in Windhoek at the Climate Change and Development Conference in Africa. There were more meetings at the Africa Climate Summit, so I guess this was another platform which the islands used to try and elevate the agenda. We also had Africa Day here on the 2nd of December. And this time around, the voice of the African islands was quite elevated because we had the heads of states from Seychelles and Madagascar present, and I think the message was taken home well. So we are very pleased to see the work that is going on, and especially to highlight some of the challenges or ongoing commitments. So from the AU side, we remain committed to support this process. We always receive the reports from the other climate commissions. We have the Congo Climate Commission, and we have the Sahel Climate Commission as well, in addition to this. So another platform, of course, could be in February, where we will be having another CAOSC meeting. So the example I will take from last year, the Sahel Climate Commission held their meetings on the margins of the summit, and the report which then formed part of the Assembly decision. So we are looking forward to work with the team and through the Secretariat to see how we can, again, use that opportunity to either endorse or validate some of the outcomes from the discussions which are ongoing. With that, I'll stop there and hope that my director will come and continue. But thank you again for inviting the Commission. We remain supportive. Thank you.
We thank the representative of the African Union Commission for her words. We note that the commissioner had to leave, and we are expecting probably we will have the director to join us at a later stage for us to continue the conversation. And we also note the support that African Union is committed to continuously give attention to the cause of the states. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, we will now move to the second part of our event. And as you could have seen, it is a joint effort by many of us from the Indian Ocean Commission, the UNECA, AUC. And now may I invite my colleague, I would say Mr. Antonio Palazeros, to set the scene, and then he will continue with the rest of the program together with Mr. Adam from the UN. Thank you, and have a nice afternoon. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gina from the IOC. Really appreciate your support. So let's see if this is working. Okay. Yes. Okay, so what we're going to do now is very quickly go through the main achievements, what the AISC have done until now. We will also go through the readiness project proposal we are preparing, so you have an idea. And we will end on the road to the Antigua and Barbados conference, the CIS, okay. The CIS4 International Conference. Good. So for those, although most of you will be familiar with the African Island State Climate Commission, for those who are not, it's part of the family of climate commissions that were launched in 2016 under the African Union together with the Sahel Climate Commission and the Congo Basin, and is chaired by the Republic of Seychelles. Sorry. Okay. Can, can we project the PowerPoint again, please? It's not working well. It was not passing through, I know. Okay, press you. Pass, 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 pass. Okay, now works well. Okay, thank you. So, as we said, 9 member states belong to the Climate Commission. So, from those 9 member states, we have 6 small island developing states, plus Equatorial Guinea on the Atlantic, Madagascar, and Zanzibar, Tanzania. So the objective, basically, I'm going to summarize that because we are also running out of a little of time, so we have more time for the panel. But it's to bring the voice of the islands and to consolidate what we are doing as a community, and also to strengthen their capacity to implement projects related to climate action. So what we have done so far since 2016, we are going through different COPs where they have introduced and share the work that we have been doing. In the African Union Summit in 2020, we had the launch event on the side of the African Union Summit. Then in Glasgow at the COP21, we had also another ministerial side events toward realization and action. In Cairo, they were having another meeting in 2022 about the operationalization of the African State Climate Commission. And then we had finally the first technical meeting in October last year. And then the second one, it was this year in Bebalong. And actually, that was a very important meeting because it came out the outcome document of Bebalong, which helps onto the operationalization of the Climate Commission. And then we have the last one in Port Louis, in Mauritius, where we were having issuance the Port Louis recommendations onto the acceleration of the African Island State Climate Commission operationalization. We have also an important event at the African Climate Summit in Nairobi earlier this year, a ministerial event towards a blue and resilient future, as some of you participate. So we see some of the meetings we held before. That were the 2 technical meetings, one in Seychelles and one in Port Louis. That was the ministerial meeting at the African Climate Summit. So basically, we have now a cooperation framework between the 9 member states and the developing partners. In particularly, the role of IOC, which has been requested to host the Transitional Secretariat, and also the support from the UNECA, in particular for the implementation of projects. Then we were also bringing the Green Climate Fund into the last meeting, and since then we are working together to prepare a regional readiness project proposal, so that will include the 9 islands. Okay, and it was also included as one of the recommendations of the Port Louis document. So the readiness project proposal, moving now into the next section, is a specific funding from the Green Climate Fund that will allow to strengthen the capacities of the 9 member states. So it builds on previous projects that were done with the islands. And basically, UNECA will be acting as delivery partner on behalf of the 9 member states. We have already sent a letter to the national designated authorities so that they bring us on this with a letter of support. And then we will be partnering also with the IOC as secretariat, with the Early Warning for All in Africa, and with the University of Twente in the Netherlands, who have a special expertise on loss and damage, vulnerability, and hazard risk assessment. And this is very critical now, because as we see, islands are continuously affected We just seen Seychelles yesterday. We keep on with these cyclones, floods, so whether it's in the Indian Ocean or in the Atlantic, where it is drought. And that is the importance of bringing that and supporting countries into strengthening the institutional capacities to make these assessments. And it will be aligned with 4 objectives: capacity building, framework development in the country, pipeline development, also to create concept notes for bigger projects, and knowledge sharing and learning. Well, so this is the whole theory of change, so we are running out a little bit of time, but basically what we want is to address the different barriers that we, as weak technical capacities, limited data available on hazard risk, loss and damage in the countries, and some other link it to early warning system and climate information. We will be working with the key ministries as a cross-cutting climate, also with specialized agencies such as civil protection and emergencies, DRR and hydromet, and planning, and also supporting as end users and beneficiaries, vulnerable communities, and those more exposed. Okay, so this is the arrangement we envision to do with the Green Climate Fund, NDAs, the African Island State Climate Commission together, and the 9 member states as the main priority. So we have gone through a long consultation process that we are now on the final phase with this event at the COP, and now we will proceed into the submission and reviews for approval and starting implementation early next year if everything goes well. And then the preparatory process for the 4 international conference on seas we already mentioned. We are now on the advanced process. Cape Verde hosted inter-regional meeting a few months ago, and Mauritius, the regional for the ACE. And now we would like really to see this Island State Climate Commission as an active coordinating entity that helps to move forward the voice of the islands of this space of the Atlantic and Indian Ocean. You see, we have still time until the conference that will take place in May next year in Antigua and Barbuda in the Caribbean. As you know, it's rotational basis. The previous one is Samoa, and then it was in Mauritius, no? So it's every 10 years. And now we have also the opportunity to put our voices on the next Samoa pathway, on the net roadmap for the islands for the next 10 years. So it's a very important opportunity. So I will stop here. Now on the discussion, we can elaborate more. And now I have the pleasure to hand over to our colleague, Jean-Paul Adam, former Minister of Seychelles and currently Director at the UN Special Advisor Office for Africa. Thank you, and over to you.
Merci beaucoup, Antonio. J'ai le plaisir d'inviter les ministres
pleasure
et les chefs de délégation de quelques pays de nous rejoindre.
Head of delegation of
We will
few
be
countries.
having the discussion both in English and in French. I would like to invite Minister Kaidas Romano, the Minister of Environment of Mauritius, please to join me on the panel. Also, Minister Adelino Fernandos Rosa Cardoso, Ministro, the Minister of Infrastructure, Natural Resources and Environment of Sao Tome and Principe. Sorry, I will just make some room for myself. I'd also like to invite Her Excellency Ambassador Tania Romualdo from the Ambassador of Cabo Verde to the United Nations. Ambassador, please. Yes, you can join us there. Je voudrais aussi inviter Monsieur le Secrétaire Général du ministère de l'Environnement et du Développement durable de Madagascar, Monsieur Mamitian. Excusez-moi si j'ai mal prononcé. Ça va? Ça passe? Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général. And I would also like to invite Mr. Omar Dadi Shadak, the Permanent Secretary in the First Vice President's Office of Zanzibar in the United Republic of Tanzania. Thank you so much for joining us. We do not have very much time, so I would like to invite each panelist to briefly outline the opportunities that they see in terms of addressing the priorities of island states in the context of the African Island Climate Commission, and also, of course, their expectations going forward, recognizing the vulnerability of African islands in the current circumstances. I would like to start with you, Minister from Mauritius. Please feel free. I would ask each speaker to try and be within about 3 minutes so that we can catch up a bit in time, and we apologize for these constraints. Minister.
Thank you very much. Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to address this panel in the context of the African Islands States Climate Commission ministerial meeting. At the very outset, I should say we have a special thought for our brothers and sisters of the session in the tedious and painful event that you are presently living. I would first wish to state my unconditional commitment to ensure the successful implementation of the activities of the AISCC, and we join forces with my colleague ministers here to give the required impetus. As small, vulnerable states, we have the obligation to look for innovative solutions to secure a resilient future for our people. There is no plan B. We are all here subjected to either prolonged spells of extreme droughts or flash floods caused by torrential rainfall. Our summers are getting hotter and winters are warmer, and that we are used to. We talk lengthily about the economic impacts, that the social impacts that are as devastating with the increase of airborne, waterborne, and vector-borne diseases, both existing ones and emerging ones. In Mauritius, we have an aging population, and the health impacts are even more critical. Regarding the state of our coastal zone, we are losing stretches of beaches because of accelerated sea level rise. Government is investing massively in rehabilitation works because without this adaptation work, our coastal communities will lose their livelihood and our tourism industry will be severely impacted. We have been using the conventional techniques to save our beaches by putting up hard structures by default because they have been there for a long time and as the only available solutions, but we are aware that we cannot only rely on such techniques. This is why in our updated 2021 nationally determined contribution, we have advocated for an ecosystem-based adaptation through nature-based solutions and the reach-to-reef approach. We are also advocating holistic planning of activities in a stretch extending from the crest of mountains to the reefs. We have come up with a land drainage master plan 2022-2030, which is based both on hard structures and nature-based solutions. However, alone, we will not be able to move fast and in the right direction. I believe in united forces and also in peer exchange and in learning. This is where AISCC member states have to make an effort to learn from each other and adopt the climate solutions that is best fit for the individual countries. I have shared what we do in Mauritius, and I would personally like to learn from all of you here. Seychelles, for instance, can eventually share their experience on biodiversity conservation and using innovative financing instruments to finance costly adaptation projects. We could, to that effect, put in place a platform where each of us, member states, could upload good practices and also indicate the expertise we have. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, ministre, et merci de rester dans les temps. Thank you very much, Minister, and you've also been very in time. Je voudrais inviter maintenant Monsieur le ministre Adelino Fernandez Rosa Cardoso, le ministre de l'Infrastructure, des Ressources naturelles et de l'Environnement de Sao Tomé et Principe.
Sao Tomé and Principe, can you say a few words in the setting of Climate Commission of African Island?
Oui, merci.
Thank you. And thank you for being here with all with the country suffering from the same issue. It's a great pleasure for me to be in the same dialogue. We are talking about things which affect us. We are vulnerable island. In Sao Tome and Principe, we are faced with a huge problem with the climate change. So 2 years ago, we were faced with lots of problems of climate due to climate change, and the sea level started rising, and we have the most vulnerable population in the world. So what we are doing, we are looking for ways to have coastal protection, to protect as well the population faced with risks, meaning we need funding to implement this project. We're also faced with the difficulty of having know-how, giving us guidelines due to the mitigation of the climate phenomena event. So we have the same system as all vulnerable countries. So thank you again for being here. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for sharing this prospect. And we do appreciate the vulnerability to the shock of small countries like Sao Tome and all the efforts, the endeavors you undertake, and that's the aim of this Climate Commission, to mitigate this vulnerability and improve access to the resources.
I would now like to go to Her Excellency Ambassador Tania Romualdo, the Ambassador of Cabo Verde to the United Nations. Ambassador, thank you.
Honorable Ministers, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, SITS friends. We encounter ourselves at a strong momentum after our regional SITS meeting in Mauritius last July and the interregional SITS meeting in Cape Verde August-September also this year. We are on the way to the 4th International SITS Conference in Antigua and Barbuda next year in May. Climate and development finance must be scaled up. I will skip comments on this topic and move on straight to the innovative solutions we adopted in Cape Verde, in sake of time. The first is Cape Verde's Blue X Sustainable Finance Platform, which the Cape Verde Stock Exchange developed together with UNDP through our Integrated National Financing Framework, INFF, process. The purpose of this exchange-driven approach is to create a decentralized platform conducive to the convergence of supply of global, regional and domestic impact investments with the demand for such financing from public and private sectors seeking to develop sustainable and climate-aligned projects. The second one is a solution in the context of our debt sustainability strategy, and it arose in the form of a bilateral swap with Portugal. Herein, we have been able to successfully negotiate the transformation of 140 million euros in debt helped by the Portuguese Treasury into a climate and environment fund. Among other priorities, this fund will provide essential seed capital to invest in our comprehensive renewable energy transition strategy with a long-term development strategy that foresees zero net carbon emissions by 2050. The agreement was signed earlier this year, and just a few days ago, the addendum was signed by both prime ministers here during a side event at COP28. As ACE, as region, we have some specific needs, and to tackle them, and again, I will skip most of what I wrote. I will run through this in bullets. One, enhance aid effectiveness through collaborative partnerships, North-South, South-South, and SITS-SITS. Just a few minutes ago, we were at another SITS event where Ireland launched their second strategy for SITS And this is also an innovative approach and the way to look at partners to work with. 2, strengthen multilateralism and explore innovative approaches to address the unique challenges faced by SIDS, in this case, African island states, SIDS, in accordance with our commitments to leave no one behind. There's a very urgent need for consistently investing in women and youth empowerment. We are seeking inclusion of those who are most vulnerable, persons living in extreme poverty, disabled, children, elderly, and this through specific targeted and well-funded policies and programs. 3, invest in human capital to address health crisis in SIDS and explore the enormous potential and talent of SIDS youth. We cannot waste this potential, and SIDS is youth. We cannot postpone this investment any longer. To keep us on track with those and only those that I just mentioned, we need an efficient AIS coordination mechanism, which is crucial to support the implementation of the Samoa pathway in the ICE region. We are therefore happy to see this follow-up on the African regional meetings recommendation, the ICE regional meetings recommendation to hold this high-level meeting to discuss the modalities for such a mechanism. And I will stop here in sake of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for this very clear roadmap of priorities. And also, as you have mentioned, it's an opportunity for us to adopt financial innovation, building on the experience of Cape Verde, of Seychelles and other countries, and really strengthening the institutional measures that can support such innovations. I would like now je voudrais maintenant inviter
I'd like to invite Mr. the General Secretary of the Minister of Environmental and Sustainable Development of Madagascar, Mr. Mamitia, to share with us some perspectives of the big island of Madagascar. So I thank you for giving me the word. Excellencies, Mr. Minister, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a huge honor for me as a General Secretary of the Ministry of Development and Environment of Madagascar to speak in front of such an audience. I would like to apologize for Madame Vironea that was supposed to come today, but due to obligations, she's not here today. Regarding Madagascar, as a big island of the Indian Ocean and third biggest island of the world, we are really impacted by climate change because we benefit from 10 million of hectares of forest. Our position is adaptation because each year we face cyclones that are more and more violent and are repeating each year. In the southern part of the island, we have drought that is provoking migration, and in the southwest of the island, we see a sea level increase. So in conclusion, Madagascar, even if it's a big island, it's really affected by the climate change, and really we feel that all stakeholders of those initiatives, above all for islands such as Madagascar. So I would like to repeat our solidarity regarding all the countries, all the island countries, because to face climate change, we have to make sure we use solidarity and we commit regarding our respective practices, because I think we have a lot of similarities in terms of affectation, in terms of response that we have to give, and we have to implement for Madagascar. In Madagascar, we implemented policy frameworks with national plans of adaptation, but it's not sufficient. We have to do on-site actions to access the fundings. So for me, it's one of the main challenges is access those fundings that we are promised for many years, but it's complicated to have access to this fund. I'm one of the people convinced of thinking of the implementation of a fund for the southern countries with less procedures, because maybe it's here the lobbying for us as African countries we have to do all together. Once again, we reiterate our solidarity and we congratulate the African Commission of the islands of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Interpreters are going to stop interpreting.
D'avoir évoqué cette idée de solidarité transformatrice que peut nous servir vraiment à renforcer la résilience de tous les États insulaires, pas seulement dans l'océan Indien, mais dans tout le continent africain. I'd now like to go to His Excellency Mr. Omar Dadi Shadak, the Permanent Secretary in the first Vice President's Office of Zanzibar in the United Republic of Tanzania. So, Mr. Permanent Secretary, please, we'd love to hear your perspectives.
Honorable Ministers, dear Permanent Secretaries, invited delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Striking a balance between climate action and sustainable development is not easy. We, the island states, are more vulnerable and very sensitive due to persistent weather uncertainty, sea level rises, saltwater intrusion, and the likes limit us and make us more vulnerable. As such, we seek to unite, act, and deliver. This COP, and in particular this gathering, offers a unique opportunity to further tap the decisive role of a sustainable and resilient region. We in Zanzibar, part of the United Republic of Tanzania, has embarked on our main policy, which is the blue economy, which comprises tourism, fisheries, and marine aquaculture. This sector, for example, in tourism, is a very fragile industry in terms of climate challenges. Sea level rise and saltwater intrusion causes destruction to the very limited agricultural lands which we have in the island, and even causes the destruction of clean and safe water around the coastal areas. And therefore, concerted efforts of the birds of the same feathers, that's the island states, are needed to make sure that we are forged ahead and combat the climate challenges before us. I'm sure, let's say that the battle before us is tough, but I'm sure if united, we will win this battle, no matter how sophisticated our enemy is. And therefore, I call upon the island states to unite to make sure that we are winning this battle. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Permanent Secretary. If I could invite all the panelists, we'll just take a group photo. And apologies that we have to move to the next session, which is on partnerships. But we have traced the path from fragility to strength, from vulnerability to resilience. Thank you very much, all of the panelists and Your Excellencies ministers, for being so clear in terms of the priorities.
start the next session. Okay, we'll give people 1 more minute to settle down and those who need to leave. Okay.
Is it okay?
Back a bit. Okay, pull it back a bit. Okay.
We'll sit over there.
Maybe not there. Maybe we could carry
In front, eh?
no, not in front. By the side.
By the side. Go ahead. There is this.
Oh, you wanted that?
Hey, you know you don't have obstruct this.
Excuse me. Hello. Sorry, our session is starting.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, welcome ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to those who are physically present within the African Pavilion and to those that are also joining us online. I'm Shamla Reid and I'm moderating this session today. Okay, sounds like I have everyone's attention. Okay, if you are with me, clap once. If you are with me, clap twice. If you are with me, clap 3 times. Okay, I have everyone's attention right now. Thank you so much. Okay, so welcome to Deepen the Green by the Fireside, where we are looking at how we can increase the African voice within the climate change space and how we extend that to the diaspora and looking at opportunities for exchange as well. So the way this event is going to take place, just to give you a sense of the format, we'll do a quick presentation just to set the scene. We'll then have a few panelists come on stage to unpack some of the content a bit more, and then we'll have a Q&A. Do I need to do the clap activity again? If you are with me, clap once. If you are with me, clap twice. If you are with me, clap 3 times. Thank you. I'm going to do that every time I see I don't have people's attention. Okay, so we know that the global community is ramping up efforts to respond to climate change, but within the African context, we know that that coincides with urgent social and economic challenges. And those urgent social economic challenges often pushes Africans and African youth in particular to migrate to the global north. And therefore we have a challenge with retaining African talent on African soil. And so what this side event is essentially going to focus on is how do we create skills development opportunities, particularly in the green economy? How do we create job opportunities in the green economy? And how do we facilitate green enterprise development within the green economy for African youth in particular? Where are the opportunities and where are the synergies for Africans and African youth within the diaspora? And how do we facilitate that process to make that, looking at the different pathways for a just transition? So I think in terms of setting the scene, we are going to go through a very quick presentation to understand what the green economy looks like from a youth perspective, using actual data that was collected through the AP8e COP campaign. Just bearing in mind, I actually forgot to introduce the people that are part of this session. This session is a collaborative effort between
the United Youth Initiative for Africa, the Africa Youth Mobilization for COP campaign, Gen Green Consultant, the International Labour Organization, and the International Organization on Migration. I hope I got that correct. Just to give you a sense, and I will do the presentation very quickly. Is there a roving mic? No? Okay. Let me see. Is there one? Thank you. Testing. Okay. Okay, so very quickly, please time me so that I don't go overboard. The Africa Youth Mobilization for COP campaign was established in Glasgow when the initial conversation started, and essentially our role is to increase African youth presentation within the UNFCCC space by providing African youth with both technical and financial support. One of our key objectives is policy advocacy, and we do policy advocacy through the Africa Youth Climate Action Plan, which was developed leading up to COP27 and launched at COP27, dubbed the African COP. So what we've done is, the nature of an action plan is to assess, monitor and evaluate the implementation of actions. We've looked at both government actions and youth-led actions across 10 thematic areas. What I'm about to show you now is the data that we've monitored and collected for the green economy in particular. Okay, so what are young people in Africa saying about the green economy? Are they working within the green economy? That's essentially what our key focus areas has been, using a baseline of 2022 for data. Okay, so we had a survey response of 719 youth across 4 languages, English, French, Portuguese, and Spanish, especially for Equatorial Guinea, just to give you a sense. The demographic data, so you can see a lot of the responses came from people from West Africa, very active region in climate action, particularly for the youth space. Gender representation, we also see that more men responded to the survey. And in terms of age representation, more or less equal representation across the ages, besides youth under 18 years old. We then collected the data, went through a data validation process and review process to the youth consultation. We hosted 3 youth consultations, 1 in English, 1 in French and Portuguese. Fortunately, we did not have 1 in Spanish due to some capacity limitations, and that's just to give you a sense, 245 young South Africans, so sorry, every time I'm going to say South Africa instead of Africa. So 245 Africans participated in the consultation process. When asked to young people, are you formally employed in the green economy? Of that, let's say 900 and something young Africans, we saw that at least majority, or I can say it's nearly an equal split, but you see that 55% said no, 44% said yes. So that shows you that while the numbers are not equal, or while the yes is not dominating, young people are working within the green economy space. We looked at some of the sectors that young people are working in, and you'll see that there's a significant focus of young people to work in sustainable agriculture. Surprisingly so, because we always hear that agriculture is not sexy enough for young people to work in, while the data tells us otherwise. And then we also see that the young people are quite involved in community development, advocacy and lobbying, and then a bit of skills development and education. Then we asked them what are the challenges while developing the career in the green economy. Financial barriers was a significant challenge, and of course, I think that's the first thing that pops into our head, but also the fact that people are struggling to find the jobs. And I think that speaks to, while there are skills development opportunities, that doesn't necessarily translate into work placement opportunities in Africa. And we'll speak about that a bit more. And then also some social barriers. So for example, women have less opportunities to enter into the green economy space than men do for various social reasons, right? When we looked at overall across Africa, across the different countries within Africa on average, we looked at what they found was the most significant areas where they wanted to develop the skills within the green economy. We see that sustainable agriculture is listed first, environmental governance and policy, 3, entrepreneurship and innovation, which makes me very happy. And then, of course, clean energy and ecosystem management. So agriculture, very big amongst African youth. So that's just to give you a quick sense of what young people are saying. We have also part of our survey was to assess how many young people are actually beneficiaries of green job opportunities, as well as green skills development programs. But we have some challenges with national governments responding to the survey. We try to supplement the data with youth responses as well as desktop research, but we had some limitations in that regard as well. The honest truth is that Africa lacks significant green economy data. And if you don't have data, how are we developing our policies and how are we making decisions? So that is one of the challenges we highlighted, but also just based on the few responses that we had, we can also say once again, there are governments that are doing really well, and there's a few of them, but we also see that there's a lot of skills development opportunities going around, but as I said earlier, that does not necessarily translate into job opportunities. So that is the data, that's what the data says, and that kind of just frames the conversation that we'll be having today, looking at skills development opportunities, green job creation opportunities, and also green enterprise development opportunities. And so you've heard enough about me. I'm going to call on the expert panelist who is going to be talking about this a bit more. So can I have the panel coming up to the stage? For if you have any questions on the data, there will be an opportunity to ask them during the Q&A. But panelists, can we please have you come up the stage? So just two things to note. I'm both the moderator and supposed to be the timekeeper. So panelists, please do not feel offended when I nudge you and give you like a look to so that you know that your time is left. Participants, sometimes my friends call me a bit of a bully, so I would prefer that you ask questions voluntarily. Otherwise, I do pick on people and I do say, okay, you over there, what do you have to say? So, and then we'll have our panel discussion, and then we have a bit of Q&A after that, and then we also have some very interesting work that we're going to hear about some amazing course work development that has taken place and that they would like to share with us today as well. Okay, so I will hand over to the panelists to introduce themselves, and then we'll have the conversation going. If you have any questions, please note them down. Like I said, we would like to make this as interesting as possible. It's been a long day. Everyone has made their time to come here, and it would be great if you could interact with the content that is being here. Yeah, and then again, I will also just simply ask you. Okay, let's see. Okay, so the panelists can enjoy themselves. Let's start with the right-hand side.
Hi, yes. My name is Paul Tacon. I'm with the International Labour Organization. I am a labour migration specialist from in the headquarters in Geneva, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Abraham Bugri.
Actually, I represent a lot of organizations sitting here. I'm part of the AIM for COP. I'm also an advisor to United Youth Initiative for Africa, and I am the lead consultant for Gen Green Consult. So sort of like the three organizations, probably I embody the three of them, but yeah, excited to be here and to share the stage with one of you guys.
Good evening. It doesn't work, right? Does it work? Yeah. Good evening. So my name is Hind Issaoui-Binani. I am a migration, environment, and climate change specialist at IOM, which is the International Organization for Migration. I'm based in Dakar, Senegal, covering West and Central Africa. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, thank you very much. So we'll kick off with Paul. So Paul, we've seen that the key skills that are highlighted in the presentation I've just shown is sustainable agriculture, environmental governance and policy, entrepreneurship and innovation, clean energy, and ecosystem management. What approaches do we need to take to build and scale the needed skills for a just transition in Africa?
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for the really interesting presentation. I think it's great to have that kind of data to understand what's happening, what people are doing, where the opportunities are and where the challenges are. And I think the last point you actually made, one of the last points you made about the lack of significant green economic data was quite a critical point. We lack that data. And we really need policies that are based on realities, on actual capacities, on actual challenges and opportunities. So certainly from our perspective as the International Labour Organization, I apologize for those who've heard this from other of my colleagues before. We're the only UN organization that is tripartite. So we have workers and employers as our constituents. Now, what that means, and what I think is really interesting for today's discussion, is that whatever we do, we always bring together the workers, the employers, and the governments for dialogue. And that, I think, is one way to overcome this lack of data that you highlighted. Because when we talk about the transition, I think you captured it really well, it's not just an economic issue. It's not just something that is, an economic issue or an environmental issue. It's not just something about reducing emissions. That is obviously absolutely critical. But it's also a labor market issue. Who are the stakeholders in this process? Who are the implementers in this process? Well, it's the workers and it's the employers. So that's why the tripartite approach is really, really important, because these are the people who will know, and again, I think it's really in the spirit of what you presented. You ask the people, what are your challenges? Lack of financing, lack of opportunities, lack of an enabling environment. I think that's really, really key. And what are the opportunities? What can we bring? What skills do we actually already have? What are the frameworks that we can draw on? So that's one thing that I think is really important is this tripartite social dialogue approach, because that's the way we're going to get real policies. Another point, and again, I'm just reacting actually to what you said in your opening. You were talking about the migration to the global north. So I think that brings up a really important point about regional cooperation. And actually, there is a concrete example in East Africa, in the IGAD region, so in Eastern Horn of Africa, where there is now a freedom of movement protocol, which is, what's really interesting is it explicitly addresses climate change, a movement in the context of climate change. And I think that is something that's really important, because, you're talking about losing people to the global north, and I mean, I think we agree that there is a risk here that while there is a significant opportunity when we look at what migrant workers, young migrants, could bring to just transitions. They have the skills, they have the knowledge, and we do want to empower them to be able to go and use their skills wherever they are, whether that's in their country of origin or whether they want to go abroad. And for that, but we also want to be aware that there's a risk of green brain drain, that maybe some countries might, sort of what happens with health workers, right? Some countries are not acting perhaps necessarily very fairly, very ethically, and they are, and the result is that countries in Africa are deprived of the skilled workers needed for those just transitions. So regional cooperation can be one way to keep people within Africa, and then on another concern that we're very, we think is extremely important is that just part of just transitions. A trade union colleague has said, and I like to repeat it wherever I can, without justice, it's just a transition. And for us, the key element there is decent work. We don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past. We need to make sure that green jobs are decent jobs, and that's really at the heart of the just transition. And if you'll permit me, I have my own slogan, which I've made up, and I'm trying to use everywhere I can, and please feel free to use it, which is that without decent work, it doesn't work. We really need that perspective of decent work for young people. So there's a lot to chew on. I think in the regional cooperation on skills, frameworks that are where there's some kind of mutual recognition to enable people to move around within the continent in a regular fashion, in labor migration policies that promote safe pathways with decent work and fair recruitment. These are all kinds of the issues that we need to look at. And just to say that in the ILO context, at our International Labour Conference, we have received a mandate to work on the coherence between just transition frameworks and labour migration and mobility frameworks. So that's coming from our constituents. They see the need for that coherence, and we are really energized and really excited to take this work forward. So I think I'll leave it there. I spoke a lot, but thank you very much for the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. Very short and concise, but yet impactful. And I think what really resonates, I think the Just Transition Work Program position from AGN resonates a lot with what you said, that the Just Transition in Africa is not only about the environmental aspects, it is also about the existing social and economic challenges that we need to resolve, ensuring that there is economic development within Africa. But while we have those challenges, you also reinforce the message that the Just Transition does represent opportunities, and opportunities for decent work. And if it's not decent work, it's not work, right? And I think you spoke a bit about the migration part, and I think that leads us very well to our next speaker, Hind. I hope I've got that correct. Perfect, okay. So Paul spoke a bit about the migration, and we've seen the mass migration of African youth from the continent, with some taking, very treacherous routes in search for better opportunities, and sadly so. As someone that is working in the climate mobility space, how does this report reflect the work you are doing on what the IOM is doing to tap into the African diaspora to create green jobs?
Thank you very much. You can hear me. I'm not used to this kind of engine. So yeah, thank you very much, and for the very interesting presentation. Really, I mean, the data on green economy, I think it's a very good point. And also for this intervention makes a perfect transition on the migration. So I would just like for us to stop a little bit and to think of the narrative we are promoting when we are talking about mass migration from Africa to Northern Europe, right? I mean, I'm covering West and Central Africa, so I will speak mostly from a West African perspective. It's very important to remind that 80 to 95% of international migration from West and Central Africa is going towards West and Central Africa. And this is the massive reality of migration in Africa. It's an intracontinental migration. And also to remind that 6% or 94% of transoceanic migration from Africa is made regularly. It's very important to stress that, because we need, first of all, we deserve as Africans, I'm African, I'm from Morocco, we deserve to tailor a fair narrative over migration. Migration is a chance. Migration has always been an adaptation strategy in Africa. I mean, let's take the example of pastoral communities, for example, but this is a tiny example. We do migrate for cultural reasons, for religious reasons, for studies, for family, for economy, for labor, and I think that it's very important to stress that. The other thing I think, and I'm really grateful for having spoken after you, after my colleague from ILO, when we talk about labor migration, and you showed, I mean, in your graph, like the importance of agriculture in our economies, right? In the region I cover, agriculture, stands for 30 to 50% of the GDPs. Who produces that? Labor migrants. I mean, and also maybe women, and also, but I mean, it's very important to highlight the reality of this reality. And before entering to IOM, I worked a lot on labor migration in southern Spain, southern Morocco, and southern France. And I'm still wondering why labor migration in agriculture is so overlooked. When we talk about migration, agriculture, for sure, youth and the creation of opportunities for youth is very important, but who produces too? Labor migrants. And it's very important also to highlight that there are high needs in terms of protection, because I mean, all migrants are not vulnerable, for sure, but we do work with the most vulnerable one. And labor migrants in agriculture and we are talking about also labor migrants in fisheries, but also in mining and resource-dependent sectors who contribute highly, massively to our economies. So it's very important that we highlight the social dimension of such sectors, and definitely thinking of creating decent jobs, and I'm really glad that you made these points. I think that for us, it's about also promoting solutions also, and also, so first of all, is like, let's not promote an apocalyptic narrative over migration for Africa, because we deserve it, first of all. The other point is, let's not oppose the social rights or the human rights of labor migrants and the environmental rights of host communities. Let's have a right-based approach, which is like also holistic, because we talk a lot about social cohesion, climate security, natural resources, management of scarce natural resources. So it's very important that we can design, and thanks also to this energy of youth and innovative thinking, that we design nature-based solutions that create decent jobs, not only for the most vulnerable, but give also opportunities for the future of youth, very motivated youth. And we do work a lot on agroecology, for example, and we do have also this, I love this project. This is the MITSA project in Côte d'Ivoire and Senegal, and we are partnering with ILO in Côte d'Ivoire. It's about urban and peri-urban agriculture and the role of labor migrants in urban and peri-urban agriculture, and how nature-based solutions can be solutions for the future, not only for youth, but also for labor migration. And again, it's about we are in the fastest, in the region I cover, we are in the fastest urbanizing region in the world. And the climate resilience of cities is at stake. Agriculture is disappearing from our territories. And I'm from Casablanca. I've seen agriculture and urban and peri-urban agriculture disappearing. And we know how agriculture can contribute to the food security of territories, but also on the climate resilience against floods, for example, etc. So we need, of course, to be innovative, but maybe also thinking of how we used to live, agriculture was a practice in urban territories, and how we can also promote such initiatives, nature-based solutions, as solutions for the future. So, I'm going to stop here because I don't want to be long and I want it to be interactive, but that was my perspective. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Hin. Oh, is someone clapping for her? Okay, so I'll just move quickly over to Abraham so we have a bit more time for discussion with everyone in the room who is excitedly waiting to ask the questions. So Abraham, you're a consultant who is working on linking the diaspora organizations with African youth leaders. Where do you see the current gaps when it comes to young Africans linking with the diaspora to build green skills?
Thank you so much, Shamila. And thank you, Paul and Hind, for the wonderful contributions and telling us, what the practical stuff that you are doing and how you see the issue. For me, I think most people who know me know that I've been really interested in nature-based solutions technically on a lot of the things I've been doing. And it's just this year that I really caught on the need to start thinking about, the link between African youth job creation and the I could say, immense potential that exists in African diaspora and what they could offer to creating more jobs within the continent. And we started this deep in the green by the fireside chats, just trying to make sure that there's more African youth representation. So we chose that word, like, to increase the blackness in the green, so deep in the green, and make sure that black young people and professionals are represented and our voices and perspectives are represented. And championing that, I realized that one key thing is a lot of the people who are in the diaspora do think back on the continent.
Yeah.
They think back. They want to help. Yeah. Once you go out and you start making, you start doing good for yourself, people have opportunities. They are becoming executive directors of nonprofits, of foundations, of big funds, and they're trying to find out how can we support, young people or movements back on the continent. And we realized that data was one of the key things that was lacking. Some do not know who to go to, what kind of projects they can support, and which country to take their support to. And that is why I'm so happy that we did this Africa Youth Climate Action Plan, trying to understand what African youth want. And it is no surprise that when we came to the point where we were trying to reach out to national governments to find out what are the things that they are doing to promote green jobs and increase green skills, we did not get responses from national governments. And that is one of the key things, because there are a lot of people who want to help, but that does not exist. And that is one of the key things that we are talking about as AIM for COP. We launched the survey, the assessment report 2 days ago. And the next thing is we are trying to find out what do African youth, what are the concrete projects that they want to do? What concrete projects do they have, and what kind of support do they need? And we believe that by having this data and working with, wonderful folks like yourself, I know you have a lot of initiatives with the International Labour Organization, and you also doing the amazing work you're doing with linking with the diaspora. If we could have a platform where we have people in the diaspora, if they wanted to help African youth, if they wanted to support green skills, if they wanted to support green jobs, know that I can go here. I know that I can find young people who are interested in the agricultural sector, in the solar sector, renewable energy, all that, and know which countries, what do they need, and how they can support. I believe this is really lacking and is preventing that sort of awesome opportunity for the diaspora to be able to come in and support with green jobs. I think the next thing I would mention is I feel there's also, sometimes there need to be what we call the conducive environment, right? And I think national governments have a big role to play in that. And since the IOL and IOM, you are focusing a lot on this, I'm sure you already have some works with national governments, but I believe if you work with youth organizations and the youth constituencies like ourselves, we can really support in making sure that we let the government understand what we need, and also have the diaspora come in to say, what kind of environment or what would be a conducive environment for us to be able to come in and support, programs that are already going on, employers who are hoping to scale up, jobs that they have that are green jobs that have the potential to employ a lot of African youth, but are stuck. If we can create these enabling environments and investment opportunities for the diaspora to come in, I believe this is one of the key things. I was in a session here, I think earlier within the week, and someone was talking about unlocking other funding streams apart from just, the international organizations and national government funds. And I believe the funds and the opportunities that the diaspora hold is one of those key, opportunities that we have not yet tapped into. And I feel this is one of the key things. I've had a lot of conversations. Unfortunately, one of our speakers who was supposed to join us online who couldn't, Dr. Emanuela, is doing some amazing job already doing this kind of skills training. She's based in Canada with me, and she's also doing all these skills training for African youth on the continent. And I believe these are key things, concrete things that we can do. And once this kind of platform is created, we can have that synergy. I'm not sure if I have space for my last point.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, so we can go on maybe in later reflections. I can bring.
Yeah, maybe one of the questions that the audience will ask you will be
Sure.
able to respond to their questions. But I think you've raised really valid points in terms of the diaspora supporting African youth, is first recognizing what the opportunities are and knowing which platforms to access those opportunities. I always say this, and I think it's something we must be working on going forward. Cyril, please make a note. This is something we are going to do. To develop some kind of central database of existing youth projects that young people can actually, potential funders, supporters can actually tap into and say, okay, in Africa, in West Africa, in East Africa, in Guinea, in Ghana, this is what young people are doing, this is the sector that they are working in, etc. So please make a note of that, Cyril. We are learning from here and we are translating this into projects. We are workshopping at the same time. But then also African youth readiness to access that support that they are giving. And if that support, and I hear you about accessing international finance, I always say that as young people, we are innovative. So we can either wait for support to come or we can innovate. That over-reliance on waiting for external people also to support you, I think as young people from Africa, we also need to find innovative ways to also mobilize that resources and that funding. And then also government's role to create an enabling environment. So I think those are, in summary, what Abraham has said. That's enough from the panelists. Please give them a round of applause for their fantastic comments that they've given. So now to give the floor to all you wonderful people. Oh, there's already hands. I've not even asked for any questions. You guys have taken note. You have made your comments, and and it's your opportunity to ask them. So I saw these two hands up first, 3, 4. Okay, 5. Okay. I think I'm going to need assistance here. Okay, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. This is a very great discussion. My name is Patrick Karani from Kenya. I work for the African Union Inter-Bureau for Animal Resources. First, I would like to get clarification from Paul when he talks of decent work. In my interpretation, we are thinking of like a minimum set of skills and qualifications will be required, and considering the fact that most of these people, they may not have the minimum requirements to meet the job description of decent work. Then Hind, I think you mentioned the fact that in Southern Europe, maybe Spain, France, among others, labor in the agriculture is perhaps dominated by migrants. We know Africa has potential, and the mainstay of economy in Africa is actually from agricultural sector and fisheries in the West Coast. So why is it that we cannot keep the same and explore the potential opportunities in the agricultural sector within African, context. So there's a gap there. Why is it that we have them moving to work in the farms and we cannot keep them working in African farms? And that will lead now to Abraham. You mentioned very interesting things. I'll refer you to an example like in Mauritius, whereby the young people are not willing to work in the sugarcane plantations. The people who've been working in the sugarcane plantations, they are aging. Now there is a threat that will take over from these parents who can no longer have the energy to work on the sugarcane plantations. So the youth are not interested, but they would rather move elsewhere and look for jobs, in that kind of setup. The other example, like in West Africa, for example, talk of the fisheries, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, the West Coast. Most young people, they don't want to work in the fishery sector. So we looked at the blue economy, the main key sectors for creating opportunities is actually in the fishery sector, is in the tourism, marine, and coastal tourism. It's like a value chain of jobs that can be created. But perhaps is it lack of education, awareness? What is it that we cannot retain our own youth to work in these sectors and boost the economy? Thank you, moderator.
That was a very difficult question. I'll give to Paul first, and then Abraham can respond after that.
Can we take 2 more?
Oh, 2 more. I think Cyril was next. 3, 4.
Yes, thank you very much, dear panelists, for bringing these very interesting insights to us. They're very educational. Now, one thing that Mrs. Hind was able to mention was the fact that many of the migration going on is happening within Africa. That's what you refer to as intra-African migration. And another thing that I've been able to notice personally, because I'm based in Morocco, is the fact that many of the youth who are migrate from West Africa to North Africa. But then when we see young people going to Europe and the fact that their rights are not very respected because they don't have access to decent job, they don't have legal status in Europe, we kind of feel like it's kind of normal because they're going to Europe, but when the same phenomenon is happening within Africa, then it becomes problematic. So my question to you both, Paul and you, will be, what are the different mechanisms that we can put in place in order to make sure that African youth have access to decent job?
Okay, I'm going to take one more question. We have 10 minutes left, and we still have a beautiful young lady over here that needs to present. So I'll also ask speakers and...
Thank you. My name is Shamim. I'm from the United Republic of Tanzania, and most of the questions that I wanted to ask have been asked, but I will ask another question. Is the ILO, this is a question that I've been asking ILO for a very long period of time whenever I have meetings with them. Is the ILO rethinking of defining the term decent jobs? Because it's really becoming critical, especially when you're talking about a young person engaging in maybe recycling or engaging in fishing. They feel like this is not something I can do as a young person. But then another thing is, you talked about migration, and we are talking about doubling adaptation finance. Are we thinking in a way that we can use migration as an adaptation strategy? And if yes, how are we going to scale that up to make sure that it works inclusively and without making people, migrate forcefully? Lastly is, as we know, Africa is the second largest continent in terms of ocean coverage and in terms of, everything that we have in the blue economy. And I think we should also try to rethink the conversation around blue jobs. How do we bring in the connection between green jobs and blue jobs so that we can be able to leverage both opportunities? And lastly, about urbanization. One day ago, which was the urbanization day, we were talking about $467 million has been mobilized for adaptation, wherever, urbanization, finance, and everything. So how is Africa being represented in that perspective, given the fact that we only get 5%, imagine 5% out of 100, Africa only gets that. So how do we leverage that to make sure that Africa is also represented in those, in terms of urbanization? Thank you.
Okay, if the speakers can respond like 30 seconds to each question, and then we'll take the last two hands before we have the last speaker.
Okay, wow. So just on decent jobs, for us, decent jobs is a term of art. It basically, it actually refers to the kind of working conditions that any person should have, regardless of their migration status, of the sector they work in, anything. It means that they should have a productive job, it means that they should have rights at work, they should have social protection, and they should be able to engage in social dialogue. So that's really what it means. We're not looking to redefine it because that would be a huge process, but we think that this really captures the essence of what makes a job a good one. Looking at the question of migration within Africa and ensuring access to decent jobs, I mean, again, I think this question of regional cooperation is really critical. We can really leverage that if there are opportunities to move within African countries with good conditions where people can develop their skills, perhaps return later, and then they can use their skills back in the country or in their country of origin. This is something that's really important. And certainly at ILO, we are working with the African Union. We're working with the different regional economic communities to try and help make this a reality. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Abraham, over to you.
Okay, I think the question that came out was on the jobs. Young people not wanting to be. I think it's the same thing with Ghana. And Ghana is, well, probably the second largest producer of cocoa, but our cocoa tastes the best compared to Ivory Coast. But it's the same thing that's happening in Ghana. We have an aging cocoa growing population, and the young people don't want to take the jobs. And I met this amazing entrepreneur who's trying to promote land entrepreneurship within the UNCCD framework, and trying to increase young people thinking about land as more of a business than just a restoration thing. And one of the things we were talking about was the value chain excludes young people. We talk about cocoa. The cocoa board does not, Ghana has the cocoa board, does not allow the cocoa to be sold just to anyone. There are like regulations of who can buy, who can process cocoa. And young people don't just want to be engaged in farming a cocoa tree for 15 or whatever years till whenever the cocoa comes to harvest it, and now climate change is even impacting the yield of cocoa. When are they going to get money? They've seen their parents be in cocoa production and grow poor. Why should they go through that same process? But we export all our cocoa to Europe, and they add all the value to it, and they are making millions and billions. There are billionaires who are in Europe who have made their billions out of the cocoa from Ivory Coast and Ghana. If you do not get the young people engaged in this process, we are not going to do it. Ghana had this amazing project where they called the Year of Return. Had all the amazing stars from Hollywood and whatever come just for entertainment. Imagine if we did a year of skills return, where we had jobs and people who have skills and all that come back into the continent to train young people, to bring these simple chocolate making businesses and train young people to be able to make chocolate. We would now have young people coming into the... So it's not just that young people don't want to or we are lazy, it's that we want to be able to make it. And if those job opportunities that currently exist are not enticing and sexy enough, we are not joining.
Okay. So I think for young people, it's not only about the sexiness, but it's also about their own economic development and that of their family. So if you want us in those value chains, show us where the money is. Okay, and then Hind, lastly to you, and then I think we have 7 minutes left.
Well, I think that, I mean, of course, I won't be able to answer, I mean, to all the complex setting you've put here. So maybe what I could maybe start with the lady. So I think that, yeah, of course, you underline the core of the issue is about access to finance, right, and the accessibility of finance. So definitely there is a huge need here, and the decision on loss and damage, I mean, I think it's a good step in this direction. How? I mean, we are talking about youth, diaspora, and youth and diaspora from the continent, and not from only the sub-Saharan continent. I'm talking for the whole continent. It's very, I mean, their voice are critical, and I think that take the power. I mean, it's very important that you are being vocal and that you create the condition also that to be very vocal about that, being very patient, and I think that one youth, and we won't have all the solutions right here, but maybe also to answer to the question of the gentleman about, like, yeah, I mean, in Morocco we have like the same issue. I mean, not issue, but questions. I mean, people and also in Senegal where I live, like people say, people do not want to work on this sector and this other sector, and other migrants come to work in this sector. And this is the history of migration. That's why migration exists, and this is why we need to create the condition that it is done in a regular way, orderly, in a dignified way. So while the objective is not to retain people, but create solutions for people to stay. If they want to stay, create solutions for people to move, and so create solutions for people on the move. So this is about creating, strengthening the agentivity here, and also maybe in terms of economy, and I'm not an economist, but I think that it's very important that we do also diversify. I mean, agriculture is very important, it's key, and sustainable agriculture is even more important. But let's maybe talk about waste management, energy, etc. And I'm just like one last point about diaspora. Diaspora is already investing a lot, and sometimes in an invisible way. For example, post-disaster recovery in certain territories. Who rebuilds? Who contributes to recovering? Yeah. And it's not like generally, I mean, the highest qualified diaspora, because diaspora, it's also like low-skilled people who work hard and who send a lot of money. So sometimes we put a lot on the shoulders of diaspora too. So I think it's very important to have a balanced narrative over that, and maybe working on energy efficiency in housing. I mean, in my country, some entire territories are built and non-productive investment, right? People invest in the housing of their families. Let's support them in like having energy efficient houses, so they do not let important bills in terms of energy to their families, etc. So I mean, there are a lot of things here, but yeah, I mean, I will stop here. But I think that energy efficiency is very important in housing, and also waste management. I mean, let's try to diversify also. Thank you.
Okay, you can see that they're already bringing up the next presentation. This is their cue to hurry us up. Can I ask if you have a question that you engage the speaker directly? Yes, so please, you can engage the speaker directly after this. I just want to give 2 minutes to Jacqueline from the Center for Education and Sustainable Development. We literally have 2 minutes left. Just to make you a quick announcement about the work that you guys are doing. But Jacqueline is going to be the last speaker, so I'm going to conclude. Can you please give a round of applause to our panelists? Thank you. Thank you for being a fantastic audience. You brought the energy. For those who are non-youth, you were youth today, and you brought the youth energy as well. And those who had questions, please engage the panelists after this. Thank you very much.
Congrats for the moderation.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Jacqueline Nyerere from Kenyatta University in Kenya, and also Secretary to the Center for Education and Sustainable Development in Africa. Sestra. I'm joined here with Tim Clark from Gaia Education, and both of us represent a consortium of institutions that are working on MOOC, that's Acclimatize. Acclimatize is African climate MOOC and toolkit for innovative sustainability education. So this is a MOOC that has been developed in partnership with organizations including the SDG Center for Africa, as well as the Transforming Universities for a Changing Climate Network, or Climate U, in partnership with other associations, as well as universities in Africa. We have universities participating in Kenya, Tanzania, Zambia, South Africa, Ghana, and Nigeria, but we are looking at spreading this and expanding to other universities across the continent. Initially, the MOOC will be offered to up to 50,000 students across Africa. We are targeting undergraduate students, and beyond the pilot, which starts next year, we are looking at up to 20 million students across Africa. The course has been designed in recognition that the existential threats posed by climate change are going to impact young people and youth even more, and that education is the best place to offer solutions because they have the forum to do research, to train, and to work with communities in finding solutions. We also recognize and cannot ignore the fact that a growing number of youths are involved in finding solutions to climate change impacts. And of course, the session here and several sessions today and in COP reflect the fact that youths are interested in finding solutions in this. That gives us the opportunity in terms of providing or participating in equipping the youth with skills and of course, the tools that they need to respond to the climate change impacts. Acclimatize seeks to enhance the capacities of the youth, and the speakers here have also highlighted, or they have pointed to the fact that capacity development is one of the key elements in responding to the impacts of climate change. Various surveys have indicated that students across African universities are not learning as much and they do not have exposure to knowledge and skills on climate change and sustainable development. We are intending to fill the gap by providing this platform, and we hope that through the MOOC, the Acclimatize, we are going to be able to equip and to facilitate co-development of content that is context-specific, where students will have or will go through the program, develop projects that respond to the impacts of climate change in the communities that they come from. So we are looking at context-specific content and also delivery methods that respond to the impacts of climate change in the African context. The program is the first attempt to design a free MOOC for the undergraduate students. Currently, we have several programs that target postgraduate students, so we are going to have the undergraduate students also participate in this, and we are looking at this is the base, and this is where we have the numbers and students coming from different parts of the continent. Participating in this MOOC will give them a chance to learn, but also to participate in finding solutions in their communities. We thank you for the opportunity to launch this before you, and we hope that we can partner to have ultimate impact through this MOOC. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. If anyone is interested in partnering with the center, please engage Jacqueline hereafter and see about the amazing work they are doing to capacitate 50,000 young Africans, I think from next year onwards. Okay, so I think we've come to the end of our session. Thank you very much, the African Pavilion team, for their patience and for giving us the platform to have this discussion, and thank you for participating. We are just going to do, a quick picture, and then we are done for the day. Please enjoy the rest of COP and enjoy what you have of the weekend. Thank you.
stand that I could take a picture of?
No, people will speak. Good evening, colleagues. Can we settle down? Good evening. Can we settle down, please, so that we can start the session? I continue. Good evening. My name is Bongile Mavimbela from the SADC Secretariat, and I'm the moderator of this session tonight, and I'm your host. Can we settle down? So this session is about climate finance and lessons from the Global Climate Change Alliance Plus program, which we have implemented in the Africa, Pacific, Caribbean regional organizations, member states of that broad region. We have the session divided into 3 compartments. The first session is an overview of the program from the African Union Commission, from SADC, from the Indian Ocean Commission, and other partners that have been implementing this program. And then the second part will be a panel discussion from beneficiaries and partners that have been implementing the program. Then the last part will be the floor. We'll open up to the floor for interactions by the audience. So I would like to ask, we're supposed to have the representative of the AUC. I don't see him. You can speak. So I think maybe we'll just start. I'm not sure if our representative from the EU is here. No. OACP? Okay, so I will move straight to the SADC Secretariat representative. And when the African Union Commission representative comes in, I will give him the platform to speak. SADC Secretariat.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, and good evening, colleagues. My name is Shepard Mchuru. I'm from the SADC Secretariat. I'm working in the Environment Climate Change Unit. This evening, I'm going to present on the general overview of climate finance under the SADC Secretariat, looking specifically at the Global Climate Change Alliance Plus program that we've implemented for 4 years. So I will just go through it. Just to give you a bit of a context, the SADC region is vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. In the last 4 decades or so, the region has recorded more than 36% of all the weather-related events due to the climate change in Africa. And on those climate-related events, about 167 million people have been affected, which left about 2.7 million homeless, and there was also infrastructure damage. due to the adverse impacts of climate change. As you can see, the climate-related impacts in the SADC region is projected to slow down our GDP by about 0.5 to 2.5% at member states level. Our countries have been affected by the COVID, and also climate change is also further exacerbate our economies as well. So by 2050, the SADC sector is projected to be hotter in terms of the temperatures and drier as well, with the average annual temperature expected to rise by 1.5 to 2.5 degrees Celsius. Also, the annual precipitation is also expected to reduce by 10%, with most of the northern parts of our region being affected. We have droughts in most parts of Zimbabwe. We have also droughts in Zambia, and also Botswana also experience all these droughts due to climate change. And all this, we need climate finance, we need resources so that we'll be able to implement the project and also to deal with the impacts of climate change at SADC region. But we find that we are experiencing the most barriers to access climate finance as a region. You can see the finance gap that is needed for our SADC member states. They need about USD 649 to USD 703 billion of climate finance resources to implement their NDCs and also to meet the 2030 climate goals. So the region experienced so much barriers that I'm going to talk to now on my next slide. So these barriers to access climate finance by our countries is due to various factors. One is a limited capacity. Our countries, they don't have the capacity to develop the bankable project proposal and also to meet the stringent requirements set by the financing institution. Secondly, also, we don't have our investment plans in our project. When we are developing our project, we need to make sure that they have the investment plans. So these investment plans, they will inform our funding applications. And also, what is lacking also in most of our countries is that we don't engage our private sector. The private sector, they are key players in terms of accessing climate finance because they have the muscle, they have the resources, they have the capacity, they have the technology. So we need to engage our private sector when we are developing our project proposals. And also, we lack coordination among different climate change stakeholders. And also, we work in silos as well. So there's also often this lack of coordination among different actors of climate finance providers, and also leading to fragmentation of our funding efforts. And also, most of our institutions, whether at local level, national level, and also regional level, they have the weak institutional capacity. So our institutions, they lack the necessary institutional capacity to attract and also effectively manage our climate finance. Of course, we need resources, that's one thing, but also, if we have the resources, are you able to manage the resources? So we need to make sure that we have the necessary capacity as institutions, whether at regional level or at national level, to attract and also effectively manage the climate finance. Also, the complex and also length application processes. We normally have this length application process, which is time-consuming as well, which also involves a lot of documentation that is required from these lenders or donors. So this is really a challenge facing our member states. So there's really need for us to strengthen the institutional capacity in terms of attracting climate finance, and also we need to streamline our application processes as well so that they become easier when applying for the climate finance. We also need to promote coordination among different climate stakeholders. And also, as I said, we need to engage the private sector because they are the one that they have the resources and the capacity as well. So, As SADC Secretariat, we have been working with our member states and also different partners, key relevant partners in our region, to try to support our member states in accessing climate finance under the Global Climate Change Alliance Plus program. So we have been conducting trainings for member states on project preparation, how they will prepare their project proposals from the start, from project design, conceptualization, until it's a full proposal. And also submission of the application for funding as well. So we have been having these workshops, trainings with our member states, go through all the application processes, how to prepare their documents, how to design their project, and also how to submit to different donors or lenders. We have been also stimulating private sector engagement within the GCCA Plus. And we have been doing this through, we have been establishing the private sector investment forums, for example, during the Industrialization Week, and also the Business Council as well will be engaging our Business Council as well, where there are so many private sector there who will have the eager to invest in climate change adaptation and mitigation as well. So we need to stimulate the private sector engagement. Private sector investment is key in order for us to assess the climate finance. We have been working with the Environment Investment Fund for Namibia. They've been helping us to develop the Resource Mobilization Manual, which helps our region, our countries, to guide them, build the capacity in managing and also accessing climate finance. So the manual is there to enhance the regional capacity and also support member states to secure the funding. We've been working also with different partners, relevant partners, some of them that are in the room here, to jointly develop our project proposal for climate finance. We have been working with the UN, we have been working with the FAO, we have been working with the UNCCD, UNEP, the Global Water Partnership, and also the AU as well, World Bank, to develop a project proposal together and also submit to the GCF, the JEF, Adaptation Fund, and many other potential funders. So these are what we have been doing as SADC. Of course, there are some other things that we have been working, but specifically for the GCCA Plus, we have been working with our member states, assisting them in assessing climate finance through trainings, having the private sector investment forums, resource mobilization manual, and also joint collaboration with our partners in accessing the climate finance. Madam Moderator, thank you so much. I think that I managed to provide the overview of the project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shepard. Thank you for the overview of SADC climate finance processes, procedures, and steps that we have undergone so far, and ways in which we need to improve our processes going forward, sharing all those experiences. Thank you so much. I will now call upon our panel to come to the front and share with us. We have Mr. Alex Benkenstein from the South African Institute of International Affairs. Don't fall, please. And then we have Ms. Leah Wanambwa from the African Union Commission. Please join the floor. Then we have Mr. Benedict Libanda from the Environment Investment Fund of Namibia. I will start with Alex. Alex, do you have do you want to come to the podium, or will speak from the floor? Yes. Alex is one of the implementers, or Saia was implementing one of the pilot projects under the GCCA Plus SADC project. So he's going to tell us more about their experiences, their challenges and successes through the program. Over to you, Alex.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity. It's always great to share some insights from the work we do. Very briefly, SIA, the South African Institute for International Affairs. We're a think tank. We're based in South Africa, but we work across the continent, and we work on a variety of issues from economic integration, climate change, obviously, and blue economy. We work with Sibongile and her team at SADC, and also Leah and her team at the African Union Commission. So a great opportunity to share this lesson. As Sibongile mentioned, we one of the implementing partners on a project under the GCCA Plus program. What was very exciting for us under this opportunity was it was an opportunity to bring together work that we've been doing for a number of years under the Oceans Agenda, the African Blue Economy Agenda on the one hand, and our climate work on the other hand. And that sweet spot for us was then in this area of ecosystems-based adaptation, specifically in marine and coastal environments in Southern Africa. We'd done some work prior to this project, which lay the foundation, highlighted the need for an integration in the policy environment, bringing the biodiversity and blue economy agenda more clearly into the climate planning, including NDCs, but also bringing climate change more concretely into the discussions happening in our region around sustainable blue economy and the biodiversity agenda. That's at the policy level, but what was very important about this project, something that SADC also emphasized, is that there are strong linkages with what's happening on the ground, that we see real results, we connect with communities, that this is not a disconnected, high-level policy and research project, but that it really makes the connections. And that was an important point of emphasis for us, and I think something that worked quite well on this project. So that's broadly around what we worked on. A little bit about how we worked. For us, again, as I said, critical to link the policy, the research, and the community. Recognizing that communities are those in our coastal environments who are at the forefront of addressing many of these challenges. Climate change, of course, but also related to the biodiversity crisis, also facing significant socioeconomic challenges, looking for opportunities, the sustainability of our fisheries resources. It is the communities who are facing the brunt of the challenges, but communities are also sources of innovation, developing responses with partners, and it's very important, again, for this, our engagement around these issues to not be theoretical, but to draw on experience. So the core really of our project was building a community of practice on marine and coastal ecosystems-based adaptation. Many people refer to it as nature-based solutions for the Southern African region. And again, very important then to include, I was talking over the mic, include academics, include the policy community, and include those community-based organizations. There was a research component. In that research component, also highly consultative. We had 4 themes that we undertook through the project, dealt with financing, the policy dimension, governance, particularly focusing on stronger community engagement in governance processes, and then the question of livelihood opportunities. We also used some innovative communication means. There was a project video, we used podcasts. In fact, there was a project statement even ahead of COP27, and then after COP27, a community of practice statement where the key messages from that community of practice was elevated. That community of practice continues to survive, continues to be active. We were very considered around how we designed the infrastructure for the community of practice to exist, so that it was not high cost, because then of course once the financing runs through, often these things fall apart. So we specifically designed the engagement channels around the community of practice in a low-cost way. What next? There is such opportunity to scale the lessons and insights and experiences out of this project, working closely with the AUC, working closely with SADC, potentially collaborating with the other regional economic communities. I was just in a talk before this session, we were talking about Africa's engagement in the G20, and one of the key points I made there was the one benefit is that Africa is clear about its priorities and agenda. There is a continental blue economy strategy, there is a SADC blue economy strategy, there's a continental climate change strategy, SADC also has a climate change strategy. Also, we're very clear about biodiversity priorities, we're very clear about sustainable growth and industrialization priorities. So the framework is there and we can move forward. Just briefly to touch maybe on one or 2 points specifically to the finance dimension, which we're going on into this evening. There is a paper that looks specifically at opportunities and challenges around financing for EBA in the project, and I would encourage, it's very easy to find the project site. If you Google SAIIA, the acronym for our organization, and GCCA, you'll find the project page. Otherwise, reach out to me and I can connect you with those results. There are a variety of new financing modalities emerging, not only in the EBA space, but across the biodiversity, blue economy, climate response debate space. What we do see in EBA and marine and coastal EBA in our region, unfortunately, is that the projects that we do see on the ground are still very reliant on external donor funding. Of course, that allows certain things to happen, which is fantastic, but it does create challenges with the sustainability of the interventions, and it creates challenges around ownership of the interventions. So this is something we need to move forward. There are developing models. I think most of us are aware of the debt for nature swaps, with Seychelles being an early mover there. There's a lot of lessons that can be drawn out, potential for replication. Also, how do we involve the private sector more effectively? I think this is an important question in our coastal environments. We need to be thinking about resources, linkages between our tourism sector, our accommodation associations, coastal beachfront hotels and so forth. What linkages can they create with communities and with ecosystem restoration, which also ultimately benefits coastal infrastructure, including coastal infrastructure which the tourism sector relies on. In the area of carbon markets, I know it's controversial. People have different views around this. We do have early movers again on the African continent, Mekoko Pamoja, which was the first mangrove carbon project. It's being scaled and it's being replicated in other regions. There's a lot to be learned from those areas. Again, I realize this area is controversial. It is a way in which we can bring resources into our coastal communities in a way that supports, yes, climate resilience, supports ecosystem restoration, supports biodiversity, but also contributes to socioeconomic development. And that really is the essence of what ecosystems-based adaptation is. It must have all three of those pillars. It's not environmental protection for its own sake. It absolutely must have the climate component, it must have the social development component. And again, it's critical that there's transparency to build trust with the private sector and to build trust with communities. And it's critical that funds that are channeled towards community development, that the communities themselves have the voice to shape and determine how those funds are allocated. So drawing lessons from communities, but also allowing for an enabling community agency, and then facilitating peer learning. And that's why the community of practice is so important. One of the things we also did is we actually did peer visits where we had representatives from Angola, from Tanzania, visit a project in Seychelles. That project was also a beneficiary of the GCCA program. And they could see at ground level what was being done to restore ecosystems there. And we found that those connections that practical learning within the region was of enormous value to our stakeholders. So I think the future is bright. There's, as I said, huge potential to scale. If you look at the Africa Climate Change Strategy, the section on the Oceans Climate Nexus and the Sustainable Blue Economy, it speaks very directly to the need to support nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based adaptation, the policy linkages between climate and sustainable blue economy, resilient coastal infrastructure. These are critical themes for the continent, and I think we've learned some excellent value lessons through this project and established a foundation of partnership that can be carried forward. So from me and from our side also, a huge thank you also to SADC, to the GCCA team, and all the partners that were involved in making this possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex, for sharing on the EBA implementation component of the GCCA plus SADC. So I will move on to Leah to share on the implementation of GCCA plus in the AU level, the steps that you've taken, the progress made, and maybe also share what challenges you experience or success so that we can use those lessons for further for other projects. Leah, over to you.
Thank you, moderator. So I'm going to give I'll share what you've recommended, challenges, successes that we've experienced in implementing the GCCA Plus program, but also touch a little bit on I'll also touch a bit on the issues which were raised by Shepard earlier, and also on Saya, Alex. So in terms of climate finance, I think this is something which has been sung over the years, and it got amplified in 2009 when the promise came for the $100 billion per year. Yesterday I heard it being referred to as the mythical 100 billion because it has been extremely elusive to get to this figure 14 years later, and we continue to push for it. So, of course, in our climate negotiations as well, this has been a priority for Africa. It's always climate finance, and then the mitigation aspects, adaptation, etc. But again, climate finance is repeated all over the place, not just for climate, but also in achieving the SDGs, etc. A key diversion, of course, was in 2015 when our leaders agreed that climate change is a development issue. So, of course, that split the climate finance a bit, because then our partners decided that when they give ODA, they have already contributed to climate finance in one way or another. And I think that's where the challenges started, because the Foreign Affairs was negotiating on one side, while the Ministers of Environment and were negotiating on the climate finance side. So I think that's where a bit of the challenges came in. So the challenges which were raised already by Shepard, he talked about limited capacity, lack of investment plans, etc. And under the GCCA Plus program, the idea was to try and build the capacity of member states through trainings and workshops. So the commission worked, the first year we collaborated with COMESA. We had a training workshop for member states. So COMESA brought in the COMESA states, while the AU brought the other members. So one of the challenges was the lack of follow-up with the same team. So you have the training with one set of people and just over 2 to 3 days. And then the next time you call for a training workshop, it's a completely different set of people. Different challenges, different ministries even. This was followed by another workshop where I think our colleague here also spoke at that workshop. This was more successful, more focused, smaller group, but again, we were not able to follow up with the same team to see if they took back the lessons and have been able to pull up any activities on ground. Of course, lessons were shared, and I'm sure people learned from each other. The knowledge platform was great. And in terms of innovative ways of raising resources, for us, we've taken the approach of using policy frameworks. As Alex was mentioning, you have the AU Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy. We now have the Biodiversity Strategy for Africa. We also have the Green Recovery Action Plan. So using these frameworks, we've been able to mobilize resources to support different components in the implementation of these frameworks. So for example, under the AU Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy, we have been able to mobilize resources through an Africa multi-country GCF readiness program. And this one was aimed specifically to enhance the African climate resilience through developing climate resilient water investment programs. So this was, I believe there are about 13 countries which have come together to get this. We are hoping the resources will be set before March next year. And of the key objectives there is to strengthen the capacity of the NDAs and climate change focal persons, so responding to the challenges raised earlier by SADC, support member states in identifying priorities for GCF investments. Again, this is support to countries. Strengthening knowledge sharing and learning amongst member states. And I think this is the most important one, because when you learn from others, you actually are learning from something which has happened. And also you avoid the mistakes which have been done by others. And also, we also have another program which we have submitted to the World Bank and should be starting off already this month in December. In terms of the Green Recovery Action Plan, I'll just go back to the climate change strategy. I think Alex also mentioned the blue economy components, and we are looking forward to working with SAIA and the blue economy team to see how we can develop further proposals for funding around that component. So it has 9 thematic areas under which we are hoping to develop different programs to implement the strategy. Another framework we have is the Green Recovery Action Plan, and through that, we've been able to mobilize resources for especially the biodiversity pillar and nature-based solutions one. In fact, through that funding, we're able to develop the Africa Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. We were also able to support the African group of negotiators in the lead up to the COP15, which was held last year in Canada. Under the Green Recovery Action Plan, we have also been able to set up a climate finance desk through a program we are calling a Transformative Climate Finance Program, and this is in collaboration with the GGGI Institute and the Africa Capacity Building Foundation. The Africa Capacity Building Foundation is going to be focusing on the training workshop for the member states and the RECs. A call for proposals was sent out, countries applied, and so 11 countries were selected for support and 3 RECs. So again, this is something we are starting off already now in December and will continue throughout 2024. With additional funding, we'll be able to support more countries under the same program. This climate finance program also aims to enhance the skills of national and regional policymakers to develop inclusive green growth policies, plans, and programs in alignment with their NDCs. And also it aims to improve the ability for governments and partners to access climate finance for an African green recovery. So again, we have these new policies to try and reshape or repackage our requests for support to countries to access climate finance. The other issue which I think was also experienced is the complexity in the application process. I think this is a strategy being used by the owners of the funds because the funding is not there. So if it was that easy, then everybody would apply and get. So I think the more complex the procedures, the less demand, just to balance. I'm sure when the money is increased, the processes will be easier. But for now, we just have to deal with the complex application processes and as much as possible try to get our own expertise in-house to support the development of these proposals. There's also the issue of synergy and complementarity. when you do joint proposals as a region, like if you take a group of countries, it's always easier to get more resources. Or you do a joint venture with, for example, I'm looking at our colleagues from the Department of Energy. We are currently sharing a climate finance desk. They also have staff who are seconded to support that. So when you pull together the expertise and submit a bigger proposal, it's always easier than trying to go it alone. So I think working together is easier than when it's all fragmented. The lessons I've picked from here, of course, which we have not done from our side, is resource mobilization manual. It will be interesting to see how that works and if it's something which can be upscaled to the rest of the continent. I'll stop there, Madam Moderator, and available for questions.
Thank you so much, Leah. Thank you for sharing. And I think as much as you want to learn from the resource mobilization from SADC, we also want to know how you are getting all the resources that you have outlined from the World Bank and other spaces for blue economy and others, because we also have a blue economy strategy that needs resources for implementation. So there's an opportunity for us as regional organizations and as the African Union Commission and other partners to collaborate and learn from each other and also continue mobilize resources together as a collective. It's always better to work as a team and as a group than individually. So I think that is the biggest lesson we are going to take home from this session. Now I want to call upon Mr. Benedict Libanda from the Namibian Environment Investment Fund. Not only to just talk about the pilot project that you implemented under GCCA Plus on renewable energy and energy efficiency, but also to talk about the resource, elaborate on the resource mobilization manual that Shepard spoke about and Leah is interested in, but also maybe other opportunities of financing, climate finance, and where we can explore and how we can explore all those options. So I will hand over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sibo, and good evening to all of us. I'd like to extend our appreciation to the SADC Secretariat for inviting the Environmental Investment Fund to this event. The Environmental Investment Fund, just as a matter of introduction, is a state-owned entity in Namibia with the mandate of mobilizing resources for climate change investments. We are accredited to the GCF. I think by that time in 2016, we're the 18th entity to be accredited and the 4th in Africa. And in 2022, we were the 3rd entity to be reaccredited for another 5-year mandate to the GCF. We do prioritize investments towards both mitigation and adaptation. And of late, we are playing a very important role in the financial arranger of green hydrogen investments in the country, which requires a lot of billions of US dollars in terms of investments. We were fortunate enough to be part of the process to develop a resource mobilization strategy for the SADC member states, and we worked very closely with this SADC Secretariat in that process. We learned a lot during the packaging of the resource mobilization strategy. What we find is that most countries have run out of fiscal space in terms of financing climate investments from their own fiscal budgets. And on top of that, most of our member states are heavily indebted, the GDP to ratios are extremely high. So that really makes it a bit of a challenge in terms of allocating resources for climate financing from a fiscal point of view. But that has also robbed opportunity to build both institutional as well as systemic and individual capacity in terms of having structured that are ready to receive, fundraise and deploy climate investment, into different areas of need. Coupled with what the Shepherd presented, where there's lack of, climate institutions really to sustain much of this needed investment, and also capitalize on multilateral DFI and other financial market in terms of access to capital. That has been extremely a challenge. We also looked at the readiness of countries. About 90% of countries, member states, have responded the need to develop more capacity when it comes to project design and execution. So the development of projects and programs is a huge challenge in the region. Apart from that, there was also about 92% of countries experiencing challenges when it comes to climate rationale. This is mainly related to the GCF access. So that was also one of the areas that came out strongly as we developed the resource mobilization strategy. But most importantly, what also caught our eyes is the lack of or low levels of access to GCF readiness resources by the region. Most resources from the GCF readiness facilities accessed through either international entities themselves or directly to the NDS offices. But there is an opportunity for creating national climate funds through GCF readiness facility and enhance access to the annual allocation of the GCF, which is about $1 million per country. But what is more exciting now is that there is a multi-year program opportunity within the GCF where countries can access up to $4 million on a 4-year multi-program approach. And those are the kind of opportunities that we have uncovered from a readiness point of view in terms of positioning our countries, positioning our NDA offices, as well as establishing vehicle for climate financing. I think that is extremely important to note. And with regards to the GCCA Plus program that we implemented together with the SADC Secretariat support, we had a project looking at the nexus of water security and energy as well as food security, which we implemented in Namibia. I think it addressed a lot of challenges that we faced. I think one of the challenges was that like many countries, government systems work in silos, very disintegrated from one another. We would have a Ministry of Environment and Tourism there, looking at nature-based solutions, and environmental management issues. We'll have the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Water, in the case of Namibia, looking at those issues. The Ministry it is urban and rural development, where the traditional authority resides. All these ministries, they've got a role of extension services to our communities. And without that coordination and integrated approach, the delivery of those services are extremely inefficient. So what we're able to do is to bring those extension services together using the funding that we received from the GCC Plus program, and supported communities with borehole water provision, as well as value chain additions for production. And in addition to that, instead of the GCCA Plus project being executed in silo, we integrated it with the GCF project that we accessed, I think, about $10 million US. But the idea is to create complementarity between different pockets of capital from the SADC Secretariat and from the GCF, funding different activities that complement one another. I think that was extremely, extremely helpful. But our strength comes from the ability to coordinate different types of funding from a variety of donors, as well as the ability to sustain most of those projects into government system or national priority systems. The latter proved to be extremely well coordinated output, because we were able to raise additional funding to scale up the project that was initially supported by the GCCA Plus in terms of installing technologies such as micro desalination plant in those areas that had salty water that was so saline from the boreholes. But apart from that, also we are able to carry this project to a level where the communities themselves are able to sustain, manage, operate, and maintain those facilities. And that is one of the advantage of having a national climate fund, because such kind of funding will not be a once-off intervention, but something that could be carried over again in terms of community support. So it has been proven that once-off, especially community investments, whether it's resilient, whether it's mitigation, a once-off intervention tend to be challenging in terms of achieving that paradigm shift, achieving that sustainability that we're looking of. Most communities, taking an example to the GCCA Plus, they've never operated a small desal plant. And now they need to maintain it. So there's a demand for capacity building. There's a demand on how to institutionalize that at community level. And this is what we've taken over from the GCC Plus project to integrate it within ERF programming, as well as the extension services of the Ministry of Agriculture. I think in a nutshell, I'll stop there and welcome any questions. And I would like to thank once again, the funding that was provided by the GCCA Plus program to the Namibian government and to our communities, as well as the opportunity of the ERF to work on the resource mobilization strategy. There's a lot of action that's required from member states. Just to conclude and to summarize of those needs, we found that about $730 billion is required by 16 member states to adequately execute the NDCs within the next 6 years. But we have now seen revised NDCs, like for Namibia, it has tripled from $6 billion to $15.2 billion. So we are seeing a lot of ambitions from countries as they update their NDCs. At the same time, there's a huge funding gap. On average, there's about $3 billion flowing in the region at an annual basis. And we need to scale that up with innovative approaches, looking at the demands that we have in the region. I think I've said repeatedly that is my last sentence. But I would like to thank everyone again for listening, and yes, looking forward to engagement. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Benedict. That's given us a lot of statistics and very important information. And we need to find ways of bridging the gap between the finance that is required and what is available or what is accessible. I would like to open up the floor for questions or interactions with the panel. For any of the panel members, you can raise your hand. I don't know if we have a roving mic that we can utilize. We have one hand right here in front. Any other interventions? No? Okay, so we'll give the floor to you, my brother. Or you can come here and ask the question.
Test.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you, the panelists. I think this was interesting. Just to, maybe for clarification, listening to Namibia at country level sounds very complex, and my thinking is like, if these institutions are working in silos, then we have got inflow of climate funds coming in from different sources. Could be internally from the budget support, externally grants, and then we have private sector investments, and then we may also have maybe concessional funding, among others. How easy is it at the SADC level or at the regional level if we already have this complexity, and I'm thinking in terms of coding these funds specifically for climate, tagging these funds for climate?
State.
I'm sorry for asking the question now, you see. I've been given the challenge to come to the podium. So I was just basically thinking in terms of the complexity of coding these funds, tagging these funds, tracking these funds from the sources down to the ground where the impact is, because we want to see the tangible results. If it is this complicated at the national level, and then you are talking at the regional level where you have more than one country, can we get some clarification how this is really actually happening, and then we can be able to tell that actually we have meaningful impact at the ground level, and then we see transformations in terms of the livelihoods, in terms of the nature-based solutions, the really tangible results. I hope it is clear. Thank you.
I know I'm not qualified to speak on behalf of SADC. That question was for the SADC Secretariat, but I'm just giving my thoughts. Is that okay? I think indeed coordinating different pockets of capital can be a huge challenge and undertaking, and you are seeing this at national level. In the case of Namibia, we've been able to successfully address some of those challenges from a climate financing point of view. We have developed a blended financing platform that really, which is really geared towards green hydrogen, green infrastructure investment, and large-scale investments within infrastructure. So that fund, that platform, we've coined it as SDG number 1. So it's a fund on its own that's owned by 100% by the ERF. And then we have established the fund managers, which is the Namibia Hydrogen Fund Managers, where it is an equity fund between the Environmental Investment Fund and Invest International from Netherlands. And what we're able to do is to create three sub funds, development funds, private, construction equity fund, as well as operational fund. Development fund The players in that fund are mainly donors, and it's attracted to date more than 50 million US dollars. We're targeting 100 million US dollars. The construction fund, which is a commercial investment fund for green infrastructures and green hydrogen value chains, it's target for 1 billion euros, but so far we've attracted 600 million euros mainly from the EIB as a facility, and then the operational funds, which is more for fixed income investors such as pension fund, commercial banks, etc., looking at predictable cash flow. And that kind of structure could also work on a regional level. It depends on how you institutionalize it. Is the SADC Secretariat, positioned as a financial instrument to track such investment and execute such investment? Maybe not. Maybe another institution is appropriately structured for that. I'm just thinking an institution like the SADC DFRC. SADC DFRC, which is the Development Finance Resource Institute, it has more than 42 DFIs, member DFIs on it. All development banks in Southern Africa and other development finance institutions are member to that. They could do a good job in terms of converging capital, different types of capital, releasing it on the market or to countries, and also tracking pockets of capital and how it's executed on the ground. Of course, working in partnership with the Secretariat. I think that's my view on that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Benedict. I hope that was clearly articulated. Is there another hand at the back? No. I thought you want to compliment the boss. Okay, thank you so much. If there are no more questions, I would like to ask Mr. Nyambe to come and do a closing session, and then we will have a group picture for the panel, and yeah, that will be the end of our session. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I think my role here is just to thank the speakers who actually spoke quite eloquently on the subject matter, starting with my brother here, Benedict, Alex there, Leah, as well as Shepard, and to also appreciate the role of Sibongile in terms of moderation. But I think what's quite important is the fact that we all need finance to be able to make headways as far as addressing issues of climate change is concerned. And further than that, I don't think I would want to stand before your meals for this evening. Thank you very much.